Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in as you ever do. We've got some news to discuss this fine Sunday evening. We are on the precipice of free agency, which truly does begin at 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time tomorrow morning, as that is when you get the NFL's legal tampering period that is going to begin. I think even tonight, we will come to find that there's going to be some action and some breaking news coming on down the line. And I actually have a little bit of that even right off the rip here to cover in regards to our Seahawks. Not necessarily breaking news, but just background movements, like the sandworms beneath the sands. But the Seahawks finished their mea culpa. They went into this offseason with a couple of different directions they could go with the current roster as it currently stood. McDonald could kind of sit with what he got, take a wait-and-see approach, let it play out this season, and then make the ultimate decisions after this year. Instead, it would appear that John Schneider has boldly proclaimed with the moves over the past week that if there is bad money on the books, we will not let it remain. And that is, take it for what it is. It just does appear to be at the central point of what's going on here. Where in the past, I don't think that this was always something that was a driving force for them from a roster building standpoint. They didn't necessarily mind having guys on the books who might be making more money, but you could have some question marks about what you were paying them versus what you were getting as far as performance goes. But the Seahawks, if you were not in a performance range that was up to suit, they said, nope. If they didn't think you were hitting the mark for what you were earning, you were out. So Will Dissly, Hawks save $7 million. Bryan Mone, $5.39 million. Quandre Diggs, $11 million. Jamal Adams, $6.6 million. $2.85 million today with Nick Bellure and him being kind of the final potential release you really had on deck. There's a couple of guys, but I think they've probably gone through at this point. And then you had two restructured deals with D'Wayne Eskridge, basically lowering down his salary about $500,000 off the cap this year. And then we had Tyler Lockett, of course, restructuring his. And it appears, we're waiting for the final numbers of this to come down, but it appears that we have saved $10 million off of this year's salary cap with the Tyler Lockett negotiations. So to take it all the way around to the bottom line on this, the Seahawks are a little over $50 million right now in salary cap space after all these moves. There is no fat. Everything is very lean, and frankly, maybe even a little bit lean, because right now, as far as the number of just purely rostered players, you're kind of light right now. You don't have a very deep roster as it stands. But I think it still signals a good change of course from where they've been in the past, as I don't think it's been helpful to maybe be sitting on some of these salaries at times to where you're not getting the returns back from them. It's a little bit more of the standard operating business in the NFL, where if you've got a player that's overpaid and you can save money and they're not earning the worth on it, players don't like this. I understand players look at baseball and basketball and look at the guaranteed contracts and say it's not fair. I'm with them on that. I don't know what the fair approach is to apply in these kind of situations to make it that way. But if you want to, as an NFL team, truly compete, you got to do it in a variety of different directions. Even when you're going to talk about the front office and what they got to do, you most especially have to be looking for every little advantage you can kind of create. And an advantage to create is that if we've got weight that's pulling us down, even if it's just lightly pulling us down, cut away, move on, clear the space, and let's go here a different direction with it. Let's try to get this money more maximized. Let's try to, get actually better returns for what we're spending rather than lesser returns for the bigger spend. But over $50 million the Seahawks now have entering into this free agent period. They've had a lot of money to spend before, so this doesn't necessarily signal that they're going to go hog wild in free agency on day one. Listening to John Schneider and his comments through the past years and talking about wave one of free agency, which is basically that's where all the teams who got money to spend they're just throwing the money out. They're making it rain in that first wave one. And a lot of general managers will tell you that truly the value is to be found in wave two or wave three of free agency. It doesn't stop us, of course, from looking at these proverbial guys and going, ooh, we could have that. We could have that. I mean, we're all guilty of it. It's the nature of the beast when you're looking at $50 million. That's a lot of money, especially from where they did stand before. But they've got a lot of opportunity right now to potentially find some great value in here with this money too, in a collection of guys. It doesn't just have to be just a one type guy. but can be a variety of guys. And so let's go through a little bit of what maybe they're looking to do and some early indications here of what we're hearing. It's not a ton of anything significant. I would say that we've got anything drawing a real strong line right now to what the Hawks are going to intend to do tomorrow at 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, which I will be going live at that time tomorrow at that time if you guys are looking for a place to just kind of track the changes and whatnot throughout the day. First up off the rip here is we got a little bit of news today that the Seattle Seahawks are not expected to retain Bobby Wagner as we move forward. He's going to test free agency, and it would appear that many of you that thought that maybe Bobby does not fit into this Mike Macdonald defense and that this would not be something they want to go with down the line on this would appear to be maybe correct on this. And makes a lot of sense, even though I don't think Bobby's going to make a lot of money out there or would have cost us a lot of money. It nonetheless makes a lot of sense from the standpoint of this Ravens unit last year had 2 hyper-athletic linebackers that could really move in space. And maybe that's just a bare requirement in what you need to do in this defense to make it happen. But it does not look like right now on the surface of things that Bobby's going to come back. Of course, these things are always fluid. You never know. But just that's what we're getting as far as initial reports go from that. The Seahawks are still actively, hotly, I'm sure right now John Schneider and Leonard Williams agents are burning up the phone lines here as we barrel down to the final hour on this before it does truly begin in free agent negotiations. Williams is looked at as somewhere in the neighborhood of like the 3rd best defensive tackle on the open market. So he is going to be a hot commodity if he does hit. There's basically the thinking out here is that minimum you're going to have to match the Draymond Jones contract that you gave out last year. You'd have to give to Leonard Williams here to get him to stay, if not a little bit more, even sweeten it just a little bit much. But they are still trying to get the negotiations done with John Schneider and company on that. And so that does continue to barrel along. As far as some interesting news in regards to our Seahawks and maybe a little bit of some early connections as far as what they're putting together. Now, I'm hearing this in a couple of different places. So, there's some sites that are presenting this that are more kind of rumory, Twitter handles and all that stuff. But there's also some stuff from legitimate people. You're hearing just a little bit more connection in this hour at this point. As far as 3 of the former Ravens that Mike Macdonald once coached, former Seattle Seahawk Jadeveon Clowney, Patrick Queen, and Geno Stone may be 3 of the targets that they put at the forefront of the tip of the spear and what they're looking to do in free agency as we enter into tomorrow. And that may be well the case of what they look to do here. Certainly with the cap space that you have cleared, you could sign all 3 of those guys and still much more. So it's not like those guys are going to eat up all the cap. They'd eat up a good chunk if you brought all 3 of those guys in. But that is the early little rumor we're seeing kind of connected just a little bit to the Hawks. It is a little bit of an early hour, but let's, we'll be covering along a little bit here as we go along in the show, see how this kind of twists and turns, because you never know what news might be breaking at what point. As far as some of the news around the league, which is always, I think, a little bit important to be paying attention to, and we're hearing some stuff coming out now, which interlaces, of course, to what we maybe potentially want to do, and players that we may be wanting to target if they were to be let go and released. Chargers are supposedly maybe open for business on their top 2 wide receivers. And I don't think we would be in the market for either of them, but definitely looks like Harbaugh's maybe doing some resetting out there. I think the cap situation with the Chargers isn't necessarily in the greatest of places. The Denver Broncos were able to trade Jerry Jeudy after probably doing a little bit of what the Carolina Panthers did with Brian Burns a couple of years ago, where they could have gotten 2 first-round picks at the trade deadline for him, and now they're going to be struggling to get much of anything. With Jeudy, you might have gotten actually like about a 3rd at the trade deadline, but the Broncos or 4th even, but the Broncos were holding on for more. Now they only get a 5th and a 6th from the Browns for him to go out there and pair up with Deshaun Watson and Amani Cooper as far as their 1-2 punch out there. The Bosa brothers may be reunited. There's a little bit of feeling out there right now that the Niners are a little bit worried and concerned about their edge situation opposite Bosa. Of course, Randy Gregory being a free agent, Chase Young being a free agent. It doesn't look like the Niners are going to retain either of those 2 guys. So they're looking to try to bring somebody in that can be you're not going to get somebody equivalent to Bosa, but at least take some of the heat off Bosa, or be able to really go out there and eat if they're going to get a significant number of single block situations going on their end. But perhaps maybe we will see both Bosa brothers out here in the NFC West as the Chargers, again, are looking, it seems like, Bosa, Mack, the two wide receivers. It seems like they are a little bit open for business on some of these players themselves where they stand, which is, again, understandable with Harbaugh just coming on in there. No shocker in that light of things. Also, a couple other things going on that just some interesting developments out there. Fletcher Cox lessens out the 3-tech market just a little bit more. He was going to be, I believe, a free agent and decided to instead retire. So Fletcher Cox, a long storied career in the NFL, a guy that was probably at one point or other, at least in the top 3 defensive tackle discussion for a good couple of year run there during his career, who is, again, going to lighten out that 3-tech market. This is only going to help out now Leonard Williams as sort of a cause and effect situation here. So Fletcher Cox retires. Question now is whether or not he's a Hall of Famer. That's going to be, I think, a fun debate for NFL fans as we go forward. Really good player, really fun player. Was really good right from the get-go. And just, what a handful up front when he was playing 3-tech. He's one of those guys, that 1-tech body, but can play the 3-tech with their size. Got another trade out there going down here where the New England Patriots finally offloaded Mac Jones to the Jaguars. Kind of an interesting trade there for the Jaguars, bringing in Jones, who came in the same draft, of course, as Trevor Lawrence. Lawrence taking the first round of that draft, and Mac Jones taken a little bit after into the middle part of the first round. But the Jaguars now get both first-round quarterbacks from that draft, and a little bit of insurance there for Lawrence if he gets beat up. And the Patriots move on for only a 6th-round pick. So I think we can firmly say at this point that the Mac Jones selection was a miss, and that for as good as the NFL evaluators are at evaluating talent, and especially as good as I think they've come along when it comes to the quarterback situation, we still got these big misses that come along. These ones where when we go through this draft season right now and we're hearing about certain quarterbacks and you're getting gassed up on certain quarterbacks, remember that there's the Mac Joneses in there too. That's why it's very important in these evaluations to look at all parts of the prospect, not just certain parts of the prospect. If he can process, that's great, but does he have an NFL arm? If he seemed like a good leader, that's cool, but does he got any mobility? What is the complete skill set of the player they're bringing? And that's what you got to really factor in your evaluation of a QB, which is one thing where I think that got lost with Mac Jones. Played in spread concepts, processed really well, super smart, could take a lot on with the playbook. But the arm strength's not there, but the mobility's not there. That gets overlooked over the things that kind of overcome on the good side of that a little bit. But Mac gets moved. We've also got a contract extension given out to Mr. Baker Mayfield. Baker getting a deal done here, very late hour at that. He got a 3-year deal, like $90 million or something like that. Very nice little contract to him. So he gets signed in there to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who get locked back in now with Mike Evans and Baker Mayfield. They've eaten up a little bit of their cap situation as it currently stands, but they're going to ride with Baker moving forward. We'll see how that goes. We'll look at maybe the particulars of the contract with Baker Mayfield here in a second, but it does make me feel all that much better about a Geno Smith contract and his details of his deal, when at least on the surface of looking at these initial numbers with Baker, where you go, they didn't get Daniel Jones, but, it's a bit much for Baker, right? Maybe just a bit much. A guy that could come on to the proverbial radar here for the Seattle Seahawks, who just did get also released here recently, was Devondre Campbell. Longtime really good middle linebacker there. Not super old necessarily, but a little expensive there for the Packers, and they're choosing to move on from him here this offseason. So Devondre Campbell out there this offseason, available maybe on the market, and certainly the Hawks right now, especially if they're not going to be looking at Bobby Wagner to come back in here. We're going to be having to look to bring in a couple of different linebackers, a little bit like the tight end. You need, as it would seem right now, 3 tight ends. You need, as it would seem right now, 3 middle linebackers, or 3 middle linebacker will types. Take your pick on what kind of terminology you want to apply to it, but maybe Campbell is a guy who may come out here to look interesting. We have another connection here with the Seahawks on a guy that is being somewhat he's going to come visit with the Hawks. So maybe a bit of an interesting guy here to take a peek at and kind of review a little bit. And that's Rayshawn Jenkins, a safety for the Jaguars. I believe he was released, so he's not necessarily a street free agent. He's just he is a free agent, but he's not the pure kind that counts against the compensatory game. Does sound like he's going to come in for a visit, I believe. I got to double check that on that contract with him. But a guy that's coming off a really good year for him. Hasn't been necessarily a former 4th round pick. Hasn't been the best of players necessarily. He's been okay. Last year, he was able to get a little bit better and kind of rounds things out. If you look at him down the line, he was kind of right around league average down the line, at least on some of the initial numbers. I haven't done the film yet, so this is before we're having a chance to look at the film, and that's always something, of course, I'd hold off and reserve any kind of final, conclusion on this kid until we get a chance to really look at that, if he's going to be really a legitimate target for him. But you can see his numbers down the line from pass rush to run defense to coverage. Everything's around the 60, 65 mark, or 63-ish mark. So he's right around the league average, just all across the board on that. Overall, he was the 70th highest graded safety in all of football last season. So not the highest of safeties. He was kind of in that spot where PFF didn't necessarily like him. The numbers are okay. 54 targets, 33 receptions. Okay numbers. But there are some decent other extra little in-depth numbers on him that are a little bit better. So he allowed a career low 54% completion rate on passes thrown his way last year. He's 62.5 passer rating last year when targeted, and he did only allow 0 interceptions. So not an interception allowed by Jenkins last year. The Hawks are going to need to round out this roster and not just do it with expensive players, but find those middle ground guys and find those cheap guys too. I think he's probably one of those kind of maybe middle of the road kind of players you bring in to kind of come in and compete at that point. But interesting player, I guess, in that you could say he's maybe a little bit on the upswing from where he stands at this point. As far as any other last couple up-level moves, the Raiders just signed their center, Andre James, to a 3-year deal. So if you were looking at him as maybe a potential target for our Hawks, he is off the board. The Patriots appear to be potentially making a run at Calvin Ridley, though they just re-signed Kendrick Bourne, another wide receiver, to a big deal, so that may be off the board as well here. We'll see with that. The Bears signed Kevin Byard to a 2-year deal after he was released by the Eagles, after they made him a trade deadline acquisition. And then Michael Gallup has been able to seek permission by the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones. Go ahead, Michael. You go see what receiver market you're going to get out there, right? Go know, Mr. Gallup. You know better than me. You know better than Jerry Jones. Okay? You know better than Jerry Jones. You show Jerry Jones what the receiver market looks like for you right now. Have you seen this draft? Nobody's trading for you, Michael. Nobody. Jones getting all cold-blooded with him. Yeah, find your trade. Good luck. So that's all we got kind of percolating right now here at this hour. I was kind of expecting before going live there'd be a little bit more we'd have kind of going on, but it's pretty quiet, maybe the quiet before the storm. And I think that there is 2 routes the Hawks can go here where you're going to probably see them do one of 2 things, where they surprise us and we see that this is John Schneider unleashed, unfurled, unfettered, uncaged, where now he goes out into free agency and shows you that when, Papa's got the money, Papa's going to spend. You know what I'm saying? Very well could be the case on this one. Or he could go down the road he's gone down many times before, even when he's had significant money to spend. And that is the a little bit more of the bargain basement signings. If we look at this pathway and approach a little bit from the standpoint of some of this cutting of dead money away was to cut the dead money away now full and clear to free up the 2025 season. And so maybe there wouldn't be as much of a preference here in the deals that you look to hand out, giving out in this free agent period, to put the 2, the 3, the 4-year deals together, because ultimately what you want to do is make sure that you're preserving the 2025 season and the cap space that you somewhat have as we stand now versus what you had a week ago there as we were looking at it. That could also be a bit of a factor in the type of free agents that they look to target. And say nothing of also the compensatory game where, the Niners once again here got 5 compensatory picks awarded to them here recently when it was announced, where your Seahawks got none. And we've been struggling to play that compensatory game for quite a few years now. And I know that John would certainly love to probably take back advantage of that as well. So how does that maybe factor into all this? we're starting to get a little bit more of a clear picture tomorrow because the big dogs will start to go. They'll get picked up, like the cool dogs in the adoption center. They're as soon as they'll be the first out the door. So we're going to have to, if we want the nice ones, we're going to have to jump. But if we don't jump, then that's probably an indication of a little bit more of it ain't going to make fans happy. It's going to make some people pound the table. I get all that. But it will nonetheless be an indication, I think, of more of like we're going to kind of wave 2, 3. It's going to be a lot of little 1-year deals and even significant money on 1-year deals to players. A little bit of prove it central kind of situations. So I know that won't make people happy, but and watching them do this in the past, that has been a road that they've gone down and been willing to go down a couple different times in a couple of different off seasons. Let's see what you guys think on the precipice here of free agency. I thank you guys for tuning in here with me today. Again, I will be back tomorrow, 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, going live. We're going to be doing all of this action, breaking down as the picks happen, as it plays out. So if you're looking for a place to hang out, please come on in here and check it on out. I would really appreciate it on that side of it. If you could for me too, please today, hit on that like button. It's a small little thing, but it is a big thing in my heart if you could do that for me, as it does help the channel out significantly, helps the channel grow, and it's just a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. But I'm excited. It's fun. I thought a couple weeks ago, coming this free agency period, we were going to be a little bit, handcuffed by the fact that we just didn't seem to have the money, and 2025's cap situation was looking bad. But John went as hard at this as I think I've seen him go in the slicing and the dicing. This was not a scalpel. This was indeed 2 hatchets. It was Johnny 2 hatchets going at this roster this offseason. You know what I mean? He's just bringing those hatchets down. Just other off seasons, he'd be in there like an artist with that scalpel. Just let's take out this little tumor and plop it out here. He's just like, lose the finger, off with the toe, just take the whole hand off. He wasn't messing around. But now you got a lot you can do with this money, and John's got to feel a little bit of a freedom of spirit here, where he, like I said, a little bit operating from a standpoint of there's nobody over the top of him for the first time here in 14 years. There is no one to overrule him when it comes to this. He's got voices in the room. He's going to listen to them, but you've also got to feel like he's a captain taking on that wheel, really probably fully feeling like for strongly the first time all the way. And we'll see if that does cause a little bit of a change in the approach. Free Truth, how you doing? It's great to see you in the house. Why you mad, bro? What's up? He says Queen and Brooks would be a great linebacker duo. That would be an interesting one. Pop back Jordan into the middle linebacker and have Queen rocking the will. I think you could make that happen. How you doing, Megan? It's good to see you. Brian Myers, Nagosa, Adrian X. Let's go. Daniel Berry, how you doing? And Nagaso, I don't think he's going to add stupid money on the books. Like I said, it is a possibility here because we just haven't necessarily seen him in this mode before. Johnny Wild. That's what I call this mode. This is Johnny Wild. But we've never seen him before in this spot. So it's hard to say what that's going to mean when we get to opening day tomorrow and he has opened up so much money. I do think if I was a betting man, I'd say he's going to be more into that low-end kind of contract thing, or even giving it out to a guy where it's a pretty good player and he goes, hey, I'll give you $8 million this year, $9 million this year on a 1-year deal. And then he just goes, okay, but it's off the books after the season. Yeah, we pay that money this year right now. We get that player, but then it's completely off the books. There's no future money commitment at that point. I could see him potentially doing something like that. Mark, thank you for that reminder on there. It's good to see you in the house too, on the like and subscribe. Seattle Supersonics Boom. Shakalaka, what's up, brother? Says, I like all the cuts and restructurings. I'm excited. I am too, man. It's a fun time. Ricardo says, Eskridge goes off next year, 1,000 yards, calling it now. Well, we were talking last night. I don't think a lot of people were behind looking at some of the comments afterwards. But I do think I'm not a big guy into Eskridge. I would have been okay if they wanted to cut him and move off. I think still the opening is there to potentially still move off of him before we even get to, to training camp or through training camp. But he is, Ricardo, to your point, a highly talented player. And he does bring a skill set that is unique to this team right now. And it's not too bad to have an insurance policy like that, or a kind of a penny stock ticket that might just hit. And if it hits, it's going to give you maybe potentially a hell of a season, or at least a hell of a 6, 7, 8 run game stretch where you're able to get some pretty good explosiveness there. Why you mad, bro? Says I can see we're restructuring DK's contract too. If we could just let's just slap like 3 years on the edge of DK's deal. Give him a little bit more security on that, and get him more firmer locked in here for the now and the long future. I'd be with that completely. What's up, King Bomber? And King Bomber Eskridge getting cut is still very much a possibility here. The Hawks haven't married themselves to him. All they've done is said, hey, we'll have a roster spot here for you until we don't. And it's just more for flexibility for them. And King Bomber, I agree. It's definitely a likelihood where this could go that way, especially when you look at the draft, where the draft's so big and deep with wide receivers that it's very easy to see how these receivers are going to be dripping and dropping through the draft. And that means you find yourself in the 5th round with a really, really talented receiver. I mean, when you get to the 5th round, you got Luke McCaffrey there. I don't think it's likely to happen at this point, but there's so many receivers. Not all these guys are going to get picked. And so Troy Franklin, Oregon, he dipped and fell. It's like, ooh, do you want to keep that over that? Probably not. He probably does at that point. But I think it gives you, King, that also ability to where if you can't find the receiver in the draft, or a UDFA guy doesn't really come to the forefront because they look at your receiving core and they're like, DK, Tyler, JSN. I don't think I'm going to make that roster. No, let's pick another team. So it's going to be very hard to get to the UDFAs, I think, this year for sure. Unlike last year, where I think you had a little bit more of an opening there. But no, even last year you didn't. That's why I was shocked when they got Jake Bobo last year. But we'll see. We'll see on it. It could go a variety of ways with the Esker. Hero by default. I'm impressed with the moves made from $5 million in cap space to a little over $50 million. With minimum, if any, real impact to the roster. If anything, there is none. There is some addition by subtraction movement. Agreed, Hero. I think that you certainly, I think, make the case with Jamal. It's hard to say that you're losing a lot there because you hadn't got a lot there. With Quandre, he's been a good player and solid. Was he going to continue to be a good player and solid as he got older? Maybe, maybe not. But at the price, first, what you could get at a performance of play that maybe could be close at much less a price, considering the devaluation of the position. I think it would be a strong argument to be made. But yeah, they've definitely done a good job to create this space, Hero. And I think that if you're going to take yourself down to a place that's a 0-hour spot as far as your cap situation, where there is no fat at all on that salary cap, you do so when you're taking on a new coach. I mean, that's the ideal time. Yeah, I think sometimes in the past it's been the let's sit on it a year. Let's just kind of, like Mike Holmgren came in his first year, and it was more of, okay, let's just sit on what we got and kind of see what we have, and then we'll make our major changes into year 2. I think that Schneider and company and McDonald are doing it more of, let's anticipate what we're going to do up ahead of time on this stuff, and let's set the thing where if this does go right, and starts to roll faster, that we're not into year 2 going, okay, now we turn it back over, that there's a bit of a speed up in that process. Maybe that's a little bit of that being in, sort of the de facto year 3 of the rebuild since the Russell trade. Some of that sort of pushing in with its own kind of momentum. And Herbert said, I don't see Bobby going to the Niners. I don't think they'd do that. I don't think it's just not a fit there. I don't know where he would go necessarily. Washington? Commanders an option out there? Hero by default, I like Bobby, but he deserves to go make his money in the last couple of years of his career. Best of luck to him. He does. I don't have any issue. I mean, Bobby was a great warrior for us, and I still think he was strong last year, but understand if he was wanting to go get paid, doesn't want to take a discount, felt like he took a discount last year. I get that, Bobby. Totally get that. You can't fault him at all, saying, okay, I performed you guys last year. I gave you a cheap deal. Give me a little bit now. Give me a couple of years now to get some. We're not in a place to do that, Bobby. Okay, well, I'm in a place to go get that money. Understandable. Ricardo, Brooks, and Junior Colson. I was thinking about that too, man. I don't know, man. Queen Colson has a little bit of a little bit nicer ring there. Give me those two guys together. But Brooks is in play. I will say we haven't heard Ricardo much of any negotiations going on between the Seahawks camp and Brooks's camp right now, as he is also going to be due to be a free agent here very soon. Ethan Tech World, what's up, 12s? I got the Oscars on too. My boy Robert Downey Jr. with his first Oscar. Hell yeah. Congrats to RDJ. Brian says, I still say Eskridge doesn't make it to the fall camp. I wouldn't bet on him. That's for sure, Brian. Right? They could find a better player. He could get a hangnail. The Eskridge hangnails are bad. They like go past the instep of the toe. Why you mad, bro? I'd like to draft the two safeties in Miami too, man. Kitchens and Williams are awesome. Awesome players. Ricardo, Queen is rather expensive, and who knows if he's good outside of Baltimore, but if Mac thinks he's worth it, then sure. Yeah, this is a little bit one where you lean to the point of if you're making this decision without a Mike McDonald in house and you have nobody who's coached Queen before and you're making that kind of, laying down that kind of cheese, you go, ow. But if you got a guy that's directly coached him, that's gotten the best performance out of him, where he'll be a pure scheme fit for what you're running, you go, okay, I can get that. DVD, what's up, man? Young Bido kid, thank you, man. Very kind of you to say. Hero says there's some really interesting talent in this draft. I know it's not likely, but would love if Seattle could figure out a way to get Dallas Turner. Well, I don't know if it's, I don't know. I mean, to give you a little bit of hope on this, Hero, and to make you feel a little bit better about this, I don't know that I would say not likely. I think it's almost into the range of quite honestly, kind of a 50-50 place right now where I see the draft lining up. I think that because there's so many quarterbacks taken, because there's going to be 3 receivers taken, because there's probably going to be 4, maybe more tackles taken before we pick Hero. You add in the Brock Bowers item and where he lands, this very well could end up pushing Dallas Turner. If you're looking at one of the guys that's the tops at their position of sliding down and being in Seattle's lap, essentially that you might not have thought of coming into the draft, we're going to be there. Dallas Turner, Quinyon Mitchell, those would be 2 guys right off the rip that I would say there's a decent chance they do fall in there. And Hero, the Hawks have met with him. They have met with him, so there is definite interest. Big Country, how you doing? Kevin, what's up? Excuse me. Draw 996 was hoping Bobby would finish his career here. I was too, Drad. I was too, man. I was very much in favor of him bringing back. Always understood if they didn't, but definitely would have been cool to be able to see that. Kevin O'Connell, if Bobby goes to the Niners, then that's heavy. And then Russ signs as a backup. Oh my God. Carroll announces he's going to be a defensive consultant with him this year. Oh, well, they got Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw there. So unless they're going to cut Dre Greenlaw and move Fred Warner to the will, because Bobby's not going to play will at this point. So I don't see it being really a possibility there, even in the least. Unless they're looking at moving on from Fred Warner. Even there, I don't think they would do. I don't think Bobby would be the place that they go to. We'll see where he heads off. Metal Dragon, we had a chance to draft Letcher. Cox traded down, had a chance to take Roquan Smith, traded out of the pick. I hope John has learned from those mistakes. I do too, Brandel Dratting. I mean, that's just a little bit for like the discussion I'm having with Hero Bub a bit on Dallas Turner. You know, you get a guy with value that's good, landing you the spot at 16. I have a preference to move back in this draft. I'd love to get back, get an extra second round pick, but it's not an end all be all. And if you have the value there on the board, which is just so overwhelming that you can't turn it down, where you're picking at 16, make your selection and move on down the road. And for the reasons you mentioned, because you can lose out on a really good player. I was with you. I do remember Fletcher Cox coming out and really wanting him a lot, and it hurting a little bit when you didn't get him. at the time. Roquan was a little bit harder because Bobby was still Bobby, and you would have had to have played Roquan at the will linebacker role for a lot of the early part of his career, which might not have been as good a fit for his skill set. But yeah, Fletcher was good coming out. You could see it. Surf's up 808. Go Seahawks. Can't wait until the season starts. Hell yes, brother. Yeah, Russ would not work with this offense. I am seeing people talk about Russell Wilson coming back, and I appreciate the love for Russ that's out there, but he's not going to work in a spread system that is going to ask him to be precise on time, quick with it, process pre-snap. It ain't going to be in a Russell's mode. Sounds like he's starting to lock back in maybe on the Steelers, I've heard. I know he's visiting with a couple of teams, but yeah, Brian, seems like Pitt's the leader in the clubhouse right now. Returning to the Russell Wilson back nine tour here, and it does seem like the Steelers are under zero right now in the clubhouse. I wonder if Drake Thomas is seen as someone to make the roster. Would you only need 3 rather than 4? Did I miss something above there, King? I think I missed maybe a note you had above there. Hero says, yeah, surprise Baker got 3. 3 here's $100 million. That's a lot for Baker Mayfield. ZZ, Ryan Neal. I think if Coach Carroll was still here, there might be more of a chance of that happening versus now. He played well for us when he was here. It's maybe possible. Matty Jack, I really like Tyler hanging around to see what Magic Grubb has for the offense. Going to be fresh and exciting. Giving Grubb as much skill makers to work with, as much kind of weapons to work with, I think is kind of ideal for this kind of spread concepts and system that he's bringing into play. And I like him having a guy like Tyler and the skill set he brings, and Grubb to be able to work with that. And Grubb has shown at Washington, Matty, that he can work through a variety of different weapons. He doesn't just need to have his 1 or 2 trick things where he can go through a variety of different spots and really work that ball over the field and never really give you a feel of where the ball is going because of how many guys he's putting into the attack, pulling into the attack. And that's part of what makes them hard to defend. You don't know always where the ball is going if the ball is going everywhere. McKinney's also a guy that's been, I've heard, a little bit softly maybe connected to Seattle, Brian. Xavier McKinney, the free agent Giants safety. I think the Giants are also trying to do their own little Leonard Williams thing with him there at the time right now and trying to get him signed here at the late hour, but that's another guy that's been talked about. Jesus Padilla says, Bobby testing his market. He isn't anywhere yet. It's true. These things can play out interestingly over the time with it, so got to let it just kind of flow and see where it goes. Alcoholic, I wish the draft would hurry up and get here already. It's going to arrive quick, man. We're getting close. We're almost inside a month. But yeah, it starts to slow down about this time of year a little bit on that side of things. Old Fish Guy, I'd say offer Williams 3 years, $50 to $55 million. 3-year deal or let him walk. So that'd be, let's see. You got him at 55 divided by 3, 18.3. I think that's a pretty fair deal, man. I think it's a very fair deal, Old Fish Guy. I think that's a fair spot to say take it or leave it, too. I'm with it. Archie Cunningham says Eskridge needs to go. I know he's not a fan favorite. I don't think he's going to remain. Like somebody said, I think they're just sort of kind of hedging bets on the receiver position for the moment, but they certainly are not going to be pulled away from drafting back to the receiver core because they have Eskridge, Well, we got Eskridge, so we don't need to draft anybody or, try to get any UDFAs. King Bomber, can we give DK a 3-year, $75 million extension? You could. You definitely could. And you'd be just trying to get a little bit out ahead of potentially his value getting even more inflated if you waited down the line. The only problem is he does have 2 years left on the deal, and John Schneider typically doesn't like to negotiate with 2 years left remaining. So that could be a bit of an impactful part of trying to make that happen. Snail confidently says Eskridge is going to put up 1,000 yards on Walker during injury rehabs next year. Scott Clearhue, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I really appreciate you for joining up on the Hawks Nest as a member of the channel. We will get some a membership live stream up this week for sure. JDM, thank you for subscribing to the channel as well. Appreciate you for doing that. Brian E says, okay, I'm late getting here. Did I hear correctly? B-Wags is hitting the free agent market. Yeah, I have a feeling that when it comes to negotiations between Schneider and Bobby Wagner, who is his own free agent, or is his own agent, that I don't think there was a long process of back and forth. Schneider probably quickly gave him, here's what we're going to be able to offer, or if we want to offer anything, and that was that. It's not kind of like Leonard Williams in that situation going on where it's probably some fierce negotiations. So if we're hearing this now at this late hour that Bobby's going to get into free agency, then he's going to get into free agency. What's the market going to be for him out there? Is there going to be a team to pay him at his age really significant money if that's what he's looking for? Being that he is his own agent, maybe he's got a little bit of higher designs than he's actually able to pull in when you really get to the bottom line on the open market. King Bomber said, yeah, Brandon, it's why I like the Eskridge pay cut. He's just here to take a roster spot until 53 roster cuts. Chris, I kind of think Leonard is the big sign on the D. I don't know if I'd pay for Queen too. There's options for two free agents for one Queen, maybe a little higher than just Queen and a draft pick. I'm with it, Chris. I'm the cost on Queen and the pay that at the middle will linebacker position is a bit much to me too. That's a hard swallow. I'm perfectly fine with putting money and investing money into the trenches, offense or defensive line. But boy, putting that kind of money out, which is going to be $18 million a year, it's very, very expensive. He is only 24 years old. There's still a lot of good football ahead of him. But yeah, that would hurt. Between Leonard Williams and Queen, you'd eat up a lot of your money. In the Gazas, I recommend you guys watch Brandon's reaction to the Eskridge pick. I was not a happy man on that day. I wanted Creed. Ricardo says I'd rather get Brooks and draft Colson. I'm with it, Ricardo. I'm totally with it. DVDB, where is Washington picking in the draft? I feel like we'll be in a big battle with them over the top offensive linemen. I think they're third. Yeah, Washington's picking third right now. Or second, sorry. My bad. Goodness. So they're second in the draft. So DVD, they're going to be locked on a quarterback. It's like they're QB all day. When you get into the second round where you're talking about DVD, where there's now maybe a competition if we're moving back into the second round and Washington's there with their next pick, line is definitely an option and a need in certain spots. But then also let's remember that you have Quinn coming in and the value in his understanding of him needing edge guys that can make it happen. And that's a team that's just moved both of their two edges. You know, Montez Sweat and Young are out the door. So if you go quarterback with the first pick, it's probably a strong argument to be made the Bucs come back and find an edge coming back into the second round, or even, you know, a linebacker at that point. But now that first pick, that'll definitely be a quarterback. Metal, sorry. AI, I want Anthony Gould from wide receiver from Oregon State in the 7th. Great punt and kickoff returner. Give me that, man. Sign me up for that. I haven't a chance to take a look at him yet, but hell yeah. Matthew Bishop wants Penix or McCarthy. Let's go, man. King Brandon, I don't know about you, but the Rayshon Jenkins visit promises me to more of the compensatory action this free agency. Very possible, yeah. It's very possible. it does get tough, King. I mean, the way to go to compensatory in this free agent period now is going to get hard to necessarily maximize it because you've created so much cap space and your roster is so lean. You've got to go out there and make some signings. And I don't know if you can afford to just sort of wait until you're past that period where it doesn't count against the compensatory game anymore. That's where this might be driven a bit off the compensatory action of things. But the only way you do that is, to me, you're just trying to keep the roster light as hell. You're looking to roll money over at that point, so you wouldn't spend all your money here in the free agency, but you wouldn't be spending all your money, period, because you want to roll it over into next year's cap. So I don't think, I don't know if they're going to do the compensatory side. Now re-signing Bobby, I don't know. No other free agents have they kept in-house on that. That would have been another indication to me, King. We were making more of our own free agent signings, re-signings. Metal Dragon, there's 3 players I'd stay at 16 for. Verse, Penix, and Fatanu. All worthy value in that spot, in my opinion, too, Metal. Prince TY1. I really do feel like the Seahawks should pursue Jonah Jackson first and then trade back in the first to draft Jackson Powers Johnson and Troy Fatano in the early second. I love your approach, Prince TY. I'd be okay with it. I will say at this point, as I'm kind of hearing more and more from the draft and this process gets more refined, Troy Fatano on a lot of, I think, big boards in the NFL is going to overtake Fashanu as the second best tackle. There are some that'll have Fashanu as the best and Alt too, but Fatano's right there in the mix of those two guys, especially now that his arms have measured out to where you were a little worried that you're going to get a 31.5-inch arm guy at the combine, and you got 34 inches plus. So he's got the long arms to go with it. He's probably going top 15 at this point. It's one of those parts about that's why, to me, a Dallas Turner, Brock Bowers possibility really does slide up to become more probable than it was maybe a month ago, because so many quarterbacks, so many receivers, so many tackles, all taken up ahead before you get to us. And 16 is a lot of picks, but it goes fast when 5 QBs go off the board in those first 16 picks, for instance. Archie Cunningham says, peace out. Can't wait for the next few days to play out. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Archie. Have yourself a good one. PT, Chicago is DK Metcalf's favorite team growing up because of his dad. Would it be wise to trade him to the Chicago Bears, the number 1 and the number 9 pick in the first round? I'd absolutely do it, PT, if they'd offer it. That's insane value to turn down. And I love DK. He's my most favorite player on the whole team. I don't want to move him at all. But that's insane value to pull back. And that's 2 blue chip prospects in this draft. They would never offer that. They wouldn't offer you the number 1 overall pick alone. So it's, just not going to happen. DK is going to remain on the team, and that's a good thing, and he'll help us go into the future. Willie Tarkovsky, why are we looking at Rayshawn Jenkins from Jacksonville? Oh, player's not old. He's only been in the league for a few years, coming off of his best year, been around to league average play, but you're going to need to fill the roster out both with starters and backups, and you don't just want to fill the whole roster out with a bunch of young cats who've never played before. You want guys who've been in the NFL and done something. So, you got to build that value up in a variety of different areas. And sometimes that's low cost guys that are just kind of league average players, but there's value to be had in those guys because he's probably not going to make a tremendous amount of money. He's not going to eat up a lot of the cap space. CJ King, we do have Levi Bell still. He is on the roster, on the practice squad last year. So he'll carry on over. Matthew Bishop, Michael Penix, it's a little bit, like going for a Junior Colson with the Wolverines. And I love Colson too, but you feel great about that pick because Mike McDonald coached him too. With Penix, there's a lot of Seahawks fans worried about Penix and don't think they'd like Penix. The one thing you don't deny, whether you like it or don't like it, is that the Grubb-Penix connection can make you feel that much stronger. A guy like Grubb, whose job's on the line here. He ain't just getting the guy because he's got loyalty to the kid, but he's putting his job on the line to this decision and saying, this is the guy I'll pound the table for to say, bring him in here. It's going to work. He can make this work. He can be a very good quarterback. And whether you're down on him or not, there's got to be at least a little bit of a gleam of confidence pulled from that, I would think, being the Grubbs had so much familiarity with him. Brian E says, I would have preferred Bobby retire here, but you can't blame him for wanting to test the market versus leaving more money on the table. Can't blame him at all, Brian. Agreed. Metal Dragon versus the only clear 3-down edge other than Latu. Verse can rush and rush the passer, set the edge consistently, and blow up the running game. All the rest are speed rushers. I don't know, man. The Dallas Turner on the tape holds up very similarly to what you got out of Will Anderson last year in setting the edge. They're both very similar sized, good long arms. Maybe a little bit light, but there are light guys that are able to set the edge really well. Just being light doesn't mean you definitely can't do it. The tape I watched on Turner, he was holding up quite well out there on the edge for Alabama. There's just a great play this past week on Twitter, showing him off a pin pull block, just destroying a play to the edge. Chris, the Hawks Nest, is Queen worth the presumed cost without Roquan, Brooks without Bobby? This is where I'm not a guy that likes to lean into the argument of authority, Chris. I tend to bail away from that as much as possible and say, hey, every person come up with their own particular thoughts on it and you know, be strong-minded on it. That's the way we should be with it. But this would be one where I would lean off having strong thoughts on it. Because when you have a coach like McDonald who's coached a guy like Queen and Schneider and him sit down and Schneider says, okay, look, you know, we need to get middle linebackers here. You have a guy that you coached last year that you were able to get out the best of his career. You were able to tap into the promise of his first-round status. We have that as an option. We can bring back this Brooks guy who they both have the same skill set. We could get the Brooks guy for probably $7 million less. I really don't want to spend the money to that, Mike, because we'd prefer to be spending the money into the defensive line for you and building that up and getting the offensive line built up. You know, helping out other positions that are, you know, maybe more vital at this point than spending that much for a will linebacker. And then McDonald comes back to him and he says, Chris, this guy will help to make this run. He's not the only centerpiece player, but he will be one of the centerpiece players that'll help to make this defense run the way I absolutely want it to run. It has an intricate way, an intricate fashion, an intricate manner. And to accomplish that, it doesn't mean that all 11 guys have to be in a certain mode, but I need certain guys in certain modes across the board to do certain things. And he can do it all. He knows what I want. He's going to he'll help to bring the other players along in their understanding of the scheme. I think that what helped Patrick Queen when Roquan Smith came there and what helped Jordan Brooks when Bobby Wagner came there is that they're both will linebackers, Chris. And that much like you see happen at the guard position, where you will see people make the mistake of saying a right guard is the same as a left guard. The skill set I want for a right guard is the same requirement of skill set that I want from the left guard. And that we've seen this positively false. And I think that it's very much the same case when you talk about the Mike, the middle linebacker, and what's really a 4-3, because there's a lot of this, well, we're in a 3-4, but it's a 4. It's really a 4-3 at the end of the day, and where it's gone now with this. It's very little 3-4 looks and much more of the 4 down linemen. And that linebacker then to the weak side linebacker, the will, that's a different requirement of a skill set. You're allowed to run around a little bit more. You've got a little more freedom to kind of get out there and go. When you're the Mike, you got to get in there and just kind of be a battering ram sometimes. You got to take it on at the point of attack. When you're at the will, you get to chase a little bit more, I feel like. So it's more of the success of those guys, Chris, was more about the move for them away from what the team was trying to make them do versus what they were. Jordan Brooks is a will linebacker. Patrick Queen is a will linebacker. They can play those positions very nicely. But they're not Mikes. They may look like a Mike. They may do some things a Mike can do, but you don't want them at the Mike. Ricardo says Queen going for $15 million a year is a no for me. Oh, it's worse than that, Ricardo, because you got guys like Jermaine Pratt and who's the other guy that got paid last year that wasn't the great? Tremaine Edmonds. The Tremaine Edmonds contract with Chicago, Ricardo, would be the floor. I think that's at like $17.5 million. Matthew Bishop at Uchenna Nwosu is underrated. He's going to help out a lot this year. Post Eminescence says the night before free agency, Christmas Eve for us fans. All through the house. Not a signing was stirring. Not even Bobby Wagner the mouse. All the kids were in their beds, dreaming. AI says we could have drafted Queen, but instead we took Brooks. Ricardo says 17 to 18 million per for Williams and 15 million per for Queen. That's a lot of money. Well, you got over $50 million. You got some money to spend. But I agree, it's probably not likely the way they go, Ricardo. It's possible, but not likely. Cooper Mills, Niners releasing Eric Armstead. Niners D-line becoming weak outside of Bosa. That's four big hits for the Niners this offseason then. Maybe not big hits all in themselves, but Randy Gregory, Chase Young, Javon Kinlaw, and now Eric Armstead. Palestine says, Hawks Nest, do we want Clowney? I do. I definitely do. He's been one of my long favorite players in this league, and a guy that I think is just yearly underrated for the skill set that he brings. You talk about a guy that brings the bang for the buck and what you've had to pay him and what you will be paying going forward. I think Clowney brings that. Good all-around player, strong against the run, great edge setter. He can command his share of double teams off the edge. A problem out there, guys, can be just kind of a play wrecker. Yeah, I definitely want Clowney. Isaiah wants Eric Armstead in Seattle. It might be a possibility. We'll see what they do there. Metal says verse won't last to 16. He might not. We'll see on this one. DVD says, is Bobby for sure gone now, or is this just hypothetical talk? I think it's more likely he's gone at this point than it is that he's staying. Take that for whatever it's worth. There's a chance of returning, but it's more to me like that they're not getting this done prior to free agency, DVD, unless Bobby's misjudging his market completely. I would put it like 25% that he returns back. AI says if Dallas makes it to 16, that means Verse will be there. Verse does not go before Turner. I don't know how you can be so certain on that necessarily. I'll give you that there's a chance that Verse can go ahead of him. I'm not saying that Verse doesn't have I've got Dallas, Turner, and Jared Verse as my 1-2 on my board, but I've heard no consensus out there that Jared Verse has emerged from 32 NFL teams as the best edge in this draft. I haven't necessarily heard the consensus of that on Dallas Turner either, but that's why it's opened up on the board on it. Yeah, you could be landing at 16 and not seeing an edge taken off the board. If we walk through this and just take it through some scenarios, I'm not saying it's going to be the scenario. I'm just saying there's a scenario here that's very plausible. 5 to 6 quarterbacks get taken. 4 tackles get taken. Brock Bowers gets taken. 3 wide receivers get taken. Quinyon Mitchell goes off the board. Yeah, you could end up landing out there at 16 and finding yourself out at there and going, oh, these guys drifted down. This guy fell in our lap on it. William says, are the Seahawks going to get Jenkins from Jacksonville? He's got some other visits set up, William. So unless they sign him from the very day he gets in here today and goes, then you're going to see him probably go to those other visits. I don't think he's going to make a lot of money, so he's probably trying to drum up enough money within there that he's looking for the contract, I don't know if we're going to necessarily offer him that. But he's an interesting player, coming off his best year. There's something to be said for that. DVD says, B, the things that excite me the most about keeping Geno at the helm is seeing how he'll do in a better system from what Shane put in the books. And no more empty sets on third down. Laughing out loud. Now, hopefully no more empty sets on third down for sure. I'm very excited to see what Geno can do in the system too. He's got the skill set that works for it. He can make it happen here in this. And I think it's got a lot of potential. I think the key on it's going to be riding upon DVD, whether there's a really true addressing of the offensive line in a major way this offseason, or if they kind of just half it, Bill's bunker, Christian Wilkins is good, but he's a weirdo. You seen his stuff with Josh Allen? No. I have not, Bill's bunker. Yeah, he'd have to be a big time weirdo for me to overlook the talent. Ricardo, Eric Armstead's released. Interesting. He's good, right? I mean, he's been all right for the Niners. I think if you talk about them looking in retrospect at the choice they made between DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead, I think that they would tell you that in retrospect, they should have hitched their wagons to DeForest Buckner and traded Eric Armstead. I don't think that he's necessarily given them the sterling play. I think he's become more of just kind of a run stuffing guy down there than he's been really as much as what he gives you as a pass rusher. But he's still an interesting guy. Still would be useful. Active player. Hard to deal with. Really long. I-5 North. Leo Williams isn't a game changer. I say let him walk. DVD says, B, I don't see how you go Queen over Bobby when Bobby led the league in tackles again. Draft young. Well, Queen's 24 years old. Bobby's heading into his mid-30s. So there's just a big difference in age. There's a difference in athletic bounce and speed. Queen's got the familiarity with the scheme. Bobby's never played in this scheme before. So it's, or at least not this exact kind of scheme before. And the requirements of what it might put on Bobby, maybe not something that McDonald feels like he can do at his age. They also play different positions at this point. Again, I know it looks like that on paper, it's a 3-4 defense and you need 2 mic'd linebackers in the 3-4 defense, but it's not really that. It's a 4-man front with your 2 edges and wide 9s. And then you're rocking a middle linebacker and a will linebacker. And like I was just saying above on, there's a definitive difference between the Mike and the will. They have similar things that they're asked to do, similar responsibilities, but there's just a difference of what you got to do to one or the other. The Mike's got to take on way more second-level blockers, for instance. Way more of dealing with centers coming down, pilfering them. Thrill House, is Braden Fisk a good fit for the Seahawks? I don't know if he's going to have the length that they're going to like. And that's really, when you get down to Fisk's bottom line, it's as much about whether or not you believe that the length factor is going to be a really hold him back, can't get to the top end, the nice top end he kind of promises, because he just doesn't have the length to get there. And when you're in a league of linemen that are 33, 34, 34 and a half, 35-inch long arms on the inside, and they're getting those arms out there and they're striking first, and you've got 31-inch long arms on the other side of it, you can't get to that reach before they can get to your reach. Or you can't get to their reach before they get to your reach. Meaning they're getting their hands on you before you get their hands on them. And sometimes first man to contact wins. Sometimes it's low man wins. But when you're not the first to drive the contact, when you're not the first guy to hit that, get that thump in there, and you're getting the thump, it takes a bit away from your thump and what you can do. And that's what happens to him a bit on the tape a bit, is that he sometimes just gets swallowed up whole by the arms. Like he gets octopused. And he's gone. He's giving you all he's got. And he's a fun player. I don't think there's another defensive tackle in this draft that works as hard as Fisk works down inside. He'll give you everything. He's one of those guys that could be like the Monty Python sketch where the knight's getting his legs cut off and he's like, just a flesh wound. It's like, I feel like he has legs bent backward and he still reaches back and try to grab the tackle. But them short arms, Thrill House, them short arms, they are not easy to get around. God's Gang, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry for a little late on acknowledging. I just saw it pop up here. He says, just heard Bobby's not coming back. Are we seeing an actual rebuild, you think? Well, God's Gang, thank you for the $5 donation. And yeah, I think that at this point in time, Bobby's not coming back. I think that the fact that God's Gang, this team is more firmly cut away anything that even approached being in the direction of not good money on the books, the team has sliced it away. They have diced it. They've thrown it into the trash. They said, nope, we're not rolling into the future with this bad money on the books. And that certainly signals, I don't know if it's a rebuild as much as just resetting the cap, God's gang. I think that there's certainly going to be a way that this team goes next year that's not going to be that we're walking out there to just try to get through this season, to get the last of that dead money bled off the books, to get Mike McDonald's system installed. There'll be a bit of that going on, but there's also going to be an eye here to seeing what they can do, I think, to drive them into becoming a winner this year if the team comes together fast, if they pick up the scheme quickly, if the young, talented players start to continue to get better and better quicker as well. So that's definitely opened the door to this, God's gang. But there's also the argument outside of not bringing Bobby back. It was just that Mike McDonald might not have felt like Bobby fit to the defense. I thought Bobby could do some of the stuff, but look, the Ravens defense at times asked Roquan Smith to be a single high safety. None of us believe at this point that Bobby Wagner is going to be playing no single high safety 25 yards down the football field. So there's maybe a little bit of that involved here on this. I wanted Bobby back. I still think that there's such great bang for the buck to do so, even if he's not a pure fit to the scheme. But I think part of this too, God's gang, is that Bobby also wants to get paid. And I think that what John's doing here in cutting this money down is two things. Yeah, it's cutting down dead money, but it's also saying, I want to maximize the cap. I don't want to get drilled by the cap. I want to be taking every contract I get and looking at it and going, yeah, this is a smart contract for the team. Yeah, this is a smart contract for the team. Yeah, this is a cost-effective deal for the team. And we don't have enough of those going on over the past couple of years. I take it as it being a little bit of an earmark for that. Thank you, though, God's gang, for the donation. And it does look like Bobby's on not going to be returned at this point. Cheese Taco has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 16 long months. Thank you for that long-time dedication here to the channel, Cheese Taco. He says, hey, B, super thrilled at all the changes, even if it means a mediocre first year. You think Eskridge will take returning duties from DJD? Go Hawks. Well, I've said for about 2 years now for Eskridge, if he's looking to find a place he can build some value on this team and some security on this team, get good at returning and get good at both kick and punt returning, because this has been a hole on this team for a while. And if you could fill it, that in itself would be enough to keep you on the roster as the final receiver on the roster. We saw last year with the kick return that he had with the 49ers, where he brought it back, I think, 80 yards, that he's got a level of speed that on the kick return duties can give you a guy that can have a potential to house it. It's unique speed and certainly much further beyond what DJ Dallas brought to the table. DJ Dallas isn't coming back. He's not going to be your guy to return it. I think the eligible candidates right now, as we currently stand, are probably Kenny McIntosh is probably your likely guy right now to be maybe taking it back. But Eskridge would be your kick returner right now. I don't know who your punt returner would be as it currently sits. But we'll see with him on that. I don't think the team is carving out really any kind of plan for Eskridge at this moment. I think that they're just kind of keeping him on the roster. I'm not calling him roster fodder, but roster, we'll hold on to him and let's see what happens through the offseason, and let's see how our positional receiver group either widens out even more, where we add more talent that over and supersedes Eskridge, or maybe it just kind of stays the same because we can then address other positions because we see such great value in the draft or such great signings we can make for this position and that position. So I think that he's still in very much a wait and kind of see position at this point, Cheese Taco. But I'm thrilled with it too, man. And I'm okay if it's a mediocre first year as well. As I say, you're going to make those moments of deciding we're going to hit a reset button from the cap situation standpoint. We're going to do the thing that the New Orleans Saints refused to do for the last 7 years, right? That's why they're negative $80 million into the cap. They never make that choice in a given season of just wipe it clean. Wipe it clear. It's where I give the Rams credit last year. They got a year out ahead of it, and they were like, let's start wiping this clean now. It's going to take 2 years, but let's start right now, and let's start as heavy and hard as we possibly can. It all comes down to that concept that I talk about, and I talk about it often, Cheese Taco, and that I have a very strong belief that a team in this day and age in the NFL, specifically in the NFL, finds itself in 4 states. Water has 3 states. The NFL, as an NFL team, you got 4 states. The first state is you're rebuilding. The second state is you're ascending. The third state is you're in between, and the fourth state is elite. And the Seahawks recognize right now we're not elite. We don't want to be in rebuild mode, or we don't want to be in between mode. we're kind of somewhere maybe between the territory of rebuild to ascend. And being that, what is the smart moves to make in that time period? Should I reset the cap if I'm in a rebuild ascend mode? Yeah, kind of should. I'm not at the time to go for it. I'm not at the time to push that down. So the Hawks are doing a good job right now of knowing thyself in this process early on here through free agency and determining then the proper mode to take off of that. So it will go far to keep them out of that hellish area, that Dante's Inferno 6th level of hell, being the in-between mode where you never can quite ascend and you never quite can be bad. You're always just kind of stuck right here. It's horrible, I tell you. It's horrible. Impact Fitness. NJ, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate you on that, Impact. I hope you're having a great night. He says, I'd rather personally go tier 2, tier 3 guys at safety and linebacker and spend on pass rush. Well, certainly Impact Fitness, there is early reports the Hawks are going to target edge in free agency, that's going to be a point of definite locking in, to your point. So I think that's going to make you a happy man on that. I think as well, to your point on the tier 2, tier 3 thing, the Seahawks have typically not been a real wave 1 free agency team. If we look back at the last 5 years of real wave 1 guys they've looked at, guys that would be considered, in that tier 1 group. I think your terminology is better. Tier 1 grouping of free agency. What do we have? We've got Draymond Jones. If you look through all of the rest of the free agents through the years, it's really all kind of in that value signing mold. And they'll pay their own guys, but when it comes to the free agent market, it doesn't typically tend to be a lot. And I think what kind of goes in conjunction with this past history impact to also why this maybe fits to the right now is because if you keep these guys signed to that 1-year deal, and that's what the tier 2, tier 3 guys have to deal with, is they don't have the guaranteed 3 and 4 year deals. Oftentimes they got a 1 and a 2 year deal. They have a 2-year deal, but it's really a 1-year deal where they're going to be cut after a season. Well, if that's the case on it, then you're then also preserving, aren't you, Impact, the 2025 cap situation, because you're not putting future money on the books. So there's definitely a way that they go down this pathway, Impact. We're going to learn very early on tomorrow. We'll be by 2 p.m, I think we'll have a pretty good understanding of which way the Hawks are going to choose to go down this line on this, because I think it's going to kind of come fast and furious early on. But definitely a pathway that they could go, and I'd be okay with it too, Impact. As I say with it, you're in that point where you're not in between, you're not in elite phase. You've got to make the moves that go in conjunction with that philosophy of your process. We're building. It's hard when you got that $50 million burning a hole in your pocket, though, Impact. I'll tell you what. You know what I mean? It's hard when you got that money to burn, though. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? Great to see you too, brother. And I appreciate the donation. The fire says, picture John like Michael Corleone at the end of Godfather. Baptism scene. Cleaning house. Oh, exactly. He's just going through, just taking out Jamal. Here goes Quandre. Bellure got shot through the eye when he was wearing his glasses as he was getting massaged on the table. It was brutal, man. It was brutal. They had Tyler and Eskridge tied up in the back, man, gun to their head. Like, will you take less? And they were like, tears, sobbing. Okay. And they both did. But yeah, John's got, don't ever go against the family, Tyler. I'll never go against the family. Never tell anybody what you're thinking about, Fredo. Never tell anybody. We're going to kill them all. That's what we're going to do. But he certainly has done that, Randall. I mean, the last week, man, it's kind of wild to watch as this team, oftentimes as we've done these presumptive offseason looks at guys they could cut and guys they wouldn't, it's almost a little bit like a fan would do in Madden a bit. It's like, get him out, slice that, cut that, slice that. And NFL general managers will come back and tell you, like, you can't just do it that way. These men have families, by God. But John's taking the opportunity to understand that this is the kind of moves you can make. This is the kind of times where people aren't going to question you for cutting it all the way down and getting it to a place of fertility because that's what they say, after a forest fire, that is the most fertile land you will find for new growth. So definitely he's gone out with the gasoline tank and the handful of matches, and we'll see if these lands are going to be fertile on the grounds after it now, Randall. But I like your metaphor, man. Michael Corleone at the end of Godfather, getting back at all the people that had done wrong to his family. What John's doing is like, I gave you all so much money. How much money did I give all of you? I paid your contracts. For your contracts, you gave me nothing. Nothing. I can't do a good young Pacino's hard, man. He's so soft spoken. He talks so low like this. I don't understand what you want me to. Hard to hit. Tough little line. It's much easier when he gets older. Because he gets bombastic. Kill them all, I say. I try to get out. They pull me back in. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate the $5 donation, brother. Hope you're having a great night. Hope the cooking's going good out there. Jessica Butler has become a member of the channel. Thank you, Jessica Butler, for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I think you've been a member before, but thank you for returning back to the crew, the pack. Randall with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall, for the double dip. All things equal, Leonard and Armstead skill set similar. Armstead wouldn't count against comp process if cut. Lots of guys in the open market who got cut. It's correct. It's a good time to mention this, is that if the Hawks are going to play the compensatory game, then you're going to look a little bit stronger. And this is a good way to maybe do it early on, because we don't know what the strategy is as it currently stands, to kind of keep an eye on the fact that maybe this is them looking for cut players to play the compensatory game. It's got to be hard for John Schneider to just see another year now where the Niners are going to get awarded 5, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 compensatory picks in this upcoming draft for a variety of different reasons, and John not to want to play some of that game. It's like free money. It's like leaving free money on the table at times. But it's going to require you to target guys who've been cut, because that doesn't count against the compensatory system, versus pure street free agents who've gotten to free agency by just the pure, natural, organic ending of their contract. So Armstead would be potentially a target. He is, to me, a little more of a pure 3 tech / a guy that could come off the edge for you on early downs as kind of a 5 tech. I don't know if I'd see him as a 1 really at this point as much. I think he could probably do some of that, but I don't know if he's as strong as a 1 tech, taking on double teams at the point of attack kind of guy. There's a time in his career he could do that more, but and they have had him out there doing it at times. Part of the hard part with that, though, too, Randall, is that they run that wide 9, which really turns your 1 tech into kind of a 3 tech anyway, right? Everything in the wide 9 alignment on the defensive line is stretched out. So rather than your 1 tech rocked in there, where he's got his helmet right between the center and the right guard, for instance, you're lining him out more to like a 3 tech to give him the space to go out there and utilize his skills. And Hawks aren't going to rock the wide 9. So Armstead's a possibility, Randall. I think he's more of, if you can't get Williams, then a backup options to go to Armstead. I think that would be more the way they would look to pivot. I don't think you'd be going both Leonard and Armstead. I think like a Leonard and Wilkins, if they want to just go hard, want to go real hard, that would be, the Wilkins-Williams wall would be very close to the Williams-Williams wall back in the day the Vikings used to have. Remember the great wall of Williams? Had the 2 big dogs down there? That would be awesome. I've been kind of getting a little bit like daydreaming for like that. It's probably not possible. You got to probably pick one or the other. But Armstead's nice. I just think he's probably more 3 techie at this point. I haven't studied him close, though, too, Randall. I got to admit that as well. But thank you, man. Appreciate the double donation, brother. DVD says, B, we've taken gentlemen's bets on Washington going quarterback in the first. I think they stay with Howell and take the best wide receiver at number 2. I'll take it all day. It's one of 2 things they're going to do, DVD. They're either going to take a quarterback or they'll trade out of the pick. If you're not taking the quarterback, I don't care how good they love Marvin Harrison Jr., you're not going to take Marvin Harrison Jr. when you have some team out there offering you 3 first-round picks and a second-round pick to move up in the draft. It's especially for a team like Washington in the place they're at where they need to add a lot of talent. But the history's told me anything on this one, DVD. It's that if a team's sitting at the number 1 or the number 2 overall pick and they need a quarterback, then they're going to take a quarterback. And Sam Howell is a 5th round quarterback who's had some okay moments, but certainly has not established himself as the QB of the future there, especially with the new coaching staff coming into play. Chris says JPJ will go 21 at the latest. Troy probably right around there too. Yeah, I've got, at this point, I think Fatano's going to get in the top 20, but that's about the spot I'd expect Chris to be with JPJ. Megan says, how much do we save if Leo doesn't come back? Well, he's going to cost probably in the neighborhood of $18 million a year, Megan. He will probably cost, what? It's a 3-year deal. So the first year cap hit's probably something like $11 million. So off $50 million, we'd lose 11. So we'd be from $50 million to $39 million, Megan. So you get that $11 million back to spend. Herbicide says, don't we pick up a 3rd round comp pick if we don't re-sign Big Cat? That's the hard part about the comp game for me. We've got the $50 million in money. Let's play this out. We go, okay, we're going to play the comp game. We're going to have the Big Cat go out there, get signed. Yes, you're right, Herbicide. He does count for compensatory. So yeah, you'd get like a 3rd round pick for what he's going to probably get given on the open market. You have Damian Lewis. You have Phil Haynes. You have Colby Parkinson, Bobby Wagner, Jordan Brooks. I mean, you can have a lot of your guys sign this offseason in free agency in that compensatory system, but then there's the offshoot. And then that means you have to find a way to basically either simply target cut players with the $50 million that you have to spend, go out there and make a trade to take on salary on that other end of it, which I think would be hard to do. I think it's going to be tough to play the compensatory system with how much cap space we have, I guess is what I'm saying. I think if you were sitting more at like $20 million, we could be talking about this more seriously. But with so much money to spend, you're going to sign your share of free agents, and it's probably going to offset the situation. Meaning it'll be like net zero, you know? You net out like a 6th rounder or something. Yui says, there's no way on God's green earth the Commanders don't take a quarterback at 2. It's a done deal. That's where I'm at with it. History has shown us on this one, man, DVD, that it's like 100% probability. You know, we never like in science to say 100%, but you know, it's 100%, you know, the chances of Washington, not drafting a quarterback at number 2 are the same odds of the atmosphere being set on fire by the original nuclear bomb that they set off. It's about the same. Tommy says, one move I was hoping we would have made was restructuring or boating our kicker. That is another ridiculous contract. It is a ridiculous contract. I would love to have seen it. You weren't really in a position with how you signed the deal because it was a 5-year deal, Tommy, and 4 or 5-year deal. I forget what it was, but I looked at the numbers on this, and it was going to get hard to find a way to save money by moving off him this year. You were essentially just going to pay to move the kicker at that point, and then you're going to have to go find another kicker, really, which made it to where you're going to spend money to move off of him. That's what it would have taken. Not that you're wrong. I'm with you on it. I think that spending the money with $5 million a year on a kicker is just dumb. But the way they structured it was just made it hard, Tommy. Could have restructured it, like you said, but. Nord says it's going to take a couple of years to rid the team of Pete's roster and contract mistakes. We got to be patient. Indeed. Patience is a good ally to us right now. Let this thing take the time it needs to get it right. Tucker says, any chance you checked out Dylan Lob? I think he's the perfect Dallas replacement. Great catcher out of the backfield. Can return kicks also. Yes, I did have a chance to check out Dylan on tape. I think your assessment's pretty fair. I'll say that out the gate. A New Hampshire running back, so a little bit smaller. I might comp for him as kind of he's kind of a Christian McCaffrey knockoff. That's what I felt. But multifaceted runner, decisive feet, nice vision. Usually kind of a one-cut running style. Got a wideout's hands, over 120 receptions over the past 2 years. So I saw him with an upside of like a league average third down back guy. You know, who you get 6th round, 7th round, good value, finds a role within the Tucker finds a role within this backfield. And like you say, as far as also as a kick and punt returner. So yeah, I like him quite a bit, man. The fact that he is so multifaceted probably has him pushing up a round or two higher than I have him. I just don't really want to take him even in the 4th round. I mean, maybe 5th, as far as I'd love to go there. Misfit says, Love Turner needs traits off the edge. His traits off the edge. Yeah, he's good. Number 1 for me too. Keith McCracken says, be the authority. The authority. DVDB, I'm glad someone else mentioned Levi Bell before me. What if Coach Mike loves him and gives him a legit shot, even at fullback? I don't know if fullback's going to be a possibility. I don't know if he's going to have necessarily the size of the length that McDonald's going to look for. That's something that I think that he holds pretty high on his edge, having the length and the size. And that's, of course, something that Levi Bell is missing. He's maybe got just about everything else, but missing a little bit of the size and the length. But he'll be in play, man. He's going to get a shot. 10 toes down. I'm not a big fan of Queen. I would trade back from 16 to the early to mid 20s and pick up a second and use that second on whoever the Seahawks believe is the best middle linebacker. Sign me up, 10 toes down. Sign me up for that process. I would do the very same thing, man. Yui says no more trade back. Get as many elite difference makers as possible. Not just picks for the sake of picks. Jamie Cruz, I feel like Fields is the sleeper. Listen, Grubb did it with Penix. You think he could give Fields the right play calling? It's possible. I think the NFL at this point, Jamie, is seemingly indicating that they don't have a very high opinion of Fields. The Bears were coming out looking for pretty high offers on Fields. They didn't get it. And there were reports today that there are teams that have a look and an outlook of Fields in the same way that they would look at Drew Lock or, hold your breath on this one, Sam Darnold. So has Fields maybe drifted his way into that territory in the evaluator's outlook? I think maybe so. And the problem with taking him, Jamie, is that they're going to want a 3rd round pick, and you really only have 1 year of true club control on him because he's going to want a contract extension after the season, especially if he does good. And now you're looking at paying Fields $55 million a year. Which I just don't know if that's the right path to go with where we're at on this kind of, rebuild. Misfits says now San Francisco will sign Wilkins or Tyron Smith, something insane they'll do anyway. They could. They might. I don't know if Tyron Smith makes a lot of sense because you're sliding him to right tackle for the first time in his career. That seems a little bit weird. But Wilkins is certainly in play for them at that point. Gives them more of a pure one tech up front. And 10 toes down, I'm not sure on Eric Armstead unless the Williams negotiations go away. I don't think you'd go Williams and Armstead. I don't think that's the combination. And yep, it does look like Bobby's unlikely to come back. What's up, Don Don? How you doing, man? Happy National Mario Day. Well, hand grenade. Armstead's a guy that can play all over the defensive line. So he's played every position, I believe. But if you talk about the majority of where his snaps should be laying at is at 3 tech. Just my opinion. He's a good player, but, Mr. Dogs, do you think we'll make the playoffs this year? Yeah, I think that we can make the playoffs. I don't know, man. It's Mr. Dogs, tough question to answer because I just don't know how quickly the offense and defense are going to acclimate to the new systems. It's a big question, and we don't know where their progress is, how fast it'll go. Haven't seen that kind of change here in a long time, so it makes me a little hesitant to make the prediction in one way or the other on that. They have the talent to make the playoffs. I think the moves that they make in free agency are going to help set the stage to make the playoffs. But the two things that are going to be reliant on any kind of progress this next year showing up in a tangible way will be young guys really starting to pop that we've gotten from these last couple of drafts And then the schematics on both sides of the ball being implemented in a way that doesn't take a lot of onboarding, where it just comes on, these guys pick it up, and you go. And that seems like a hard thing to predict that will happen for sure. Ricardo, I could see Bobby going to DC, man. That seems like the place. Donovan Jennings says, what guys do we bring in free agency, specifically on the defense? Well, I think you're going to look to target at least one edge. You're going to get a linebacker somewhere in free agency. You're going to look at the safety position a couple times in a couple different spots, probably. We're looking at specifically right now, we're being rumored to be connected to but Patrick Queen, Jadeveon Clowney, and Geno Stone from the Ravens, Mike McDonald's former defensive players. We've heard maybe Xavier McKinney, former Alabama safety over there with the Giants, who will be a free agent, is also maybe potentially on the Seahawks radar as a guy that they might take a look at. Rayshawn Jenkins is a guy that they just met with. But we'll have a little bit more understanding of which way they go. It's kind of hard, Donovan, because they've got a lot of cap space right now, so they have a lot of different directions they can go. And we don't know if they're going to look to go big spenders or go low spenders, which we kind of have to know that to kind of answer your question in the right way. Until we got a feel of that tomorrow, then it's a bit of a question mark on that one. And Randall, also in regards to Leonard and Armstead, I think Leonard's a better player. He's more of a pure 3-tech. Armstead's a little bit of a tweener to me at times. And he's got a lot of usefulness, and he's not an easy block. But to me, Williams is the superior player. Gaming Eric Armstead declined to take a pay cut, and you can't blame him. They play like 20 games this season, including playoffs. It's true. My man's played 3 extra NFL seasons over his career. Old Fish Guy, I think the Hawks can pick up 2 quality linebackers for the price of Brooks or Queen. There's a solid argument to be made for it, Old Fish. I think you're only getting really as much as Queen because you're just so much of McDonald loving his upside, his fit to the defense, and you're just trusting in Mike and him saying, look, this is not a guy you're finding around every alleyway and on every low end value signing at middle linebacker. This is truly a guy that will be special for my defense and what he brings. But I like your approach too, man. I'm with it. DVD says, B, okay, this is a big one. Between only O-line versus safeties, which do we take first? Versus more of all in the 7th rounds, considering free agent deals after or before. It's a tough prediction, DVD, because there's so much of this is dependent upon what you do in free agency a little bit. I expect both of those 2 positions to be drafted. I think that they would spend more draft capital on line than they would on safeties. But I'm expecting them to address both. He says, we're definitely in a rebuild, retooling, whatever you want to call it. But we're clearing house and starting fresh, and that is a good thing. Amen, man. Amen. It's a good thing we're doing this. Regardless, is Chris Jones really messed up the defensive tackle market? Going to have to overpay. It ain't getting cheaper. And I don't know if it's just even him, Ricardo, is just the defensive tackle market has blown up in the past year and a half. LaRon Payne, Jonathan Allen, Quinnen Williams, Lawrence, Ed Oliver. It's just a laundry list of guys that have gotten paid at the position and significant money, and it's pushed it up. Jones and Aaron Donald getting the big deals there around, dealing up around that $30 million, $35 million range. It's the rising tide raises all boats, and that's what they're doing here with the defensive tackles. It's a position, if there's ones that are being devalued like safety, it's almost like the scales of justice, The safety position becomes less valued. The defensive tackle becomes more valued, it would seem, more costly. That's why the Leonard Williams negotiations are probably so hard here. Herbicide asks, what do we know about Rayshawn Jenkins? I can show you this. Here's his PFF score from last year. Pretty average across the board, Herbicide. 60 grades. So, right on the average. 54 targets, 33 receptions. Not bad there. It's pretty decent. It's respectable. Couple interceptions, 76 tackles. He's a strong safety. Can do maybe a little bit of the split safety stuff. I've got to admit, I haven't definitely done much studying of the Jaguars defense from the past year. But coming off of his best year as well, I think he's got a league low as far as passer rating and completion percentage in his direction when targeted this year. So specifically, he's improved this last season, it seems like, against the pass. Post Eminescence, does DJ Dallas even land on another roster? Genuine question. I wonder it. I wonder what team's going to be the one to do it at. Is that you with all the licking causing that? I wonder if it is. I don't know what his value is on the market with DJ Post. I don't think he's worth very much. And running back is such a tough market anyway for backs to find a home. I think that he was more liked here than, we'll see. I mean, Travis Homer got paid, so maybe so will he. DVD B, you and I have both been saying that about Eskridge over Dallas, but we both know he can't stay out of the famous blue 10. Still, he's faster, quicker. Oh, yeah. And yeah, don't know if he can stay out. Don't know if he can stay not injured. He's a walking injury machine a little bit. Ryan E says Chris Jones just made Big Cat prohibitively expensive. He might have. He might very well have, for sure. CJ King, Kenny McIntosh had multiple injuries last year that he was dealing with, including right at the end of the last scrimmage game in preseason. That duked him out through most of the year. He struggled to come back off that knee injury. It just kind of racked him up. Then when they were looking to get him to play in the final game of the season, he had some major injury in practice with his hand, which shut him down for the rest of the season. Pickle Cam says, Brandon, if the Commanders wanted to trade up to 16 after picking at 2, and they offered you picks 36, 40, 67, 101, and a 2025 fourth rounder for 16, 78, and 81, would you do it? No. I don't think I would do it. 16 to 36, I'm dropping back that far, Pickle Cam. I want a future first round pick. Certainly don't want to be doing any offsetting picks at that point if I'm giving up all that. No, I wouldn't do that move. Too much for me. It's not enough returns back, in my opinion. Herbicide says left guard's the biggest priority after Big Cat. Very well might be, Herbicide. Yeah. It's hard to find him too, man. There's not a lot of them out there. One of the reasons Big Country, yeah, Robert Hunt would be a nice addition. And just a reminder on this, we've got a lot of chat tonight, well over 400 people into the chat tonight. Please hit that like button, but also just if you're looking for a question for me or you're looking for me to respond to something, just make sure that you put Brandon, Hawks Nest. We have a lot of the internal discussion there, so I can scroll through pages where I'm not quite sure if somebody's trying to address me or somebody else. So the way that I know for sure is if you're putting Brandon or Hawks Nest in the question, that way I know to respond to it. Otherwise, sometimes I'll be responding to inner arguments that are happening between the chat. So I don't want to do that. Or debates. And Chris with Leonard Williams on the negotiation. We'll see on that, man. It's definitely getting to the late hour on this one, but sometimes these deals can get done at that 25th hour spot. It's definitely possible. Misfits' release of Eric Armstead may have helped our cause to retain Big Cat. I don't know. The market might be the market out there. I think most teams out there would probably say they would value Big Cat higher at a higher place than they value Eric Armstead. I think his values, with the way that he performed at the end of the season this year, Big Cat solidified his value. be it here or if he gets to that open market spot. Ethan Tech World, Hawks Nest. Hey, Brando, I forgot if I've asked this. If you were the Bears general manager, what would you do? In my opinion, it's crazy the way people think these prospects are in the same league as Caleb. Yeah, I would trade Justin Fields and take Caleb Williams. I think they messed up the Justin Fields thing, but that doesn't mean that you can't get the Caleb Williams thing right. And if Justin Fields goes out and blows up somewhere else, that happens. I just don't think you can pass on Caleb for what he brings to the table. So I would take Caleb Williams, but then I would do everything in my power, even if it was at costing my defense. And this is going to be hard because you have a defensive-minded head coach there. But to build up an offense around this kid, give him something to truly work with there. Don't have him hanging on for dear life. Don't have him beaten all to hell in pass protect, with the bad pass protection. Don't give him the bare league minimum on skill position players on the outside. I think this is the way that you can find success with the kid. But you can see the failures in Justin Fields happen by you not doing those things. So learn your lessons, Chicago. We all make mistakes. You don't have to continue to repeat them. Megan, the Hawks Nest heading out. We'll be on in the background. Sounds good, Megan. Have a good one. What's up, Fleece the Mac? EMP Yo says, did we talk about Eric Armstead yet? Oh, we've talked a little bit about him. I don't know how much of an honest spot this is going to be for the Hawks to target him. It's sort of, you'd have to miss out on Leonard Williams and then go to him, and then he comes in at maybe $12 million a year or something on a 3-year deal. So much more, maybe it's more expensive. It's a little bit like the difference between the Patrick Queen to Jordan Brooks thing, maybe a little bit. But he's a possibility if you can't get Leonard Williams to work here. Leonard proves to be too costly. Tycoon's World. The real question is, what the heck are we doing with Draymond Jones next season? We all know Mac wants a bigger end. Well, again, this is the part that gets, I think a little bit confusing at times on the 3-4 versus the 4-man fronts. Technically speaking, we're in a 3-4 defense, but if you look at the majority of the snaps last year with the Baltimore Ravens, outside of the stack front points where they're trying to show a blitz and they're just showing their true, here's our down linemen, they were a lot more often in the 4-man fronts. So it's more 4-man fronts. Rather than it being defensive end, it's more 3-tech. As far as Mac being a smaller 3-tech than he was looking for, I don't know if Justin Matabuki was a big 3-tech. So Justin Matabuke, 6'3", 293 at the combine. Draymond Jones at the combine was 6'3", 281. So there's a 12-pound difference between Justin Matabuke and Draymond Jones. I think that's within the parameters of still Draymond working enough. I think the tough thing that gets lost a little bit about Draymond, in my opinion, from last season, Tycoon, is that he had to be the good soldier. He just talked about this, I think, on a Twitter post that was brought up this last week about him. I think PFF was like top worst free agents from last year, Draymond Jones. Well, halfway into the year, because Frank Clark had a fork sticking out of his back, because Darrell Taylor was incapable of playing the run, and you had lost Uchenna Nwosu for the year, you had to slide Draymond Jones out to the outside in order for you to get functional play against the run on early downs off of the edge. And that was then him taking one for the team at that point. That was him going, okay, I'll be because he was now going to eliminate his productivity that he would normally be able to get from the inside out of that 3-tech role, out of the role you signed him to bring in to be. You signed him in to be this thing, and then you turned him into something else. That sound familiar, Hawk fans? But you're going to move him back to now his original spot this upcoming year, and he'll be a lot better in that role. Thick Eagle. I like a blue chipper falling to the Seahawks. Do you take them or allow another team to trade up? So you take a low 20s pick, an additional second rounder. I do answer this as a 2-pronger, Thick Eagle, and thinking about this quite a lot. The first place that I would operate from is, let's say that we get to our spot, a blue chipper arrives at 16. I do believe, Thick Eagle, that there are only 10 true blue chip prospects in this draft. So if you're at 16 and a blue chipper falls to you, I think that value overrides to get a star potential player, overrides the value of getting the extra pick in the second round to trade back. If you land at 16 and there's not the blue chip player there then available for you, then there would be more of an onus for me to move back at that point. There may be a couple players I'd make exceptions for, but in general, then I'd want to move back and try to pick up that extra second round pick. So it's kind of all off of the pivot, Eagle, of whether you have the blue chip guy there or not. Whether it's just a matter of it being a guy that's in that same tier 2 alignment of players that you'd be looking to get by picking up that extra second round pick, or if it's a guy who's a true separator of the position, or what I would say is a bottom line, a guy that gives you star potential, a guy that can be all pro potential. And I wouldn't want to pass that up. So that would be my strategy if I was John. See which pick falls to you, but the only way I would move a blue chip, Thick, if I'm 16 sitting on a blue chip, is if a team was giving me the king's ransom to do it. They were so in love with them and they're like, whoa, Romo and Dunzi is there at 16, we'll give you a future first and this year's first to go get him. We didn't think he'd slide down. Oh my God, this is too good. Okay. That'd be, I couldn't turn that away. I couldn't turn that down. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Patrick Queen's PFF grade, coverage and run versus Brooks and Bobby. Both. So when it comes to okay. It's a little bit hard making those assessments on that, Randall, because of the fact that they play in such two diametrically different defenses. Like Patrick Queen and what his coverage responsibilities were and what he's asked to do versus what Bobby and Brooks are asked to do is just kind of a different fundamental level to it. Jordan Brooks has typically been maybe a titch better as a run defender. I think that's the other thing there, Randall, is that you don't really want to make the comp between Bobby, right? This is where I'm kind of, maybe this is a bit of the theme of the show here today. There's a difference between the two inside linebacker positions and the requirements of those positions and what you have to do. So if you're making the comp between a Will linebacker and a Mike, that's like making the comp between KJ Wright and Bobby Wagner. Is that a fair comp to make on what they are asked to do and what each guy's got to kind of do? I mean, they do play kind of the same positions, but to make the comp between them, I think doesn't quite fit. So it's more about the Jordan Brooks comp here, I guess. So let's break it all down here as far as their career here. Jordan Brooks, PFF. Let's go bring up Patrick Queen. It's very, very similar to this stuff, Brandel. So I'm going to give you these numbers, but what you're just going to kind of come down to on these numbers is we just rolling off the numbers with it, is that these guys both have very similar career stats when you break it down to that. There's not really a separator between them in what they've done. A big part of what makes that then though hard is the fact that you have Patrick Queen, who has what he was through the first 2 years of his career versus what he's been over the past couple of years of his career. He was very lowly graded in those first couple of years in certain respects, where he really turned it around the last 2 years, where Jordan Brooks, I think, has been more kind of right about in the same territory he's been throughout the course of his career. So let me go ahead and do a little bit of a video capture here on this one, Randall. Thank you for the $2 donation, all your donations today. Let me find it here if I can. All right, so here we go right now at the bottom of the screen. These are the grades for Jordan Brooks throughout the course of his career with PFF. As you can see here, Randall, he's everywhere between 47 and 57 with his overall defensive grade. So he has never cracked even a 60 grade as far as his PFF score. 65 is considered about an average PFF score. He hasn't even ever touched on it. As you can see throughout his career, he has been poor in coverage. Yes, this past year, getting up to 59.9 over the back of 29 to 40 coverage grade, that is an improvement. But as I said, 65 is your league average. So still Jordan Brooks remains still very well below the coverage numbers as far as that goes for his career. So you can see where we're looking for the upticks from Jordan Brooks, where you're looking in, this is where people were telling me, gosh, he got so much better last year. Yeah, the pass rush stood out last year. He got to be used as a blitzer. That stood out. That was good. But when you look across the board, it's all still similar seasons when you all break it down. And when we go over here to this edge and you look at those coverage numbers, it really stands out when you consider that in 4 years, look at the yards numbers under the coverage grade. Look at those. I'll even highlight it here. It's this one. Let's see if I can highlight it. What I'm going to have you see is this one right here. No, it's this one. Geez. Here we go. Great. I'll let you highlight it. Well, it's the number that says 2,400 yards there. That's the number to pay attention to. As you can see, for every year he's been in the league, he's given up his share of yards. And what's interesting is that 2,400 yards that Jordan Brooks has given up has been even when he's not started every single game. He had only 367 snaps in 2020, his first year, because KJ Wright was still on the team at that time. So not even a guy that's necessarily, of course, he had the torn ACL. He's had some other injuries that knocked him out at times, yet has still given up 2,400 yards in coverage. Now, when you look at Patrick Queen, let's see here if I can get to Patrick. Here's Patrick now, and what you can see with Patrick is he's had a year where he's gotten better over the past couple of years. There's been the improvement of play. He also came into this sport very young at like 20 years old back in 2020. You can see there's not been any year where he sat out for half a season. He's been playing there since day one. He played a lot of middle linebacker there in 2020, 2021, got moved to the will. Mike McDonald came in there, played over 1,000 snaps the past 2 seasons. And what we noticed here is that he's at 2,000 yards, but he's played significantly more overall snaps than Jordan Brooks to get there. So the numbers spell out that this guy's improving, this guy's getting better. Brooks has never had a 70 overall PFF year graded out, much less 2 of them. That's why there is a difference in what these guys are going to be paid. They have some numbers that you can find that are closely aligned to each other on them, Randall, but they're different players. They're different in what they bring. They had different requirements in each of their schemes. It's also what makes it hard to comp them out a little bit. But one started here and starting to rise. The other has started here and is kind of still here, you know. Michael 808, thank you for subscribing. And Randall, thank you for all of your donations and support to the channel tonight. I appreciate it. Michael 808, welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Ethan says, Hawks Nest. Also, when I see that the Bears should keep Fields, none of them mention that he's due to be paid next year. Everyone dismisses that. And don't tell them, but Fields just isn't good. The base problem that everybody comes down to on this one is I think everyone recognizes the main issue here. Not everybody recognizes what the proper solution for be with Justin Fields. It's very interesting for me, Ethan, because I see a lot of fans coming into the Justin Fields with a lot of interest on this kid. Like, I think he's just almost a study case for a lot of people in the quarterback situation. He was set up into a crap spot walking in the door with the Chicago Bears. He was put into a situation where he was set up in many ways to fail, and that's got everybody on his side. That when you're knocked down, when you're drug around as a person here in America, we want to lift you up. We want to see you put in the right spot. We want to see you not being given the crap pull every time. So I think there's a little bit of a like sympathy heart thing that's built up in there for Justin Fields, which I can appreciate when it comes to him on that side of it. But it drives people to start to think not in the way to think in this situation where it's like, trust in him, give him a damn chance. Just give the kid the shot. You didn't give him the shot. They messed it up. You know, it's the way it works in the NFL. You mess up, you move along. We made the 2 first-round picks for Jamal Adams. We made him the highest paid safety in football. We're a couple years later. It ain't working. You move on. And it's Fields has got potential in other places, and it sucks the Bears didn't do it right. And the Bear fans can wag their fingers at the management and ownership all they want. It doesn't kind of change the bottom line of what you got to do, which is you just got to move it on. You move it on down the road. But the thing that's the thing that gets with my Hawk fans a lot. I've got so many Hawk fans hot to trot on Justin Fields. And I just keep coming back to like, man, I get it. He had the bad thing, but why are we this hot to trot on a guy that you're not going to have a lot of club control over for the foreseeable future? Do we want to get back into the spot we were with Russ, where we're spending top 5 money at the quarterback position, and then we have our roster inhibited in that way? Is that the smartest approach going forward? If this kid was much more talented, had shown more flashes to get people so at times he's captured some imaginations out there, Ethan. It kind of blows me away for a guy that, like NFL evaluators are telling the Bears right now, who are asking for the 2nd round pick, but aren't even getting anywhere close to it. He's more in the neighborhood of a Drew Lock, Sam Darnold to us. And if we take the Justin Fields name away and go, that's the kind of skill set you're getting back in return to get that guy. Yeah, he's more mobile and he's a different guy, but the bottom line of player you're getting is that. Well, then there's not a lot there to talk about with that, right? it's a guy that he shouldn't be capturing this much of it. I feel bad for him. It sucks he went to it, but that's the nature of the beast in the NFL, and quarterback success is highly attuned to the situation and environment you find yourself within. And sometimes you get a crap situation, and then that's on you in that second, third opportunity you get to go and try to turn your fate around at that point. And maybe Justin will. But yeah, a guy it's definitely getting way too pushed, I think, at times by fans across the board in a variety of ways. He's gone from a guy maybe just, not given a lot of respect for the situation he's been brought into, to where there's a little of an overcourse correction. And now people are really, really, really going hog wild. Please the Mac. Chase Young is a free agent. That's correct. DVD with Jody Allen going with John over Pete to try and give our city its best shot at success. Do you think she actually should sell the team? I know she doesn't want the responsibility, but I don't know if she doesn't want the responsibility, DVD. I don't think that that's necessarily, we've thought that, but I don't know that we know what's in Jody Allen's heart. I don't know. I'm not sure what your question means, man. I'm very sorry. I don't know what you mean. She should sell the team. I don't know that she doesn't not want the team. We've heard reports, DVD, that she wants to be part of an ownership group that buys the team. She has to sell the team because the Paul G. Allen Trust dictates that she has to liquidate the team, but I don't know that that means that she doesn't want the team. So I'm a little confused by your question. Maybe rephrase it just a little bit on, and I just not quite understanding what you're meaning on that one, my man. But no, the sale of the team's not happened up to this point, because if you sold the team up until this point, DVD, if she started to sell the team right now, she said, let's go sell the team right now, she's not past the spring date to where she has to give profits back to the city. She's also not indicated that the team's going to be due to be sold anytime soon. Again, another indication that she doesn't really want to sell the team, or that she's not in some rush to get the team out, or that she doesn't want the team. I know that that's something that people are inferring a little bit, but we don't have any proof of that. That's just people inferring that a little bit more than it's backed by anything. Your boy Michael Brandon, have you heard about all the news and us being in the market for all the Ravens defensive players? How reliable do you think it is? Well, I think it's, I don't know how reliable the reports are. We are hearing them from a variety of different places coming down the line. I certainly think that you're going to see a couple of former Ravens with the Seahawks when we start the season next year. I think that does tend to be the way that the waves fall in this kind of order. Is it going to be big time guys? I don't know if we're going to get the big time queen, but I think that there's definite interest from Mike McDonald to bring guys in who know his scheme. Not only that he has guys that are familiar and walk in the door and know it, but also guys, your boy Michael, that can help to bring the players here along in the scheme and their understanding of it. And then that means that you can onboard and get the scheme transition maybe in that much faster at that point. So, yeah, I think that there's real interest there. As always with these kind of things, I'd say, though, that the cost is going to be the big determining part on this as much as anything else. Boom Shakalaka, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Good to see you. Tezakaku, what's up? Gun Summy, I love Javon Bullard, man. He's a good player. Misfit says Leonard Williams must be re-signed within reason. I don't want to spend our first on the same position. Yeah, that would hurt, because it's almost like then you're spending a first and a second for the same position. Yeah, I wouldn't like to either, man. I think they're trying to get it done. And yeah, Darius Brown, $18 million for Big Cat's about right. A DVD says, okay, B, let's do one more mock draft before free agency and find another day one, unless we haven't had any moves in free agency. Cool with that? One trading back. I might tomorrow. I'm doing just DVD. We've got a big, I just did a show yesterday, show today. I got a show at 9:00 in the morning tomorrow. So it's going to be a bit more of the truncated action tonight on this. So a little bit more of just kind of free agency prep, and we'll do the more mock drafts, but it's kind of more free agency of the hour right now. And doing any kind of mocks isn't a good time to do mocks, because you want to wait until we get through the free agency period, because the free agency period then instructs you that much more on the type of mocks to run and go through at that point. Rob Lucci, Hawks Nest, how do you feel about us signing Frankie Louvu? He would be a great addition under McDonald. I think he'd be a great addition under McDonald too. A very well-rounded linebacker. I think he'd be more of the kind of Will type here. Maybe a little bit of Mike he can bring there, but great blitzer, good in coverage, pretty quick. Isn't he a former WSU guy too? Not mistaken, Rob. But he would fit to the defense and being able to bring you a variety of different skill sets to play in coming here. That's for sure. Seahawks Gaming, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Russ to the Steelers. Is that what we've gotten here? Is Russ to the Steelers? I'm only seeing the Armstead thing breaking. But it does seem like that was my prediction early on, was that he was going to go to the Steelers when it was all said and done. Oh, he's got a... So Adam Schefter reporting 6 minutes ago, 9-time Pro Bowl quarterback and former Super Bowl champion Russell Wilson plans to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers per league sources. Wilson will sign a team-friendly one-year deal with in which the Broncos will wind up paying $38 million of his salary while Wilson wears black and yellow. So there you go. Breaking news from Adam Schefter. Thank you, Seahawks Gaming, for the not only the donation, but breaking that news. Russ goes to the Steelers. Brandon, right again. That was my prediction. People will tell me that the Steelers are out. I don't know why I get these comments in here where I'll make a prediction. People will just come in and they'll be like, Steelers are out on Wilson. Steelers not Wilson out. That's stupid. I don't know what you think of that. And then it's like, wait, I was right on that. Why did you guys come in with such certainty that you knew he was out when there were no reports that the Steelers were really out on Russ? But smart by Russell Wilson there, Seahawks Gaming. That's a great fit. That's a great fit for him. I think for the Steelers, that's a smart choice for them as their quarterback situation wasn't in good shape. They weren't picking high enough to go get a really good quarterback in this draft. And this gives them a low-cost option, which is going to improve their quarterback play. They showed last year they've got a really good roster, and Tomlin still is a very good coach. Never had a losing season in the NFL, I believe, as a head coach. So nice little fit between those two parties, I think, at the end of the day. And maybe Russell is able to reclimate his career there with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Long live the king. Boy, man, burger I had earlier is just sort of sitting right here in the rib cage, just kind of hanging right there. Thank you, King, for the $5 donation. He says, I'm seeing many perspectives on our immediate construction of the team, from full rebuild to go for it now or short-term reset. How do you see it? I think the reason that you're seeing the different ideologies going out there saying they see it as being this, and what you're hearing about that, King, is because the team has the opportunity to take any of those paths. You know, they're standing at the front of a trail, and it's one of those wildlife trails that have been set up where you can go on 3 different trail sets, you know? And the Hawks, because of the flexibility that they've set up with the amount of money that they have to spend, can take any of those paths. And what makes it hard to know for sure on this, King, is that you have John Schneider operating in a fashion where he is not got Coach Carroll's impact coming in. And I don't mean negatively coming in, by the way. That may seem like that and I don't mean it like that. I mean it just in that the combination of Carroll and Schneider gave you this kind of philosophy and ideology to free agency. Does the Schneider philosophy in its own right and just operating on its own operate in that same ideology and phase? That's the hard part, King, that gets to making that prediction, because he's doing it for the first time. And of course, when making a prediction, we're trying to go off track record. But track record was prior Coach Carroll and John Schneider, ebony and ivory, you know, pull one back from the other. Good luck doing that. But you've got a way of doing it, King. If they want to come into this offseason and they want to sign 2, 3 major deals, boom, let's go. Hog wild crazy. They could do it. I don't think it's likely that they do that, but there's certainly a way that they do it. If they want to pare all this money down, long live the king, hand out a bunch of 1-year contracts, 2-year contracts so that they can then clear the books for 2025 and really set the stage for that. That makes a lot of sense. You could do that. You could do a little bit of the both, of a blending of both, a little bit in your role for this. I think there's a lot of different things that come into play on this, King, that don't make this as clear as this is exactly what they're doing right now. For instance, you're technically in year 3 of a rebuild. You're not at a reset point. You're technically year 3. So to make full-on rebuild, full take the stack down kind of, I don't know if that level of attribution is going to occur. And I think that factors in kind of a unique way to this scenario with the new coach and clearing dead money than otherwise would, that could foster a bit of aggressiveness, foster them to hand out a little bit bigger deals than maybe we're anticipating. I do think, King, given the history of Schneider, which is all I can go off of, and that all those things I just brought up, I do think that he remains fairly conservative in free agency. I think it's more of the 1-year contracts, the 1 and the 2-year contracts. I think this has been more about in clearing this money, King, setting the stage for the year of 2025 and having the team at that point ready to roll. Both schemes have been implemented on both sides of the ball. McDonald has already started to get his players in-house that work to those schemes, and then they can put the final twist in there, the final turn of the screw. But it's a tough question, King, because you can go so many ways with, they can really go so many ways at this point. They could spend no money, right? Like they could just go out there and get a bunch of bargain basement signings, go really, really light, save, get the cap at a point where they get into the season, they got like $20 million of cap space they're still sitting on, and then just look to roll it on over into 2025. Hard to predict what they're going to do quite yet at this point. I will say this though, King, we'll be streaming at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. By 2, by 3 in the afternoon, we should, I think, have a pretty clear idea about what they're intending to do. If it is that sort of tier 2, tier 3 of free agency that they're looking to target, which if we're holding the history, that's John's past history pretty strongly. The Draymond Jones deal that you just gave out this past offseason, which was indeed the biggest free agent contract given out in Seattle Seahawks history, overtook the contract that had been the number 1 free agent contract in Seahawks history, which was Sidney Rice, all the way back 12 years ago. So you got Sidney Rice free agent contract, no free agency, 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 no, then Draymond Jones. That's a lot of years and a lot of that cap increasing where we weren't really active into that tier 1 range of things. So I will lean back on that, but I don't do so, King, confidently. Cameron, thank you for 18 long months as a Hawks Nest member, my brother. I really do appreciate that long-time support, almost 2 years. Says, thanks for all the content. Hey, man, my pleasure. I love doing what I do, bro, and makes it very easy. But thank you. I appreciate you too, man. Thank you for helping me, allow me to do this and do it full time. And it is a privilege and an honor to be able to get to do this, man. It really is. Gunsami says Justin Fields would be an amazing Taysom Hill role for this team. Boy, for a 3rd rounder, though, that'd be tough to give up, especially for just a 1 year of that. I don't know if he wants to come in and be a Taysom Hill either. I don't know. I think Justin might fight you on that one a little bit. BCE, is $50 million good? Sorry for my lack of knowledge. It is good, BCE. So you're sitting at about 8th most, between 8th and the 10th most amount of cap space. You're in the top 1/3 of the league as far as cap space is concerned. You do have a lot of roster spots to fill up. So you got to also spend some of this money to some of those sort of tier 3 guys, some of those lower end costing guys. It can't be all just prime grade A beef, as they would say. But yeah, you got a lot of money, man. Misfits is on board with Tyrell Dodson. Good price. Hook it up. We shall see. Ethan and Tech, well, Brandon. So, Brandon, Jerry, it's the eve of free agency. What's happening down there in Texas? I ain't got shit to spend. I got no money down here, Eden. I got a quarterback keep wanting money every other day. What do you want me to do, Dak? Should I give you all the money, Dak? You want all the money, Mr. Prescott? Huh? How about I just give you my billions? Huh? We don't need championships. We can just give you the money, quarterback. That's where I'm at, Ethan. That's where I'm at. I got Michael Gallup asking for damn trades. No, Michael. I don't have anybody wanting anything for you. Guess you're just going to have to sit on your $7 million. My God. Jerry's frustrated right now. He's lost his grade A defensive coordinator. He doesn't trust his coach. He's got no cap space. Micah Parsons is going to want $40 million next year. It's dark right now for Jerry. It's real dark for Jerry right now. Herbicide says, dude, trying to figure out what the future with John and Pete was difficult. No, with Mike Mack, I have no clue what happens. Couldn't even guess. Yeah, I feel a little bit bad on some of the questions I'm asked because I'm trying to come up with a good answer that I think is calculated and educated and based on something. And some of this stuff is so much of a gray area at this point because so much of what I would do to predict John or Pete would be to look at the track record of what they had done. And they had established some pretty fair rules along that way of what they would look to do. But this is a different territory, that's for sure. Seattle area response says, bro, if they get Joey Bosa, it's not fair. It would be tough to deal with both those guys, man. To your point, that would be tough. I will say this, though, about Joey is that he ain't Nick from a health standpoint, and he has a really, really hard time staying healthy on the football field or even being at his healthiest on the football field. He's got a little bit of that body breaking down thing, it feels like a bit. Oh, Randall, I missed another one of your donos there, man. My bad. Randall, well, thank you for another $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. He says, Patrick Queen's 2 years younger than Brooks and less injuries. The younger is a big part there, Randall. Yeah. 2 years younger, not a torn ACL on the books with him. Play on the rise, Randall, as he's got, when he's coming to the league at 20 years old, okay, he's got some rough edges. Yeah, you'd expect that 21 years old, 22, kind of figuring out. But he gets to be 24, been in the league for 4 years, still just athletically getting into his prime. Yeah, I think that when you talk about, and I know I think Brendan disagrees with me on this one, where Brendan said, I'll do the 12.5 for Brooks. Like, if I'm getting up to 12.5 for my will, I'll just go up to the 17.5 and get Queen at that point, if that's really what we're going to do. I'm okay with the low cost options. I'm not running for Queen. I'm not like pounding the table for Queen, but if it's coming down to those two picks there, Randall, it's like on the true what you're getting for the money you're spending thing. Well, it's way expensive at that point to get Queen. At least I've got that. I'm getting what I'm paying for a bit. With Brooks, I feel like I'm paying a little bit more for, well, this is just kind of where his worth is at on the value of this, of not to where really he's going to be been or where he's going as a player. Sockeye FTW, Eric Armstead released. Is he pushed in the top of the free agent defensive lineman? No, I think, for instance, right now, well, let's just look at the offensive lineman we got available, or the defensive lineman we got. I think he's more about fourth or so on the overall scale. He's not been that great. Let's take a look here at Eric Armstead, because I know there's going to be a lot of interest in this one. So let's take a little bit of a poke around here on Mr. Eric Armstead. All right, so here you got him the past year for Eric Armstead. He was seventh with sacks, only 16 solo tackles, so not very active there. Coming up a little bit of things that felt like last year from where he's been as far as a pass rusher. As you go back to 2022, for instance, kind of a middling year there, 63 grade, no sacks, 8 tackles, highly injured there. 2021, another year with 7 sacks, 37 tackles that year, a little bit more active as a run defender that season. You can see with his run defense grade a little higher than it was the prior 2 years. Other than that, so he gives you some okay pass rush from the 3 tech. He's 6'7", 290, gargantuan, long arms. But no, I don't believe that at this point you're looking at a guy that's going to be fitting into being your top defensive tackle on the board at this point. Christian Wilkins would be the number 1 guy. Let's bring up who we've got here. So DJ Reader, Christian Wilkins, Leonard Williams. Those would be 3 guys that I would put over the top of Eric Armstead. He's probably there in at 4 then. So he probably slides into the 4th highest guy. He'll still get a good contract, of course, but I don't think he's necessarily top of the pop, top of the mark there, stock guy. Copper-wise is my top 3 are Cooper Wilson. Those are good ones, Copper-wise. Kyle Kratzer says, Hawks Nest, I know it wouldn't be a sexy pick, but Sweat brings something that's not easy to find these days. He can soak up blocks at Texas. He showed that he can rush the passer relatively well. I like Devondre Sweat, Kyle. I do think he's far and away my favorite one-tech nose tackle in this draft. I think that he's far and away. I don't know if I see star potential from him there, Kyle. I think there's some players there at 16 that you could be picking that you could say, hey, this guy's got maybe Pro Bowl. Troy Fatano might give me Pro Bowl potential at the left guard. Dallas Turner might give me the best edge in this draft. I think you can end up finding Devondre Sweat into the second round, Kyle, because like you say, which is accurate, he does give you some good pass rush for the nose tackle position. The thing that he doesn't give you as much consistency on that you like as much giving you some dominance in there as the run defender at the point of attack, quite as much. But a good, well-rounded player. I wouldn't mind getting him in the second round. It might be a little early in the first, though, versus some of the value you have on the board at the other positions. It might pull you in that direction just a little bit more. Lay Walker, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you, Lay, for doing that. The Snail has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 13 long months, over a year. Says, I want Russ to win a Super Bowl just to see Perna's reaction. Well, you could say Russ maybe has no better chance in the place just about he's going to from the opportunities he had out there along the lay of the land. So I think Russ did a smart job of choosing a good location destination for him to come in and have success. He's got Arthur Smith, who's a grade A offensive play caller. Tomlin, who will get that defense put together in the right mindset with that team. Two really dynamic running backs that can take off the heat off Russ and the need for him to be a high volume passer. So Russ has got a chance there. He's got a chance there to find some success, Snail. It's certainly a good landing zone there for him, and that's a tough-ass division, I'll tell you that. Ain't no weaklings in that division, but Russ has a pathway there. Pickens will be Pickens is going to love Russell. Russell will throw it up there for Pickens, let him go and just show off that athleticism. So that's a good fit, too, between those two guys. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Sanchez. Great to see you in the house, brother. I'm stoked we restructured Eskridge's contract. Can't wait to see how he gets hurt this next year. Yeah, I don't think anybody's taking the over on, I think if we all did bets on the over-under on Eskridge for 2 games played, I think everybody would be taking the under on that, Sanchez. So definitely the restructure gives him a chance to remain here, and who knows if there was going to be another team lined up to go after him after this point, but I don't think it's still yet settled either. There's still a chance that he could end up getting jettisoned if the team goes out there and finds just one other receiver. He's not winning a roster spot over the top of Bobo, GSN, DK, or Lockett. So he's got that 5th wide receiver position. He's just kind of clutching onto like the fingers on the edge of a cliff, Sanchez. And all it takes is Malachi Corley to follow the Hawks and they love him, or some receiver in the 5th round like a Tez Walker dips, or Jermaine Burton or something, and bingo bango boom, there goes Eskridge, man. Thank you though for the $5 donation. He says Queen's much better than Brooks, hands down. He was better in college versus better competition, and he's played versus better competition on a winning team's schedule versus the Hawks. Agreed. I guess I'd rather sign Brooks for 10 than Queen for 18. Yeah, that's where I go the opposite way, Nagasa, where I'm like, hey, if I've got to pay $10 million for Brooks' skill set, I might as well just go get Queen for the more. Because Brooks has got a lot of holes in his game. I know he's well respected by Hawk fans, and I know that this is one that can sometimes ignite a little bit of fire in folks when I say this, but it's not been good. He's not been a good player. You're paying $10 million for a guy that's never put a quality season together. He's had flashy moments. He's had some times where he's shown you some life that looks good, but the bottom line PFF grades match to the eye test. Why have the defenses every year that Brooks has started in this defense not been good? Is it just he's been sensational out there and it's everybody else that's holding it back, or has he maybe been part of the problem? And if he's been part of the problem and you're paying him $10 to $12 million a year, much rather pay much more prices for a solution than pay low-end prices for a problem. Gunsummy, I love me Cooper Bebe, man. I agree. Maybe the most underrated offensive lineman in the class. I think that's accurate. Actually, there's definitely a chance we get Eric Armstead, but only if we miss out on Leonard Williams. I would expect that if we did have an inability to sign Williams, that we would quickly pivot to Eric Armstead. Russ is a Steeler. Jaboy Michael says gross looking. It does look a little bit weird, Russ in the Steelers jersey. It's kind of like, Huey wants Mitch Morse from the Buffalo Bills. Know what that is, Huey2K, in their center? He might be an option. Jordan says, Niners are releasing Eric Armstead. Yikes. I knew when they traded Buckner, that was a mistake. Yeah, that one hurts for them. Definitely, I think they would have taken Buckner in retrospect. And I think the thing that was tough there is they were getting so much for Buckner versus the value you get back for Armstead wasn't going to be anywhere near as much. And so that was part of, I think, what drove their decision-making with that. And Russell Wilson to the Steelers. What a weird reality we're living in. Yeah, Russ posted it himself, so it's confirmed. Rob Lucci, he was a WSU guy for sure. He has family in Seattle. He's a fun player, man. Just a good football player. It's one of those guys you look beyond the testing numbers, just watch what he's doing on the field. Always flowing in the right direction, always on the details. Good tackler, strong in coverage, excellent blitzer. Yeah, George Pickens is about to eat. Fantasy people, get yourself George Pickens, man. Because his ability to track deep balls, his athleticism deep, to go up and get those trust balls Russell throws will be a nice little fit. Nice little fit. You bad, bro. I heard Armstead will be released by the Niners. Is he a good fit for the Hawks? He'd be a good fit as a 3-tech guy, but just as you're not going to go both him and Leonard Williams when you have Draymond Jones. I mean, maybe they decide to sign Leonard Williams and then release Draymond Jones and then sign Eric Armstead with the Draymond Jones money. You know, I don't think that's likely to happen, but it's possible, I suppose. But it's got to be Armstead, basically, you mad bro, not signing to go after him that other direction with it, in my opinion. DVDB, I'm out, everyone. Thanks again, B. I hope we have instant success through Coach Mike and the potential sale of the team doesn't become another Sonic Gate because of its success. Go Hawks, 12's forever. Yeah, I think we'll be sold in good hands. I think it'll be a different scenario from what happened to the Sonics there, DVD. I think Jody's going to do a much better job of not only nailing down an owner that will give them the money, but also make sure they take care of this team and take care of this team in this city. Full-on rebuilds don't work, says Eric Knapp. They're definitely hard to pull off, aren't they, man? It's a little bit of a looks good on paper, but hard to execute in reality. Let's weld. Let's smelt. Steelers country. Let's smelt. They're going to get the badass poster of Russ, and they're going to put, like, Russ is going to set up a photo op of him, like, in a steel mill, and it'll be like something out of Zoolander. Remember when Zoolander went down into when he had to go down into the mines with his dad, John Voight, and Vince Vaughn were down there, and he's like they'll give him the you know, the jackhammer, and they'll get him all painted up like he's been down in the mill all day. Steelers country. Let's weld. I don't know. It'd be so much fun. If Russ wanted to be funny with it, he would do that. That would show himself. That'd get people laughing and with him. Riggs says Devondre Campbell reuniting with Olivedade, our new inside linebacker coach. Get Clowney for a year, maybe Patrick Queen or McKinney or Geno Stone, and draft Junior Colson, Eric Gentry, or Curtis Jacobs. I like your plan of attack, Rig. I do. And I hadn't thought about the Olivedade connection between Devondre Campbell, who, to your point, was released today by the Packers. Not necessarily because he's just bad, but because of the fact that he had a cap hit that was up around $11 million, and the Packers, like we're seeing with a lot of these the bit of devalued positions, are going to look to kind of hack and slice where they can. So Devondre is now available on the open market. Russell did make out pretty well in that Denver deal. Yes, he did. Nagasa says, somebody tell me how the Chiefs signed Chris Williams with $1 million in cap space. I'm sure they did some acrobatics to make it happen, and they lowered down his base money on the first year and bonus money, and future money clicks in at this time that is guaranteed, but it's not bonus money. You know, you can structure NFL contracts kind of any which way you want to do them at that point. I guarantee you they took on much more of a substantial hit down the road to make it happen. Ethan says, thanks to Hawksnest. Thanks for the update, Jerry. If you get frustrated, put Steven in the closet. I might just have to, okay? I went to Steven once and said, Steven, you gave Dak a deal once before, right? He said, yeah, Daddy, I did. I said, why'd you do that? He said, Daddy, he's at the end of his first contract. You got to do it, Daddy. I said, why you got to do it just because he's at the end of the contract? Why do you got to pay a man just because come to the end of the deal? Don't make him worth it. He says to me, I crap you now. Daddy, I don't know where else we're going to get our quarterback from, Daddy. This boy, he operating with a sense of fear and pugilistic-like mind state in the side of him. I don't like none of it. I don't want to pay this Dak contract. I've decided. I don't care. I'll be bad. I'll live 10 more years. We're getting our Super Bowl. Shut up. Jordan, teams just found out about 3 to 4 years down the line when they actually can't push any more money. Teams just found out about it. Oh, wait, what? There is a cap. Oh, yeah, there's a cap. Ethan says, Hawksnest, who are your 10 blue chip prospects, and do you have a few guys that aren't quite blue chip but close, especially after the combine? I think Fatano is at least fringe blue chip. Great questions. Fantastic questions. I've technically gotten to, I think, 11 prospects. I might have even gotten to 12 prospects here. I might have raised mine up a bit. But I have Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Romo Odunzie, and yes, Brian Thomas, Brock Bowers, Joe Alt, and Talise Fuwanga. And I'm a little bit on the fence with Amarius Mims. He might be that guy that's right on that scratching point. I technically have him right now as a blue chip guy, but I can't quite get him there to be. Olu Fushana has fallen back as a blue chip to me. I don't think he tested well enough for me to keep him into that range with some of the holes in his game I saw on tape this year. So I have to put him now, actually technically, and this is going to be a bit of a controversy, I'm taking Olu Fushano, and he moves below Fatano, who's now my number 2 left tackle behind Alt. And yes, to your point, I do believe that Fatano is a fringe blue chip prospect. The arms being 34.5 inch long, that was your big, really worry with him. He had good enough size, 6'4" and all that, but was the arms going to come in short? You worried on that point. They didn't. So Fatano gets into that sort of fringe territory. Quinyon Mitchell is technically the only defensive player that I have as a blue chip prospect in this draft. Dallas Turner is very close. Jared Verse is very close. J.C. Latham is close. Not a lot of other fringe guys, man. Not a lot of other fringe first round guys. That'd be it on the fringers for me. He says the Saints have been screwed the last decade. The bill just never comes due. The cap is an illusion. The Saints cap is counted against them. What the Saints have done, and they do it by a methodology of approach, is that they create every year within the cap's numbers that they create, within the funny numbers they create flexibility to make moves on a yearly basis. It does put them in the peril of $80 million, but that means every year they have to then do the acrobatics to get under the cap. It has impelled, it has held back, it has reduced their ability to build their roster out appropriately over the past few years many times. They've lost good players over the years many times. I don't think that they wanted to lose Marcus Williams when they lost him to the Ravens on a free agent deal, but they couldn't afford Marcus Williams because they were busy getting their butts down below the cap. The cap is not an illusion. It is a real thing. The Rams showed you last year. They could have gone out there and said, let's go for another year. Let's try to push this down. Instead, they ate $57 million of dead money because they just decided to eat it on a rebuild year. If it didn't exist, they would have just keep pushing that pedal down to the metal with Stafford still rolling along and playing well. But they didn't take that. They didn't take that approach. So it can be manipulated, but it's like the Matrix, man. You go into the Matrix, and there are rules in there. You can bend the rules. You can sometimes flip around the bullet. You can sometimes dodge the punches super fast, but there are still rules, overarching rules over the system, so to speak, and there are in this way too. Isaiah says, when does free agency officially start? It officially starts, Isaiah's, on Wednesday, but it really does, for all intents and purposes, start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, because that's when the tampering period begins, where teams can talk with proverbial free agents and not get slapped on the hands for it. Fleece the Mac, I like Wilkins better than Williams anyway. I can understand that. Totally get that. They're a little bit of different players, different positions. And Wilkins is probably going to cost about $5 million more per year than Williams. But they're both really good players. It's kind of hard judging them. One's a 1-tech, one's a 3-tech. There's a difference between a nose tackle and the 3-tech. Huey says Russ has to win the job first. They're going to give Pickett a fair shot. Yeah, they'll give him a big shot, but I just think at the end of the day, we know Pickett ain't going to do enough to. Russ would have to really muck it up, I think, to fail at that job, especially with where I think their commitment's going to be Huey to running the football. Gun Summy says Wilkins almost a lock to be a Viking or a Texan. Very, very likely you could see it happening, man. I don't think Seattle's a front runner at all for him. I like Mitch Morse, Huey. He's a good player. He's been a really good player. That'd be a solid sign. Mr. Isaac says we got to get this man to 16,000 subscribers. Well, thank you for mentioning that, Mr. Isaac, and definitely would love to see it, man. We're on the road. I've been just tickled with the growth on this channel. So we got new subs every day. We're getting through here. We're rolling. Life is good, man. Life is good. Honcho, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, trade for Jeremy Chin. Do we have to trade for him at this point? Let me see where he's at. There was to your point, there was a note that I saw presented that the Seahawks would potentially be interested in looking at Jeremy Chin as the guy to bring in here for this defense. But he's not on the books right now. So I do think that he's actually a free agent. Let me double check that. Update. They got him listed as like a free linebacker. Okay. Let's see how well this search did. Oh, there we go. Okay, so 2024, he's a free agent right now. Jeremy Chin. But I had seen that he's a former second-round pick, and there was some maybe word out there that Seattle might be interested in him as that Hamilton player for the defense here. 57 overall grade last year, good run defender, maybe some struggles in coverage. No interceptions last season, no interceptions the year before that. So, kind of had a pretty good year in 2021, but 2022, 2023 look like they've been a little bit meh. So if you're getting him on a low-end deal, Poncho, but you wouldn't have to trade for him. He's a free agent. If you got him in on a low-end deal, it could make some sense. You know, he could be your bargain basement Hamilton, your second-hand Hamilton, your poor man's Hamilton. Emerald Hayes, Hawks will trade the 16th pick. Where do they go? 25, 26-ish, Emerald Hayes. Trading far back enough to retain a second rounder somewhere in the second round. That's probably going to take 10 picks or more to go back to get that. Corey Indall, I think the Seahawks are saving money for next year, so Clay Bennett has the room when he buys the Seahawks next year. Oh, Corey, no. Too soon. Too soon. Ryan Young says, do you see Isaiah Simmons, the linebacker, as an option? I know coming out of college, he was a safety and a linebacker. On the surface of it, there's some sense to be made of it because you're looking for the kind of players that Isaiah Simmons brings from the skill set. Like you say, coming out of college, he's looked at as kind of this ideal modernized NFL player who, you know, can do everything. You know, you can put him in every position all over the field and make him very hard to predict of where he's going to be, and he can pull off all those varied roles. He's not just a middle linebacker or a will or a guy who can play on the line of scrimmage or even a guy that can play decently off ball with his movement abilities. In looking at what he did with the Giants last year, there is an improvement in play. It seems like they found more of an ability to put him out into coverage than the prior years. He posted a 68 grade. And when you look at that last year with the Giants playing in the Wink Martindale scheme or, playing essentially in this scheme that we're going to be playing in now, he was able to do pretty well. When he was in the other Cardinals scheme, 2022, he wasn't badly graded, but certainly hasn't been the difference maker, I think, that people thought he was going to be when he was taken 8th overall in the first round. But a guy that does bring that kind of interesting skill set to you, where you go, this is the kind of player you'd love to bring in. Wouldn't cost you think a whole lot. And a guy that's maybe still got some untapped potential there. It's just a matter of him finding the right fit to the right team that utilizes his very specific skill sets in the right fashion. And not trying to force him into a role, but letting him be in a variety of roles. And that's an easier said than done thing. You know, that's a tough thing to pull off. But it seemed like he was improved in this kind of defense last year playing within the Giants. Monica J. Kansas says, shoot, I have to start rooting for Russ again. Go little Ben, I guess. Little Ben. MSS, Lloyd Cushenberry and Robert Hunt to complete the line. You could sign me up for it, MSF. I mean, Robert Hunt really works within the mobility stuff that you look to do. Lloyd's not as much of the movement stuff. Those LSU lines churn out a lot of these guys that are just, big dogs that are just going to take guys on at the point of attack. And Cushenberry's got gargantuan arms, and he can take on nose tackles, heads up, no problem. But I don't know if he's going to have as much of the mobility stuff they're looking for from the center position. Misfits says, it's a Wilson. Steelers smelt down. Anthony, will the Hawks go after a quarterback in the draft? If so, are you thinking Penix Jr., J.J. McCarthy, or stick with Geno? Anthony, I don't think that the Seahawks are going to go after a quarterback in the draft. I think some of this is the conditions and circumstances involved. So I think that there's going to be 5 quarterbacks minimum taken ahead of the Hawks at 16, Anthony. I think there's even a decent chance that we might see 6 quarterbacks taken that high in the draft. If you're taking Michael Penix, I like him, but I think you would need to have an offensive line in place if you were going to try to draft him in the first round. Have something ready to kind of roll already. We don't have that. J.J. McCarthy, to me, Anthony, I just full disclosure, he is the one quarterback in this draft that I just don't really get. There's a lot of quarterback assessments that are out there and a lot of these different guys that even if I don't agree with it, I can get where the assessment comes from. If you want to tell me and sell me on the fact that Jaden Daniels is your number one quarterback in this draft, I wouldn't agree with it, but you could sell me on it. When it comes to J.J. McCarthy being a top 15 quarterback in this draft, being a first-round quarterback in this draft, Anthony, I just don't get it myself. I could be completely missing the boat on this evaluation. I could be blind. But it just is the way I feel. So I got to be honest with it. And I just don't put JJ in that same realm myself. I think you roll with Geno at this point, Anthony. When I'm going to go get my quarterback in the future, when that day comes, I'm going to do so because I have a team in place that's going to be able to maximize that quarterback on that rookie deal. That's a great pathway to getting to a Super Bowl. That's a pathway we've gotten to a Super Bowl twice over 10 years ago. So let's go back down that road, in my opinion. But you don't do so by getting the cart before the horse. You need the line before you get the QB. And so I think it's a little bit premature at that point to be jumping on these QBs. And again, Anthony, I think both those guys you mentioned, I think are off the board by the time we're picking right now, the way it looks. A lot of people think Penix will go second round. I don't think it's going to happen there. Fleece the Mac, is Russell going to get revenge from the robe Super Bowl? They can keep Russell Wilson. Steelers. Lion fan, Russell Wilson, the Steelers, pretty wild. Pretty wild, man. Crazy. But smarter Russ, good landing zone for him. Hard rolling. I mean, if Russell, where else was Russell going to go? That's the part. Is he didn't have 32 NFL teams to pick from. You have only a collection of teams that are going to be really in the market for you, especially those teams willing to give you a starting job. Nagasa, my guy is Katan Oladipo in this draft. Love him, man. Fun, strong safety. He overtook for me Jaden Hicks in this draft as he's my, I think James Williams is going to be a linebacker when it's all said and done. But, so he's technically, I guess, my third best strong safety in this draft, Nagasa. But I like him a lot. He's good. CJ King says, who's your number ones in their position going into the draft on the defensive side? My number one nose tackle is Tavondre Sweat. My number one 3 tech is Zerzon Newton. My number one edge is Dallas Turner. My number one cornerback is Quinyon Mitchell. My number one middle linebacker is Junior Colson. My number one free safety is Cameron Kitchens. My number one strong safety is Tyler Nubin. So let me show you guys too. Let me just show you the big board here. Probably helps if I did that. That's not the right one. There it is. So you can see right here how it goes for me. So you can see I got no nose tackle, no right now defensive tackles in the first round, or middle linebackers, or free safeties. Quinyon Mitchell highlighted in bold. That's my only blue chip defensive tackle in this draft. But those are my best ones there on the board. PT says Xavier McKinney and Kyle Duggar would be great additions to our safety positions. They'd be interesting, man, PT. Xavier McKinney coming from the Giants, coming from the Wink Martindale scheme understanding. He'll know what his job's going to be. He'll know where his requirements are to be to play by play. So a guy should fit very fluidly into this team and scheme quickly. And Duggar's been doing some great work with New England over the past couple of years. Maybe not star guy, but a very strong, maybe better than league average kind of player for the position. And again, gives you the cover 2 split safety abilities you're looking for in the position. Both guys kind of do. Misfit says Steelers tight end and slot wide receivers calling agents to request trades, no doubt. And yeah, Roland, Tomlin's not going to try to change Russ. Scun Summy says John Unch is an underrated player I hope we sign. We showed interest in trading for him during the trade deadline, so I would not be surprised if he's a player we signed during free agency. Me neither, Scum. And that's what we are hearing. The Hawks are looking to target an edge. and find a guy out there. And he was, like you say, a guy at the trade deadline that we reportedly looked at and targeted and said, hey, how about this guy right here? So I'm potentially interested. Seems like John likes him. Fun player too, because what struck me about Unsch coming out, Scum, was he was a guy that had a real fun skill set coming out of Michigan, but you had to commit to using him all over the board. I loved him going to the Patriots because you knew that Belichick was going to look at him as this kind of chess piece to use all over the line of scrimmage. You know, it's not about him, you just putting him on the edge and having him rush the passer off the edge. It's you moving him all kind of around the way and the place a little bit as a blitzer and a rusher. And he's just good. He's got a knack for being able to get home, especially when he's asked to blitz, especially inside blitzing. But good player, fun player. I'd be with it. I'd be completely with it. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another donation, brother. Thank you for the $2 dono. This is Danielle Hunter versus Clowney. Pros and cons on each. Well, I think that there is some similarities between the two players in what they bring to the table here, Randall. I'm hearing reports that Danielle Hunter is going to be traded from the Vikings to the Ravens, or that there's reports that that's maybe potentially going to be happening. I don't know if it was confirmed or not that actually went down. There's some slight differences between the two. Randall, they're both, kind of big bully players, good size, good length. Obviously just rocked up kind of defensive ends, that can kind of just get on top of tackles and sort of just overwhelm them. Just size, power, all of that a little bit. Danielle Hunter is a really unusual pass rusher. He's kind of like that route runner that doesn't run routes by the route tree. It's like they run their own kind of routes to get open, but it works. That's Danielle Hunter as a pass rusher, and really heavily so, Randall, in that he just has this odd way of rushing and utilizing his length and size that you just don't see guys kind of just change their pace and the way that they hit you every other rush. He's got his own kind of manner and style, which makes him so dynamic as a pass rusher and makes him more productive than Clowney as a pass rusher. But he's not the run defender Clowney is. He doesn't set the edge. He doesn't attack it with the ferocity that Clowney does. He's not the bully Clowney is at the point of attack in the run game. Very, very different players on that side of it. So Hunter gives you more pass rush. Clowney gives you much better ability against the run and just a more well-rounded player. As Hunter, you could make an argument at this point in time in his career, Randall, is actually a net negative against the run as it currently stands. That he may be a big-time plus still as a pass rusher, but there is a negative there. And the other thing I think you got to factor in between the two of them is from a health standpoint, Hunter is a much more riskier player to me. You're probably giving him more money because sacks are just worth more. And then he's got those back issues that creep up and down, back and forth, then they go, then they come, they go. Those back issues go, man. Like even once you got them gone, they're still kind of there lingering in the background a bit. I'd be very worried about that if I was Hunter. It makes sense that the Ravens are transitioning from a Clowney to a Hunter as if that's how they're going to pivot. But I wouldn't want to jump on Hunter. That's a risk with his age. Feels like he was just trying to kind of piece together a season, Randall, where he could maybe go get one more contract. But the prior couple of years, he just could not seemingly like keep himself together a bit. Thank you, though. Appreciate you, brother. Scutton says Clowney's probably the more safer option for Mike McDonald's system because of the familiarity. Hunter is definitely the better pass rusher overall. I'm still a huge fan of Clowney's impact versus the run. That's, to me, the big deal. Like, you might have, Clowney might give you 80% of what Hunter gives you as a pass rusher, but Hunter probably only gives you about 55 to 60% of what Clowney gives you as a run defender. So how does that, what's the better off balance on that one? And yeah, Monica, I agree with you. Russ wasn't the reason we were losing, but contract did not help. Contracts impact. Big contracts, highly impact. Eric Knupp says our O-line's a lot better than people give it credit. I think we got some great tackles, Eric. I do, but I think at the interior of the line, there's some hope in Oluwatimi and Bradford, but then it's a lot of emptiness there aside from those guys on the inside, and you still don't quite know what you have from those guys. I like them, and I hope both those guys can become starters long-term for us, but it's hard to necessarily just count on them just wholly alone for their positions versus not necessarily having the baseline on their play yet to be able to determine that they're ready to go, that they're going to make it happen. Knicks, is Mike Tomlin's first losing season? No. They've got the stage set there with a good team. They've got the line in a good place. Russ has got good enough skill positions. They've got the running backs there that'll work together as a 1-2 punch. They'll lean on the running game. They're not going to, Russ has got the humble pie. He's going to be a low volume passer when he's there. They'll try to keep him under 30 attempts a game, have him use his legs. I think you can find some effectiveness. I mean, that Steeler quarterback room was held back last year for the most part. So Russ definitely, to me, upgrades them from where they were at with Pickett. I'm not a huge Russ fan either. I just think I know he's not completely empty tank. Fleece the Mac, Caleb Williams was standing cocky during his combine. He's definitely a guy with his attitude has turned some people off, Fleece the Mac. There's a lot of people that liked his talent, but some of the stuff he went about, I want a piece of the ownership. I don't want to go here. There's some people that worry about his attitude, and I can't quite get to that spot with his talent to have it override it for me, but I can understand those that are seeing some warning signs in his prevailing behavior, and that those warning signs that we've seen in past players have oftentimes been a bit of a harbinger for future players' attitude potential issues. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but it does mean that there's some raising of some alarm bells there just a little bit on him. Like I said, I'd still take him, but Eric says we do need another solid guard and backups, but we need a good veteran left guard or right guard. I'm with it, Eric. I'm with it. The left guard's the one that's got me a little bit worried, man. That's the one that makes my butt itch because I'm worried we're not going to have the right guys to find there. It's a little bit how we ended up with Damian Lewis. Like, we haven't been able to find it for years. As I go in and I look at this draft coming up and I look at the truly quality left guards in this draft, the guys that get me super excited, I go, boy, it's maybe getting to be a thinner crew. Maybe Troy Fatano is going to be a left tackle in this league. Maybe he's going to be picked before we selected 16 for being a left tackle. And then that takes him out of the running to be a left guard. And then you got Cooper Bebe and then Graham Barton, who some people think is going to become a center. Man, it gets down very, very low very quickly on that left guard train. And when you look at the free agent spots too, Eric, man, it's tough for free agents with left guard. There's a couple guys, but it is not a deep group. It's rough. White Bird says, may Pumpkin live forever. May she live forever. Give us a cry. Give us a good yell. Come on, you got a good, give me a roar. Can I get one roar? Give me one. Just one. No? All right. She's quiet tonight. She's playing it low key, I guess. Whatever. Kelly says, hey, B, I want Packers Darnell Savage. Playmaker back there, a guy that can get you some picks for the position at free safety, a guy that the Seahawks once, Kelly, had an opportunity to take in the first round, but they moved back to the Packers. The Packers could move up and take him in that first round pick that we moved back from. He's been kind of overall as a player right around league average. Didn't have any picks last year. One pick the year before. Man, I thought he had more of interceptions. He's kind of been okay. Almost seems like, Kelly, it's like 2020, 65 tackles, 4 picks. It's like the best year he had. Even 2019 was kind of solid, but then 2021, 58 rating, 30 receptions allowed on 45 completions. 2022, 23 receptions allowed on 36 targets, a 47 overall grade in 2022. 2023, he came back up, mainly on the back of strong run defense. Somehow found a way only was to be targeted 16 times, but he did give up 13 completions on those 16 targets. He's possible. Certainly not going to cost a lot, Kelly. Somewhat expensive. Go Breeze, what's up? What's up? Ricardo says, Steelers country, let's slice. Herbicide, let's steal. It's spelled right. Never forget, Herbicide. Never forget. At least the back, why would anyone give Russ a job? Laughing out loud. I think it's very smart to me for the Steelers. Your quarterback situation wasn't a good place. You weren't going to find a good alternative option out there. He's coming in at a league minimum deal. Doesn't cost you anything to bring him in at all. That's the definition of low cost, high reward. And if he can just go out and be efficient, use his legs, make some big time throws over the course of a football game, that defense is good enough and that ground game is good enough that it can carry the rest of things. BT says, do we have a quality bell cow? We do have a quality bell cow. I think we don't have to because you have Charbonnet and Walker, but both of those guys are capable of being bell cow backs. It's really about getting the blocking up front in front of them. I'm working on a Kenneth Walker video right now I'm going to do for the channel and taking a little bit of a look at some of the ways that it breaks down with the old system and the old run. Give you guys a little bit of a peek at this. Find the right one here. Let's just grab this one right here, for instance. So like this takes 2022 numbers into account for Kenneth Walker. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this like this so you can see just kind of these three numbers in the column to the right. And what you're going to notice here is the direction of the runs for Kenneth Walker. Okay, so where does his runs go? It's pretty obvious when it says left tackle, left guard, middle of the line, middle right, right guard, right tackle. Those are all going to be basically inside the tackle box runs. Okay. And while you see there's some difference you see the yard per attempt here on the side of it with Walker, you see that there's the middle runs 3.2 yard per carry, middle right guard runs 3.8 yards per carry, middle left 4.1 yard per carry. Okay. But when we look at the other numbers here, for instance, about going to the edges, getting to the edges of the defense, that's outside the tackles. That's going to be your LE, left edge, right? 31 attempts, 162 yards, 5.2 yard per carry average. Well, what about the other side of the line? What about right edge? Let's go down to that one. Well, right edge on 52 carries, he has 291 yards, averaging 5.6 yards per carry. So on runs that go outside the tackle backs for Kenneth Walker last year, he averaged over 5 yards a carry on those runs. But did the majority of his carries take him to the outside? Did even a good half of the carries take him to the outside? If you look at those numbers, because on the left-hand column, you can see the attempts. Even the numbers like this JS-R, this JS-R, that's basically a fly sweep is what that essentially is. 13.5 yard per carry average on a fly sweep. And what is a fly sweep attack? It attacks past the tackle boxes to the edges, right? So this has always been a long thing I've said about this channel with Walker and the utilization of Walker is that the old systems had a predilection to hammer the A and the B gap runs to stay inside those tackle boxes at a high majority of a rate. But when you utilized Walker to the edges and actually gave him a chance to work on the outside where his speed could be brought to the forefront, he was lethal. And yeah, this gives me a lot of hope into the future that Grubb will look at these numbers and say, well, yabba, I got to just keep hitting the A gap. No, he's going to say, let's get this kid to the edges. Let's get this kid into space. Let's let him go work at the place that he's at his most dynamic, at his best. Let's weld. Steelers country, let's weld. Steelers country. That's well. Eric and up, I'm confident that Bradford can play either guard spot. Me too. So it shouldn't lock. It shouldn't lock. It is in left guard only. Potentially could. He still does have a ways to go, Eric. That's for sure with him. And I love his potential. And I agree with you that he has the athletic profile to be able to fit into being a left guard. And he is still a young player. He's still a guy that I think only like 17 starts at the college level. So his rawness and stuff is understandable. You know, you can see how this is going to round out down the line. I like his potential. I do really still. But to me on that, Eric, when we talk about the 2024 season, that still does remain potential more than certainty in what he brings. He didn't give you certainty of play last year. He gave you flashes of play last year. But overall, not a well-rated season from him from the guard play. Had some games. Definitely had some games. But that's where, if I'm just counting on it, when we're talking about counting on that, I don't know if I want to count on that. I don't know if I want to roll those dice in that way, you know? Yui says, I'd be in favor of moving up to take Alt and bump Lucas to left guard. I certainly think Alt's another one of my blue chip guys, Yui. So if you get Alt as a blue chipper, I'm not mad at it. I don't know if Lucas is going to be able to play guard, though. I think at 6, he's legit 6'6.5-ish, something like that. It's going to be hard for him to get down, bend low enough to get down and, you know, win down there. But maybe he can make it work, especially after the surgery. The Real Cheese. Thank you for the $10 donation, Real Cheese. I really, really do appreciate that. He says, so, what are the downsides of drafting Penix and sitting him a year? We can try and address the line this year and the next draft. Rookie contract and familiarity with Ryan. What are the downsides to drafting Penix? The downside would be that you, of course, are just kind of going to punt a year on his development, and that you're thinking and you're drafting Penix with the last 2 years he started and his pretty rich history in starting in college, Real Cheese, along with the fact that he's a little bit of an older prospect, that if you're drafting him, you're getting a guy ready to hit the ground running. Then I don't need to let him sit for development. It doesn't have to be that way, but I think that that's the way teams would generally view Penix if they're looking at taking him in the draft. So that does get thrown a little bit out the door. It's not the worst thing in the world, though, to sit the quarterback. And there's a lot of quarterbacks in this league who's really benefited from having the year of being able to sit and assess and learn and then come around a year, or sometimes in some person, like Rodgers' case, 3 years. But Patrick Mahomes sat for a year. And if you talk about the difference, Real Cheese, of drafting Penix and throwing him behind an offensive line that's more in not makeshift territory, but in a transitional state, versus waiting a year to when that line is going to be solidified, I certainly wouldn't want to throw him to the wolves if that's the case. And sitting him then doesn't become the worst thing. But I guess this is the bit of the balance on the ultimate worst side of it, Real Cheese, is that if you're going to go take Penix with the first round pick, I think that there's a bit of that becomes then a soft conclusion that for 2024, we're really got no chance then to go out there and compete. Because you're thinking if you're going to compete this 2024, you're getting productivity from this first rounder you draft. He's going to help you in bumping up the value of your team and bumping up the ability of your team day one. And if that goes out the door, you do, and that's not the worst thing, Cheese. You're just asking what the downsides are. That would be the downsides. I think it does signal a little bit of okay, if we've already started to signal a little bit of this with tearing all of the money down to the studs, then this really signals that if we're going to take a first round quarterback and just kind of sit on him for a year, especially Real Cheese when we don't have a pick then all the way into the depths of the third round. You're not going to take, no second round pick then, no trade back then. You're not picking all the way then to the third round to go and address that offensive line, to go pick your tight ends, to go get the safeties that you need to have in there to go replace, to go address the middle linebackers. So I think it would mean that, but if the team was so sold on him as a quarterback, if Grubb did think that, hey, give him a year, get the line right, and this kid's going to come out and he's going to slay this league, I could, I could totally understand that, Real Cheese, if that was the path what they wanted to take. I was watching a Dan Marino documentary the other day, just kind of randomly on YouTube caught it, and I was thinking a little bit about Michael Penix and just how Dan would be back there just firing rockets back there all day long, and guy really couldn't throw off script. He couldn't really throw off platform if you had him rolling out. He needed to have his feet set. So good at setting his feet, quick, lightning quick delivery. Kind of started to think, I was like, man, is there some similarities between a Penix and Dan Marino? Is there some things there that you could find as far as some combos between those two guys a bit? It just got me thinking the other night a little bit in regards to that. It's the way the guys just, both of them in college, you go back and watching Marino's college tape at Pitt, just standing tall in the pocket, letting it rip back there, gunslinger style, not fearful in the least, trust that arm to the utmost. Ball just jumps out of his hand. I don't know, man. Had me kind of thinking a little bit. Had me kind of think a bit, real cheese. But great questions, man. And ultimately, it's not a horror show to go down that line if they want to take Penix down that road. But it would signal a little bit of that lightning of the 2024 season at that point. William Tarkowski, who did the Seahawks get tomorrow in free agency? I'll give you my wild guesses, William. I think we get Jadeveon Clowney. I think we get, I think the Leonard Williams signing comes down and we hear about that happening. And then we sign Xavier McKinney. How about that? I'll go with those three. Those are the big three at the start. Cobra says Ken Walker might feast this year. I'm not calling it, but I am. I love it. I hope you're right, brother. Frank Pittman, every year, quarterbacks go a lot higher than they should. Mel Kiper has J.J. McCarthy at 19 or 20, and Field Yates has him at 28. I even have him much lower than that, Frank, and he's become that quarterback, I think, this year for me in that realm. And it does seem to, like you say, happen every year where you see this elevation happen. And as I do this draft coverage every year, Frank, it's become kind of a meme on the channel, frankly. Like every year, Brandon's going to have one guy that's just getting hyped to the moon who he's just sitting there shaking his head at saying, no. It's the Michael Scott meme from The Office, no. And J.J. McCarthy at 16. No. But he's gotten elevated, Frank. And what's funny about this is I can start to see some of the same traits of what causes certain guys to get elevated. The same things that caused Mac Jones to get elevated in his draft class to be taken in the middle of the first round when Mac Jones had no business being taken in the first round. I'm on record as saying that throughout the whole drafting process about Mac Jones. And I got beat up for it right and left. People telling me Mac Jones is actually better than Trevor Lawrence. I go, he shouldn't even be a first-round quarterback. And what was happening at that time and what's happening with JJ is it becomes a lot of concentrating on things that aren't really the most important thing to playing the position. They're important things to playing the position. They're good things to have in playing the position, but they're not the most important things to playing the position. And when I look at McCarthy, Frank, and what he brings from his skill set is the most important things to play in the position, he leaves me wanting. But I might just be missing out on that one. The boat might just be drifting right past me on that one, and I'm just being a little bit slow with it, Eric Knupp says our new offensive line coach will be able to get the best out of him, but that is why I believe a veteran guard would be the smart move. Help teach Bradford that way too. I'm with it, man, Eric. That's mainly what I want to do is I'm fully okay, Eric, with going with Oluwatimi and Bradford are the future there at the positions. I just want to make sure that we can reinforce it stronger than where it's been reinforced in prior years. I don't want Bradford at right guard backed up by a Haynes. I don't want Bradford at a left guard backed up by a Damian Lewis. I don't want Oluwatimi backed up by an Austin Blythe, and I don't want him to be backed up by an Evan Brown. I want more quality because when we've gone this light way down this direction in recent seasons past, it's caused our offensive line to be one of the worst in football. This is a place where we've got it to me. That's why I say it for me, Eric, at the front and the head of this is that the offensive line and addressing that becomes almost a bit of the number one priority for me out the gate on this because of how we've dealt with it in such a meager fashion in prior off seasons, in my opinion. Matthew Navarro, yes, Fred Warner's better at this point than Bobby Wagner. In his prime, I don't know. I don't think so. I think Bobby Wagner is going to retire as a top 5 all-time middle linebacker, Matthew. I don't think Fred Warner is going to retire as an all-time top 5 middle linebacker by a consensus. Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez is if we can't get Williams back, what do we pivot to? Well, I think that there's definitely the Eric Armstead release, Jag Sports Talk with Jose, and it's good to see you on the house tonight, man. Eric Armstead got released tonight. If you wanted to pivot to him as a second option, there's that. Wilkins plays a bit of a different position for Miami, so I think not as much that. I think more than maybe looking to necessarily spend the money at that point on the 3-tech in free agency, Jose. You rock with Draymond Jones as your 3-tech that you signed last offseason, and then it's more of a commitment to then drafting one of these really good 3-techs that are in this draft in the first couple of rounds. When you look at the defensive tackles in the first couple of rounds that are good 3-techs that would fit, Zerzan Newton, Byron Murphy, Tyler Davis, Leonard Taylor, Michael Hall Jr., Chris Jenkins, Braden Fisk, Brandon Dorless, Dwayne Carter. There's a lot of 3-techs in there, and maybe it doesn't have the star power it would have if you have Leonard Williams, Draymond Jones, and Mike Morris. But then instead of that, it would be more now Draymond Jones, Chris Jenkins, and Mike Morris. So maybe solid, not spectacular at that point, but that's probably the pivot there, Jose, is it's more than just them committing to spending the money at the 3-tech. It's that they really like Williams. They want to spend the money on Williams. They'd go with an Armstead, but then they're not necessarily in that role of we've got to spend money at this position right now. Only if it kind of, I think, aligns up and makes sense. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, which player from the 2023 draft takes a Mafe leap forward in year 2? Great question. Great question. I don't know, Randall. I mean, I can give you a name if you want me to just supply a name on this, but I don't know if I saw enough of a guy last year that's going to have a leap in them to do that. Devin Witherspoon was one of the highest graded cornerbacks in the NFL. He was already that guy kind of walking on the field. Does JSN go from a guy that's 700 yards to 800 or 900 yards, 1,000 yards? Maybe is that the Mafe leap at that point? Not really. Derek Hall didn't do enough last year in his first year to make me think that there's a leap there like that, Randall, from him. He just had kind of a down season throughout the whole year. So, we kind of keep going through the draft. Jacques Charbonnet, I don't think that he takes a big jump forward necessarily. He's good. He was good last year. He'll be similarly good, I think, next year. Bradford would maybe be the guy that would be the ultimately most likely of any of these guys we talk about, Randall, to make that step forward. But as I was having that talk here a second ago with my man above there, sorry, I forgot your name, Eric, as I was having that discussion here with Eric on this, Randall, Bradford's got a long way to go into cleaning up his stuff. He has all the potential in the world. He can play both left and right guard. He fits to the mobility aspects and requirements of this new offense, but he's got stuff to clean up and a lot to clean up. And I don't know if Mafe had that much to clean up going from year 1 to year 2 to make me a target of him. Although a team you could look at in a similar fashion, I guess, Randall. But I don't have a guy that I think makes that kind of leap like Mafe did. That's substantial of a leap from year 1 to 2, honestly. I think there'll be some good incremental leaps, but no gigantic leaps. Maybe I'm being pessimistic, man. Just the way it feels right now, a little bit. Cool Breeze, I might be in the minority, but I wouldn't have taken Russ back even on a vet minimum. Firing Carroll and bringing in McDonald only strengthens that. I think that there's times to move on. And I think that we do have to recognize and know thyself and who we are in the Pacific Northwest. And I think we really do fall in love with our players, which is a good thing. We treasure our time here that we have the players we have and love their skills and their talents. That's a good thing. I think that we end up taking that just a little bit too far at times and falling in love with our own guys just a bit too much, where it's the nostalgia, the sentimental feels that starts to override what's best for the here and now. And right now in the here and now, it's time to move on. It's time to move forward. It's time to turn the page from an organizational standpoint. That's very hard for some people to do, and they want to hold on to that old, and they love the old, and they find magic in the old. But this is the time for us to turn this forward and move to a new chapter of Seahawks history, whatever, come what may. Long live the King, Brandon. Seahawks Steelers Super Bowl 2025. Just make sure nobody's retiring in their home city this time. Oh, that'd be wild. That would be wild. Brian says, too many people not giving Olu the chance to be a quality center. He will be fine with experience. I definitely think he can be a quality center. I do. I just want to make sure I give him a viable counterbalance in there. Riverside Tanner Bortolini looked very good in the combine. Another guy that'd be a very pure scheme fit. Probably your best overall internal mover at the combine throughout all of the drills cumulatively and what he brought to the stage. Fun player, really, really good combine, good tape. He's played all 5 positions at the college level. I like him. Cabriz, Brandon never checks his Twitter's DMs. I don't, man. It's honestly, it gets overwhelming at times. Like, I think people like hit me up offline at times and I get emails and I get DMs on Twitter and they're just like, well, you're just like getting my one message today. And it's my one message. It's like, from the comments and the DMs and the Instagrams and the emails, it's just too much. I could spend my whole day just responding to people on comments and questions on DM and not get any work done on the channel. And it's kind of the place where I got to say it a little bit to folks at times on reaching to offline. I love offline discussion, but I got to work on the channel, man. You know, I got to it does come down to that, spend 20 minutes responding to your direct message that you want me to respond to about your internal thinkings, about your internal thing, about your perspective on the team, or go put 20 minutes of work into scouting for the next draft coming up. Right. So it's like, I get pulled on that. And unfortunately I've kind of come down the line on it where I just got to be like, look, I got to just work on my stuff, man. You know, I appreciate people want to have the discussions offline, but I do 5-hour shows 3-4 times a week. There's plenty of time for us to talk on this. I answer every comment on there. Like, we can interact here. You know what I mean? Like, I gotta have the time where I'm not just constantly responding to messages. That's like, it's not fun. That after a while that gets lame doing. It's like, I love where people come from, but it's like, dude, I want to get onto the work and stay on task a little bit with what I need to do with the channel, you know? And it comes down to that again. There's only so many hours in a day, man. Boy, I get some messages though. People will I get 4-paragraph messages is like 16 questions and all of the paragraphs like, man, I don't know where to begin to respond on this. I do not know how do I even begin? But I'll check my DMs. I'll see what's up over there on that side of it. It's very hard. It's just, life's coming fast, Rogues. You know, I love what I do, but it's like, the 24 hours in a day go like this right now. It's hard to relate to people on it because I think sometimes people don't quite understand on it, like just how much is going on to keep these kind of channels and going through. And it's just, there's no free time, you know, so that free time to kind of just take some time to do this, like it ain't there. It's go. Jackson Belland, what about the Clowney or Huff, McKinney, and PQ? I think those are options too, Jackson. Those of guys have been connected to the team and what's going on with it for sure as well. So definitely those guys are in play. We've heard that the Seattle might have interest in both McKinney and Patrick Queen and Clowney. I've heard some on Huff. I think we'll know a little bit by 3:00 tomorrow afternoon, Jackson. There'll be a lot more of a clearer vision on this one. Half Daddy says McKinney is better than Jenkins. Well, McKinney Jackson's a bit of a different player. It's always tough a little bit, Half Daddy, when we're comparing nose tackle to 3-tech. I mean, maybe as a nose tackle he's better than Jenkins as a 3-tech, but I always have a hard time comparing those two myself because they're two different skill set requirements a little bit. PT, Xavier McDaniel, Duggar. Let's go, man. Ethan, Hawksnest, Mike Tomlin. I've never had a losing season. Russ, watch me cook. There you go, man. Connor Wilson, I believe I remember you said you wrote a book about the Seahawks a while back. No, I wrote a book, Connor. So I wrote it's more of like just a book, like a fiction book. So no, it wasn't Hawks related. It was completely, I got a little bit of a background as a writer, so I was kind of tickling that little particular ivory. It's called When the Sleeper Awoke. You can find it on Amazon now. Yeah, I'd love to respond a little bit more to the DMs. I just, it's, life comes fast and furious right now, you know, family needs, work needs, channel needs. These channels are fun, and people, I get a lot of people saying, I want to do the channels and do everything else. And I think people don't quite believe or understand the work that goes into it on this side really is the bottom line. I think they kind of think this stuff's just sort of easy and fun and free and loose and just, you know, oh, you just hit the live button, you go relax. You got all the time offline to just do whatever. It's like, no, it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works, you know. I wish I did though, man. Maybe someday if I can hire a staff, I'll have my time to sit down and turn over individual messages and spend 20 minutes to type back and do that type of stuff, but that's not the time right now. Lance, so weird. I was having the same thoughts as I was watching that same Marino documentary. Spend the money on the offensive line and draft Penix. Pray that McDonald's scheme and aging vets do it on D. I wasn't the only one then, Lance. Yeah, it was just kind of, I was striking me and I was thinking about, I was like, yeah, you know, even when Dan was coming out, he wasn't all that mobile. I mean, he tore his Achilles at one point. He had the knee problems, but he was never mobile. But he was always still able to be dominant and dominant from the pocket. And what got me on that one, watching those highlights too, Lance, was just the fact that there was so little of him moving in space and throwing off platform in addition to it, which is another one of those little things that we sort of tick on Penix on, right? That he sort of gets picked apart on with it a little bit, you know? So, yeah, I just kind of stood out to me a little bit on that. I was like, man, and Dan was a very highly touted guy, but you can also draw some parallels, Lance, to remember that 1984 draft of Dan. There's that whole documentary from Elway to Marino where you had in that draft, I think 5 first-round quarterbacks taken. So similarities back to this draft, maybe a little bit. Dan having some questions. With him, it was the cocaine, right? A little bit of Danny liked the white powder. He liked to dance with the white disco ball, maybe, reportedly, allegedly. And that dipped him down in the draft in the first round. And Penix with the injuries and age, maybe that'll do the same thing. Michael Hyde, Steeler fans are already talking about Super Bowls. Meanwhile, Bronco and Seahawks fans are over there going, no. We ain't gonna see you again. I'll be on. Haley says, Leonard Williams or Eric Armstead? You have a preference if you wanted to get one? I would go with Leonard Williams over Armstead. Leonard Williams has less of an injury history than Armstead. I think he's just shows up a little bit more week in and week out on both sides of the ball and what he brings to the table. Armstead's not bad. And if they went to him, Haley is the second option. That's not a bad consolation prize off of Leonard Williams. He obviously, I think but I think he would also cost less than Leonard Williams would cost. So it's not a bad consolation, but Leonard would be my probably one on this one. PT says Penix has great accuracy, but he's not mobile. He's not mobile in that he's not an improvisational guy in the pocket where he's going to get away from guys in short spaces and get up and go. He did get up to 19 miles an hour at the Senior Bowl, so he can move. And when you talk about, you know, subtle pocket mobility, you know, a subtle climbing the ladder in the pocket or a subtle move to the right to get a throw off, he's very good on that type of mobility. It's another spot where it sort of reminds me of Dan Marino, where Dan wasn't the most mobile guy, but he could create what he needed to with a step or two to his left or his right to then be able to get the ball off because he had such a quick release, kind of like Penix does as well. And so he doesn't always need to have to be throwing on the run to get the wind up to get the ball out because he can just kind of snap it out of there a little bit. He says Williams over Armstead, but don't know which is the better scheme fit. Actually prefer Sweat from Texas. I think they both have that kind of similarity, where you can technically align both from time to time at a one tech if you wanted to, but they're both really 3 techs at the end of the day. But I think they're both probably pretty equally set on that. And I like T'Vondre Sweat too, man. He's my favorite nose tackle in this draft, that's for sure. Half Daddy wants Parkinson. might be they do it. I don't know. I think the fact he'll get to free agency will make it hard at this point. I do. I'm not a big Colby guy either, though. I'm hearing maybe it's going to be $6 million, which would be like, oof. AI says, word is the Dolphins spread those false Coke rumors so Marino would fall. Very specific rumors, man, though, right, AI? I mean, that stuff just came out of like, I've never heard of a quarterback ever being accused of doing Coke. That's what makes it stand out to me. But yeah, it does sound like in retrospect, and you hear Dan talk about it, that was pushed up there falsely somehow or another, and weird, you know. It's like Dan couldn't have been the only star jock quarterback on college football campuses out there having a little bit of partying. You know, I'm not even talking about the coach just partying or whatever. It's like, come on, you know. It was the early 80s, you know. They just got out of the 70s. They were still having a lot of fun back then. They were letting it rip. Half Daddy, has Brandon seen that Russ is a Steeler yet? I did notice that, man. It's a good move for Russ and a good move for the Steelers. I think if Russ did the smart thing here, which is he looked at all of the potential teams that would look at wanting him right now, which is not everybody, and find the one that was the best chance to be a winner, the one that was going to fit to his skill set and what he could do right now, and give him the best opportunity to go out there and find success. And he did that here with the Steelers. They're not going to ask him to be a high volume passer. Russ has shown at this point he's not a high volume passer because he does not execute well enough on time offense. Which, if you're going to be a high volume passer, it just doesn't all come from moon balls. You got to do it from some of the on-time execution stuff. So goes to a place that limits down the volume of his throws. He's got two really good backs in the backfield to work with. He's got a reasonable offensive line in front of him. Dante Washington, Pickens on the outside, Freiermuth as a tight end, and Darnell Washington with another big-bodied target in there as well at the tight end position. I think that he's got some chance to be successful. It's a tough AFC conference. And it's maybe the toughest division in all of football right now with the AFC North. But I think he picked the best of the stops he could find. Yeah, I like Colby too. That $6 million is just where it makes me draw my breath in a little bit. You know, when it comes to the blocking on him, Half Daddy, it's not really there as much, and it's a little bit of Half Daddy. At times, I find myself with Parkinson in the way that, because I get talked a lot about certain players a lot in my chat, where like the way that the player's been talked about versus the performance on the field, sometimes feels like to me there's like a different spot than what I've seen, from the given player. When it comes to Colby Parkinson, bring it up right here. Here's his PFF grades from last year. He posted a 57.4 PFF grade. He was okay as a pass blocker, but he wasn't good as a run blocker. I'll bring up his run blocking stats in a second, but 57 is below league average. The thing that we get to again with and this does match up to what I've seen on the tape with him. I mean, he's a couple hundred yards receiving, 247 yards receiving. He's 1/4 of the way to 1,000 yards. It's not he's a bad player, so I'm not this in that moment where I'm trying to overstate my whole point on that. But let's just take the run blocking. He's a good run blocker. Well, but based on what? His highest graded season is a 66 as a run blocker. So to give you some comparison to that, here's our tight ends here for the year. Okay. These are our tight ends right here. Highest is with 63 run blocking this year, right? 81 at Kittle's at your highest. So let's see. So they've got him at 45 when you take out all of the sample size. Because if you do the sample size, this pushes him down, right? So removing sample size, we got him as the 45th rated run blocker in the sport. Let's see where he is as a pass blocker last year. We have him as the 45th highest rated pass blocker last year. So is he a bad blocker? No. But is he a good blocker? Because the point is not a matter of me making the case that Parkinson's a bad player. I'm not saying Parkinson's a bad player. But below league averages in overall grade, it's kind of what you see on the field. A couple hundred yards receiving on the season. Run blocking, pass blocking grades that are going to be right around middle of the road for NFL levels. And you're going to have to pay $6 million a year, Half Daddy, for that. That's where I get to it and I go, what we can't get that same kind of level of production at a much cheaper rate? And I think you can. I like Parkinson. I know that we do like our own guys, but I think that's a case where we are kind of overvaluing our own guy just a little bit because where's the case to be made? He is this good thing. I'm open to it. I can be sold on it if he's that good of a blocker or this or that, but the numbers don't really match to that necessarily. And he's not been a bad player. He's been fine, functional, but it's the difference between paying him at like $1.5 million a year versus paying him at $6 million a year on a 3-year extension where you go, ouch. That's where it's like, it ain't on low end prices to bring him back into the play. It's on kind of expensive prices a little bit for the bang for buck quantity of it. Half Daddy says Dissly's injuries are going to keep him on the free agency for a while. He's a solid blocker, but that's about it. He was on the sidelines more than on the field. Definitely wasn't used as much, Half Daddy. I think a little bit of that was also the turn away from the 12 personnel, the 13 personnel, right? Because you got JSN, and when you got JSN, there was going to be more of a drive and an onus to have the 3 wide receiver sets out there. And though you're paying good money to Dissly, you're actually technically paying more money to Noah Fant. And so when you went to the 3 wide receivers, Noah was going to be the guy on that field more than Dissly. Is that because of his injuries? Maybe. Maybe it's just that he wasn't healthy enough during those times, but I think some of that was also a little bit of the pull of that a bit. But Elliot Brando, I'm in town for a week, then the North Slope, Purdue Bay, Alaska for the next 7 weeks. What's your best guess on our first rounder? Oh, Jesus. My best guess. I'm going to go with Brock Bowers. I want to see it happen. And I've been getting more hotter to trot on this whole thing, Benelli, that the whole price of Bowers, picking him at 7 or 8 or 9 overall, even with the nice talent he brings, is going to push some teams away from doing it. Because they're going to go, no, I don't want to, no. We want the rookie contract on the rookie deal kind of thing. He says there are better tight ends in the draft than Parkinson. He was a flyer to begin with. I don't know what these Parkinson believers are looking at. I'm not big. I can't get there either, Huey. I'm just kind of like, he's not bad, but just it's going to cost $5 to $6 million per year to sign Parkinson, and that's the view you have to have it through. Not just on is he a decent player? Can he do this game? It's also like, is he this for that? You know. This is Cody Barnett of Decency of the Commanders. Half Daddy Noah Fant didn't get enough targets. He had some great catches and plays. He did. They had a hard time. It's been the lack of their attack in that middle of the field, Half Daddy. When you're an offense that attacks the middle of the field at the 32nd rate in the entire NFL, that probably means your tight ends are not going to get utilized to the utmost. Few more Seahawks. Parkinson gets better every season. He is 25, and I would give him $6 million because the potential's there. Yeah, I wish I saw it in the same way. Technically speaking, if you talk about what's been the greatest season he had as far as a rating, it was 2020. 2022 was his second best season. So, I mean, technically with that, there was a drop-off in play this last year rather than the improvement. So if you go, a guy gets better every year, then I got to have some statistics I go on the back of where every year you're seeing like a stair step going up in productivity, right? But when I have your best year rated by PFS the first year you walked in, when your previous year than this year, your free agent year, the previous year from your free agent year was a stronger year than this year overall in how you were rated, especially as a blocker, that's not getting consistently better at that point. He is still young, but that $6 million is a big flyer on hope and potential that you haven't seen on the field at that point. And you're hoping you're going to be able to capitalize on in the future, which If I'm spending $6 million, I want to have a little bit more certainty in the knowledge of what I'm getting to take that kind of leap and risk. Because I think, Feed Me Seahawks, you can get this level of productivity on a low-end deal with a different player. I can go and spend $2 million and get the same kind of productivity from that guy. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Randy tried Coke once for 15 years. It'll get you, Randall. It'll get you. I never could do the cocaine. I couldn't, man. I just, the taking something up your nose thing, just, I couldn't. I got sinus problems as it is, man. You know? There was nothing that sounded good to me about. And then they all, you talk to people that would do Coke and they'd be like, yeah, it lasts good 15 minutes. You got to get your other bump. Like 15 minutes for that? Just for that? No. That does not sound fun to me. There's a lot of people like it, Randall. Feels like it's been making a comeback in recent years. But not for me, man. I couldn't do it. Appreciate you, Randall, man. Thanks for all the donations, brother. You guys want your Davian Sanders at tight end for the Seahawks? Bowers will be gone by 16. He might be. We'll see. We will see. It's that cost thing that's been a big part of what I've been hearing recently about the Bowers thing and some of the kerfuffle from NFL circles being that, you know, the 8th, the 7th, the 6th overall pick in the draft, they're allotted to make a certain amount of money. And if Bowers is the guy to be taken at that spot, he instantly becomes one of the highest paid tight ends in the sport. Is that the best valuation to go at it from a different position where you could be grabbing a different position? You're not spending at the high water mark of another position, like tackle, let's say, yet you're getting an equivalent upside of a player. And I'm not saying that I think it's going to absolutely happen, Huey, but I think that there's an opening of a door here to where that kind of fits between those two, right? You get a team at 9 or 8 who has a little bit of an opening for a tight end, but also has an opening for a tackle. And they're going, okay, I can get J.C. Latham, bring him in here, and he's being paid at, 1/4 the top rate of the top tackles in the sport. And he's able to give us instantaneously really good play on the field. Or I go get Bowers at that same spot, and I'm spending at him at the top of the market price as a rookie from day one. That cost only increasing in the foreseeable years. We'll see if it weighs out. It could be a little bit of a spot that comes into to factor in on this one a little bit. But if it didn't, it wouldn't shock me too. I like Jadeveon Sanders. I will say I think he had a little bit of an underwhelming combine experience for me, Huey. But he is definitely solidified as your number 2 tight end in this draft for sure. And my only second round rated tight end as it stands right now. But Ellie says, I'm 100% behind getting Brock. That would be awesome. I'd be with it. Jaheim Bell, why you mad, bro? But he'd be nice. It'd be good. 5th or 6th round for Jaheim Bell would be great value. You mad, bro, if you can get him to slide to that range. And he just might. I don't think that he did anything great at the combine. And he's got a skill set that's very specific in what he can do. So he's not a full meal deal tight end. It's more of a pass catching yak H-back type. Seahawks, it's okay. It's okay, B. We also have our disagreements on Olu. It happens, man. We don't have to agree on everything. That's for sure, brother. I appreciate where you're coming from. You know that. MLC, I want the Hawks to draft JJ. There's a lot of JJ love out there. PT says, we need to sign Cat Williams. Come on, man. Sign my man. Get me in, man. Huey says, again, I still firmly believe Parkinson's the Cody Barton of tight ends. Some people think that's a compliment. Some see it as a dig. Choose your adventure. That's for true. PT says the Coke snort was hilarious. They all do it, man. They do that drug and then they just sit there the whole time. Like you go watch some of the old tape of those 70s guys. Like there's one of there's a couple of the just former like rock stars just high off their rocker on the Coke, and you're just like, man, you are not making that look fun. I'm sure inside you're having a carnival experience, but your mouth and your gums are screaming. Screaming. He says, Coke, none of that important stuff for me. Give me some of the good old crystal meth made a bathtub in Battleground, Washington. Right here's the good old USA. Chris says, Bears need to trade Washington or New England. Get 2025 first. Caleb the Clown plus bad team equals top 3 pick in 2025. Then take Marvin Harrison Jr. If the Bears had the balls to trade back, Chris, I'd give him props. Because you've already done, look, your franchise is hard as a time as you've had in recent history. You've done some hard work by creating a first and a 9th overall selection. And I think to your point, Chris, as much as I like Caleb Williams, I would be torn if I was in the Bears front office if there was a team like New England that was having me do a baby drop, just a little baby drop, right? Tiny baby drop off the top. And I'm just a little slide back, pick up the extra first, still go get the blue chip prospect. Let's go build a team. It does seem like, Chris, they're pretty hard-lined in going with Caleb at this point. They've locked in on Caleb. But, I mean, the king's ransom you could get for a team to move up, Chris, and that 9th overall pick on top of it, and then the money that you have from a cap space standpoint to go out and spend. You know, if a team had a right kind of vision and an imagination, they could go out and properly take advantage of that in an alternative fashion. But we live in a world, Chris, where everything's about the quarterback for all these organizations. And none of them can think about it from a team-building concept. It seems like they all go and run to mommy. They all go run to mommy, Chris. They're all scared. They're all scared without their little quarterback. They can't make it work without their little quarterback. They don't know how to build a team. Build the team. Then get the QB. That's the way to go. I know it's not easy to do. I know you got to hold your nuts to pull it off. But this whole let's just go get that quarterback thing first and foremost, it's the exact same mistake they made just a few years ago with Justin Fields, right, Chris? Jeff Stein, as Hawks become elite, which celebrity would you like to see our next tight end date? Ooh. We got to go West Coast, okay? Kelsey went Midwestern with Swift. That tracks, that fits. We need a West Coast girl. Probably a little California. How about that Sydney girl? She's not bad, huh? How about her? I could go for that. That's tight end material right there, if you know what I mean. Oh, that's wrong. Whoever says this was going to talk about the meth history in Spokane for a sec. They like them. Another one of those drugs where I go, why? Just why? Why? Don't we know where this is going to end up? Don't we know where this road stops? But yeah, you're getting more meth in Spokane than you are coke. That's for sure. Ugh. USS Spokane has good stuff, but nobody makes better meth than unemployed loggers. You got to be on in that business, man. Meth history, all states, man. Every state's got some problem with it right now. I'll tell you that. I've lived, especially in the West Coast. You think meth's a problem in Washington? Go. I present you New Mexico. I was driving to New Mexico in Albuquerque once, and I pulled up to a stop sign. I look over at one side. There's a dude in there, and he's doing this. And then I look over to the right side, and there's a woman who's doing her makeup like this. And I went, okay. Hello, Albuquerque. Chris says, if I thought he was the next Peyton Manning, I'd take him. I'm not sold on Caleb. Oh, you don't like your quarterbacks wearing dresses, Chris? Come on, man. That's racist. I get it, brother. There's some questions with Caleb. There's some things that have come up that I think that are legitimately discouraging a little bit if you're looking at him as your presumptive quarterback. I still love him. I still think he's the best in the class, but I do get the little bit of the hesitancy with that, Chris. It does make a lot of sense. Besides, Spokane does have great weed, man. Does indeed. Corey Endall, does Jim Harbaugh want to start fresh and Justin Herbert is available? Not unless it fails on them this year. Part of, I think, a draw for Harbaugh to take that job was Justin Herbert's presence there on that team. And loving what he has, having the quarterback position set for an offensive-minded head coach is a beautiful thing. It's like, that's a big weight off my mind now. So Harbaugh gets the most talented quarterback that he's had going back to Andrew Luck at Stanford. I don't think that he's going to be looking to be very quick to move off of that kind of talented guy. Sydney Sweeney is so hot, says her that she is. And I got a bit of I've always had a little bit of a weakness for blondes. I like all comers may come, but blondes always, I know it's cliche. I know I'm that guy with it, but there's always a little bit of a, soft spot when it comes to that. Huey says Fields could definitely end up on the Raiders or Minnesota. He could. It's a domino game right now, right? So it's that, Cousins falls, Wilson's fall, and Fields will come into play then. That'll set the stage then for what we're looking at in the draft, really, at that point. Hey, you're getting sidetracked, man. It happens, man. It happens sometimes on the stream. VBB, has there ever been a non-blue chip prospect not desecrated by injury that you really thought had real potential to be a star player but happened to be a bust? Ooh, great question. There definitely has to have been, number one. And there's been multiple ones. First off, feed me. For sure, multiple ones. God, who was my guys then? I've got my misses here. Somebody will probably bring up the chat. You said this was going to be this. They're like, yeah, okay. I'm going, let me look through this really quickly. Give you a good answer on that. Blue chip. Who was a blue chipper that I didn't become a blue chip? Man, nothing's jumping out to me right now off the jump with it. The one thing that I'll say with me is that it's really hard to get into blue chip status for me. So you have to be pretty legit to get to that place. Where was I at last year? Let me see where I was at with some. There's got to be look at my big board from a couple years ago. I think I can probably find something here. I think Will Levis is potentially going to look to be a bit of a one that I missed on when it's all said and done. He definitely is one that I could have gotten that one more right. I don't know. I'll think about that. I don't have a good answer, really. I know there's some I'm missing here off the top of my head, but nothing's standing out to me. Like my big guy where I was like, oh, this will be a guy that'll be awesome. He should be just so. And then he was a complete miss. Great question, feed me. Wish I had a better answer for you off the rip. Ryan Leaf might not be a bad one. I thought Ryan Leaf was going to be a good pro. That might not be bad. I thought he was going to be elite. Great question. I wish I had some better. I wish I got to get some more of my misses up in my head at the forefront. I know I've had a few of them. I know I've definitely had a few of them. Isaac, what's up, B? Late night, no more. Jamal Adams, what's up? Late night, no more. Jamal, thank you. Diggs, Dissly, go Dogs. Next chapter for the free agency will bounce back. the whole league will see. Go Hawks. I love your optimism, Isaac. Let's go. Go Hawks, brother. Yeah, we'll go a little late tonight. Got a 9 o'clock show, so we'll kind of put a button on this pretty soon, actually, because got an early morning show tomorrow. We're going to be up at the crack of dawn covering this free agent period. If you guys happen to be up. Tony Penix's 2 ACLs is going to be a big inhibiting factor, I think, at times on this. How much that I'm not even sure at this point how much it really carries the weight, how much it's an overriding factor in his evaluation by NFL evaluators. You know, it could dip him all the way to the second round. It could be something they just completely overlook because he's got, something like 20-some straight starts or something without injury. Corey says, in your opinion, what would it take draft pick-wise to trade for Mahomes and the Chiefs to accept? Boy, I don't think that the Chiefs, it's like a timeless, or what they say, it's how much is it worth? It's priceless. I think that when it comes to Mahomes, it's tradeless. There's no real trade value you could come up with to make it worthwhile to the Chiefs. I really don't think there would be. You can only give up to Corey 3 years of first round picks. So 3 whole years worth of drafts, minimum. And then you're going to probably have to throw players on top of that. But there's just no way that they would ever move Mahomes. The best player in the sport, best quarterback in the sport, multiple time Super Bowl winner, still young. No way they move him. He says, I think Russ signing was the Steelers trying to keep him from signing with the Raiders. Otherwise, Steelers would have had to seriously consider Fields. But he turns the ball over too much for Tomlin. Oh. Yeah, that's probably true, Huey. I do feel like, too, though, it's the marrying of Russell to the run game of Arthur Smith and the way that his run game is so diverse and it'll attack you from every angle. And then how well that run game will work, Huey, where so much of the run game with Arthur Smith is under center. And it would have worked with Fields, too, in his mobility stuff. But with Russ, it's just, to me, a real nice pairing there because now you're going to get Russ with a lot more of the under center off-play action stuff, which I think puts him into a good position to be able to have some success post-snap, simplifies some things down the line on his reads, allows him to use his legs as kind of the third option if the first 2 reads aren't there. Ethan says, I remember Brando thought LJ Collier was going to be a future 3-time All-Pro. No, I did not. No, I did not, Ethan. Ethan says, the Hawks Nest, I remember before LJ Collier's last season here, you projected him having half a sack. That was hilarious. Pretty accurate. That was me being a little toxic at that point. But I was mad from day one on that Collier pick. So that one just pissed me off from day one. Robert Kern, getting here late. Will we be creating any more cap space? I think that they have pretty much engaged all tactical ability to create and maximize cap space at this point, Robert. All of the proverbial guys that we saw, that we went through this offseason, Robert, and we said, this maybe is a candidate, this is maybe a candidate, this is maybe a candidate. All of those candidates have been one way or another addressed. Geno has been restructured on his deal. Tyler Lockett, Eskridge have been restructured on their deals. All of the guys we thought potentially could be released have been released. There is no other guy right now on the roster that really is going to save you money past taking a guy like Draymond Jones and turning him into a post-June 1st designation. That would be just about the only move to be made left. They have cleaned house. There's no more trash in the backyard. All of the weeds have been pulled. The flowers are out there kind of ready to bloom. So they've done what they can at this point, Robert. It's been maximized to the absolute utmost. I can't see any other guy that there is to really go out there and do as a move. Maybe a slight thing you could do is do an extension with DK, but he still has 2 years left. So I don't think is going to be likely. Possibility, really. You says, I thought Kyle Pitts would be better. He dominated in college. He was really good. I still think that your assessment on that one ended up being proven right. Really hard to make the assessment with Pitts with the quarterback play. And as much as I like Arthur Smith, Huey, it's a run-based Falcon offense Pitts was walking into on top of a coach that didn't know how to utilize him. Jury's still out on Pitts. I feel like he's still put him out at wide receiver and let him be a wide receiver. Long Live says, I think Fields will be in Atlanta. Boy, long live. I think seems like Cousins is circling Atlanta big time right now. Where would that put Fields if Cousins goes to Atlanta, if Russ is in Pittsburgh? Sister. Wow. If Atlanta folds up on Fields, the market ain't there is not great for Fields. Minnesota? Vegas? So kind of his two spots at that point. It's getting dicey for the Fields man. Stoney says we're down to a 44-man roster. We are. Yeah. There's work to be done as far as filling out this roster goes. Now you got 7 picks in the draft. Bingo, bango. That, obviously takes you up enough of that to a degree, but you're going to need to put this money to work. Swedish Shinobi says, did you say Russ can use his third leg as an option, or am I just high? No, that's why they call him Tripod Wilson, man. Did you not know this? Third leg Russ. We've always wondered how he got his extra quickness. If you slow down the tape and you go slow motion, it's like the Looney Tunes cartoons, right? Like you'd see the thing get smacked, you're like, what just happened there? And then the Looney Tunes would slow down the machine and like, oh, he brought out this thing and he hit him in the head with that and he put it back away and you never saw it because it was so fast. That's Russ running in the open field. He's just out there peg-legging around on that third leg, man. It gives him a little extra quickness, man. Constant touching of the feet to the turf. Constant of touching of things to the turf. Giving him traction. Yui says Pittsburgh is the best fit for Russ. I thought that was so before we traded him. Russ couldn't see it because he was sick and tired of having a defensive-minded coach, but it's where he's best suited. Yes, sir. Agreed. Ethan says the Pete Carroll player purge is finished. Let the Schneider free agency frenzy begin. I love it, man. Let's go, Ethan. Let's go. Will says, I think you would need the aid of an MK Ultra to pry Mahomes from the Chiefs for a 3rd round pick in Eskridge. Probably so. Ryan Tatum says, what are the top 3 free agents that you think our Hawks are going to sign? We'll put Clowney in there. I'll put Queen in there because we are going to not sign, I think, Brooks at this point. You're letting Bobby walk. I don't think you're going to look to just draft 2 middle linebackers in the draft and go, we're good. We'll start rookies there. So we'll go with Clowney, Queen. And the third guy that I will put in the order of the ranks of the player they sign. How about Robert Hunt, Ryan? We go find our left guard and get that position taken care of so it doesn't become an absolute need comes into the draft. So how about Robert Hunt with the Dolphins as your left guard? So we go linebacker, edge, and guard. Eats up a lot of the money that we have to spend at that point, but 3 very quality players that you bring into play at that point. Rogers Green, why isn't Eskridge being released? Well, obviously the team's got a bit of a fascination with him still, Rogers. He is a guy that with the yak ability he brings and maybe some of the kickoff coverage and maybe punt return ability provides a bit of a unique skill set they don't have on the roster as it stands right now. I think he still very well could end up being released, Rogers. It's just about right now them giving themselves the flexibility where if they can't find a receiver better than what he brings as what's going to be the 5th receiver on the roster, then he has a chance to remain. But if they are able to find that guy, be it in the draft, be it a UDFA, maybe in free agency, there's a value guy that they're able to grab. Then he quickly will be released in that moment, instantaneous. So this doesn't guarantee him a roster spot. It doesn't mean that day one he will be that 5th receiver on this. It's just a little bit of an insurance policy. It allows the Hawks to hedge their bets a little bit. The key here is that you've cleared the dead money out so that you can release him at any time, still save a little bit of money. And you're not really as much anywhere near on the hook for where you were on the hook prior with him being a second round pick heading into the year of the deal he was heading into. He wasn't going to cost a substantial amount of money, but you just lowered down whatever little extra price there was there with Eskridge. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, I have a really good feeling when it comes to Clowney. Me too, man. I just feel like that just feels like a really good natural fit. He's not going to cost a tremendous amount of money. He's been here before. He's aware of the city. He likes the city. I know that. And it's, he's kind of been more of a Midwestern East Coast guy, but I don't think he minds coming out. And I think we'll be willing to give him a decent little contract too. Connor says, did Lockett actually give us money back on his contract restructure or just disperse it to later years? Asked earlier, I don't think you saw. No, I definitely didn't see. I looked in on this earlier today on Sports Track, and I was trying to kind of find, because there was rumors about it being this, there was rumors about it being that, but there was a lot of uncertainty as to exactly what it was fully meaning as far as the cap it was going. Right now, Sports Track still has Tyler Lockett's cap hit up at $26.85 million. Next year's cap hit obviously stays at its same spot as far as being high. For 2026, I do not have Tyler Lockett on there with Sports Track, so they've not updated the contract yet. And we've only gotten the reports of the contract. We don't know what the exact numbers are quite yet, Connor. So give me another day or two on that one. Because I heard that he reportedly did this. They saved $15 to $17 million over the 2 years. They saved this off this year. I think the bottom line is we saved $10 million off the cap this year, but I do believe that your question is, did he give us money back? It's not that he gave money back. It's that he took less of a base deal over this year, at least a little bit. He lowered down that cap hit. So I think that this probably came down to them raising and broaching the subject to him and the possibility to him of just releasing him outright and saying, we don't want to do that. Let's come to some common ground here, Tyler, to where we still able to keep you. You're still able to get paid, but we can lessen down the load of this a little bit. Joshua says, thoughts on Jeremy Chin? He's an interesting player. I wasn't big on him coming out of college, Joshua. I was surprised a little bit of how well he played out the gate there with Carolina when he came out onto the scene. He's a guy with a pretty wide skill set where, all of the places in college, he was playing from linebacker to safety. So he gives you a real, a diverse skill set at that and what he can bring to the table. I think he's got some holes in his coverage game element of things. I don't think he covers as well as I would like. He's a good run defender and he's a pretty good tackler and got good size for the position. I don't think he'll be tremendously expensive if we were to try to bring him in. So it would be like a high cost option at that point. He's got an interesting skill set though. He's got some talents he brings that for the price you're paying is not a bad signing at that point. Holy hand grenade B, you got to have 3 points of contact on the field at all times. You do. You're going to be that escapable as Russ was, man. Just slow-mo the video from his prime days, man. You'll see it. You'll see it sticking right out of the pants, man. Clear as day. Rogers says, I won't feel clean until Eskridge is gone. You're not alone, Rogers. There's been a lot of folks I've heard on this stream like, man, really? He's going to stay here, huh? He says Fields can definitely be had for a second and now go for a third. Raiders, Vikings, Giants, all possible landing spots. Even Niners if they lose Sam Darnold. Niners may be a bit of a dark horse, to your opinion on that one. I could see that one being kind of strangely fitting up. But yep, I think that's about right, man. Raiders kind of feel like the right one at this point, don't they? Especially if the cost does go to a third round pick. Grant Paintings, do I think Seattle will go after Justin Fields? I don't, Grant. I think that the cost is too high. He's really just kind of a 1-year rental. You already have Geno in place if we're talking about a proverbial 1-year rental. He goes out there and has a good year, Grant. You're paying him a big fat contract extension. He comes in here and he can't beat out Geno Smith. You have him for a year and then that's basically going to be all he's going to want out of town. So it's going to be kind of like a wasted pick at that point. Just don't think it adds up with the timing. If he was a little earlier on the rookie deal, Grant, you had a little bit more of some club control years to work with on that. It'd be a different territory, but he's kind of at that end point where it's sort of the team's got to decide whoever picks him up to crap or get off the pot, kind of. Ethan says, the Hawks Nest, what free agent signing from John Schneider would be unexpected to you and get you super hyped? Like shocked level of surprise? I think that if you got both Wilkins and Williams deal done, that'd be pretty shocking to me. Wilkins would be shocking, but if you were to pull off both those two signings, that'd be pretty insane if that was a possibility. And probably not likely, but you're asking for a scenario that's kind of outside the box, So I kind of like that. Herbicide says Tom Crosby stole our joke. What joke did he steal? Let's weld. Oh, geez. Damn it. We had to get that thing immortalized quick, man. I didn't know that. He's quick on the button with that one. Robert Kern, are we getting the Sonics back? Sorry for being OT. You can skip this question if you like. Not at all, Robert. Thank you for being a member of the channel, man, and happy to answer any question here on the Hawks Nest. Sonics are going to come back to Seattle, but the NBA in the shape of that sport right now, I don't know if it's at the most healthiest it's ever been. And I think that they desperately would like to get the Sonics in Vegas with a team right now, but they're trying to figure out how to make that work from where the state of the game is at a little bit. And I don't think it's in a bad state, but I just don't think it's in its strongest state, which when you tend to want to expand, you want to have your league and organization kind of more closer into that territory than the other way of it. But it's only a matter of time, Robert. It's a rich basketball market. There is a desire to get the team back into the place. There's a desire from the NBA to get a team into Seattle. And considering some of the other markets that they have that wouldn't be supporting at the level the way we'd be supporting, it's going to happen sooner than later. But it's hard to exactly pinpoint. I thought by now we would have gotten a confirmation that this is going to happen. I'll give you this, Robert. I think before the end of the year, we're going to get a confirmation of the timeline of when the team comes back. So 2026, 2027, but you'll get at least a little bit of advance word this year. He says that the Bears take a third for Fields, Seahawks might have a shot, but doubt Big Mac wants to hitch his wagon to that. But if he's cheap enough, anything's possible. Just look at the Wilson situation. It is possible. I think that they're in a little bit of a, I don't think that they're going to get a second round pick for him, Huey. I don't think that there's the market at this point for Chicago to get that kind of pick. Huey's not put the performance, or Justin Fields has not put the performance on the field to earn that kind of pullback for Chicago, especially because you don't have the multiple years of club control. And that's the key to this. You trade for Justin, you have 1 year of cheap club play. He goes out there and balls out. He's going to want the big fat contract next year. So it's got to factor into what the Bears can hope to get as far as a return from Fields on this. And one reason that we already haven't had a trade, because they're obviously asking for a little bit too much at this point. Be more Seahawks. B, I have a theory. We met with McDonald on Monday and met with Johnson on Tuesday and flew out to meet Johnson, but ended up liking McDonald more. And the reports were true that he didn't want Washington on Thursday. I think that that's all a very feasible way that played out to me too, Feed Me. Completely feel like that's exactly probably about how it went. I think Johnson was interested with the talent that we had here in Seattle versus the talent in Washington. I think there was definitely a little bit more of a pull to this organization and where we're at and the more stable ground maybe we're on from Johnson's perspective. But I do think that the interview process with McDonald blew Seattle away. I think he won this job. He wasn't given the job, but I think he won it. And it makes me that much more excited for me about who we got and how we got him, man. Robert Kern coming in with a $20 donation. Robert, very, very kind of you, man, for doing that. Great, big time dono drop, Robert. And I'm glad to hear you're hyped about the Sonics, man. You know, I love basketball too, brother. So I'm chomping at the bit to get them back in here. I've definitely been dissuaded a little bit from watching the NBA since Seattle went away. That was a little bit of a gut punch for me. And I know how much this area loved that team and treasured the team. And, you know, that was our first championship was in this city with the basketball organization. And, man, I hope we can get them back. I hope that we don't have to have multiple generations of kids growing up in the Pacific Northwest that don't have the local basketball heritage to kind of fall back on, because it's a rich history. And I would love to see it come back to the forefront, Robert. I really would, man. I thought by this point we were going to get a little bit more from the NBA on this one, but I get where they're coming from. League's in a little bit of a strange state, I think, at times. And, you know, like the recent All-Star game showed us, it's like they've got some, I think the NBA's got some of their own kind of house cleaning stuff they've got to get done to get things prepped for these kind of expansions that they want to make happen. But it's only a matter of time, man. You can't keep a basketball market like Seattle down for too long. Thank you, though, man. I really do appreciate you for the donation, brother. Very, very kind of you. King Bomber Brandon, what was your evaluation on Fields coming out? I thought Justin Fields had NFL talent. Obviously, he could move around. I thought he was a little bit of a smaller version. I thought he was kind of like a mini-me version of Cam Newton. And all of the good and all of the bad that brought, King Bomber. But that was kind of my evaluation for him, is that he's Cam Newton, but like 3 inches smaller. And I think that's kind of is what he still kind of is to me. He has maybe greater potential than that, hasn't shown it, but he's a guy that leads first with his legs. And when it comes to his throwing ability, there's some question marks there. He has the power. He has the arm strength. Cam Newton had the power and the arm strength in his arm. But do the throws come out on time? Does he process well in the pocket? Does he throw with anticipation? Does he operate the position of quarterbacking like an artist, or like Mike Holmgren said back in the day, like a blacksmith? I think Fields, much like Newton, operates a little bit more like a blacksmith. So I did like his talent. I did put a first-round grade on him. The thing that worried me, though, was a little bit of the accuracy issues that could have come up to play a bit. The other part of it was what we heard about him off the field. I mean, the thing that was labeled to Fields was that he was last in the building, first out. And your quarterback has to, in a lot of ways, be the hardest worker on your team. And if he's not ever going to tap into the full potential that he has to offer on the football field. And it's such a mind-boggling competitive sport as far as the amount of time these quarterbacks and these players are putting into their job to be their best, to be the greatest, that you just can't hope to kind of slide by on half effort to get there. And if they're saying it about you in college before you've proven anything in this world, before you've done a thing, what's it going to be like once you're a multimillionaire? Guys don't become harder workers after they become multimillionaires. And is that a reason that we've seen a lack of Justin's development? And I don't think it's all on Justin here. I'm not trying to paint the portrait of him being the bad guy here, because he was put in a situation where that Chicago team did nothing to set the stage to go get their quarterback. Nothing to set the stage for their quarterback. But two things can be true at the same time. Chris says, I think we get Stone, Clowney, and Queen. That'd be a great trio, Chris. I would celebrate it, man. Rogers Green, we got to keep the kicker. Can't quite move on from him because you structured the contract. I think it's a 4 or 5 year extension. You'd have to pay money to move off of him this year. There's no savings to be had. Angry, the Huskies had Mike come be a guest speaker. Actually, that's one hell of a power move from Mike. That is a power move. I love it. King Bomber says, did you have a blue chip grade on Justin Fields, aka a higher, lower than where he went? Not a blue chip grade on Justin Fields. The only quarterback I had as a blue chip prospect in that draft was Trevor Lawrence. I had a first round grade on Trey Lance. I had a first round grade on Justin Fields. I did not have a first round grade on Kyle Wilson, and I did not have a first round grade on Mac Jones. But Lawrence was, to me, the far and away the best quarterback in that class, and it wasn't close. But the Cam thing is the thing that stood out to me. He wore the number 1 in college. He moved around like Cam. He played like Cam. It was that same kind of thing, where it's a little bit of a feeling at times of watching a running back playing the quarterback position rather than watching a guy quarterbacking out there. It's not to say, too, though, that for the folks that are talking about him having potential and upside, I don't want to make it seem like he doesn't have that, because I still had a first-round grade on him. But when I do look at the development of Justin Fields over the few years of his play here in Chicago and what he's done on the field, with that limiting supporting cast, I think some of the still worries and issues I had from him in college have still kind of carried forward into him being a pro, and would still carry forward into us looking at him as a target in a trade, where I don't think those things have been cleaned up. I don't think his accuracy is significantly better. I don't think he processes better on the football field. I think there's times when he looks like he gets a little overwhelmed out there. Ben K says, I haven't seen an NBA game since the Seattle Supersonics left too. Yeah, I checked out on it, Ben. I was bitter about it. I was angry about it. To hell with the NBA. We lost that franchise, not because we weren't a committed fan base, not because we didn't love our Supersonics. We got sabotaged. We got hoodwinked. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. And what I mean by that is that you have a guy in Schultz who wants his profit margins to sell the team after he just bought the basketball team. And then he goes to sell it to any buyer, not caring what that buyer is going to do with the team. You have your own son in your own backyard stabbing you in the back. In the back. And then Bennett comes in and plays all of his dirty tricks to get the team out of town. Oh, I just don't have the support from the fans. Like, I need to have I need the stadium remodeled after we just remodeled it 10 years ago. I guess they're not committed to their Sonics here, I guess. It was so disingenuous, and it just made it worse. You want to go rip the team off and steal the team away from the seat? Just go steal them. You know? Don't step on our face as you're walking out the door. Jeff Mathis, where does Drew Lock go? If we lose him, we must draft a quarterback. If Atlanta, Minnesota, Denver, and Las Vegas get their quarterbacks in free agency, Hawks have a good chance of getting what they want at quarterback. I do think, Jeff, there's going to be a lot of QBs taken ahead of us at 16. I don't think we're going to have much of a pick in this draft unless we trade up for a QB. I think Drew Lock's market's pretty soft right now. And I think that this is a domino where you have the Cousins domino, the Wilson domino, the Fields domino, which then starts to open up the other dominoes downwind in free agency for your QBs being it's hard to pick right now, Jeff. It's tough to say where Drew goes on that. When there's not a hot market for these QBs, it's kind of like they're going to have to sort of take the second hand. I think too, Jeff, we don't really have the money to spend on Drew Lock this year as a backup quarterback. Because last year you had only $10 million of your cap space allotted to Geno Smith, it provided you a methodology to pay then half that amount for your backup quarterback in Drew Lock on a one-year deal. Now that Geno goes up to around the $30 million mark and what he's costing, you can't really afford to then kick in another $5 million for Drew Lock as the backup. So I do think he ends up going somewhere else. I don't know who we're looking at as a backup QB. Probably more of a vet minimum kind of guy, Jeff, at that point. Or trying to find a rookie in this draft somewhere, like a Jordan Travis, maybe in the 4th round. Or a Spencer Rattler in the 3rd round, if he's still going to last to there. But it will be hard to take one, let's say, in the 1st round, Jeff, to that point of things. Alex says, I heard Drew Lock's leaving for Carolina. It makes sense. He's got a connection with, I think he's got a little connection there with Dave Canales, right? Canales was here the prior year with him and saying, hey, maybe I can beat out Bryce Young. And certainly from a physical skill set, he's much more impressive than Bryce Young is. I think he's got a bigger arm. I think he's got maybe just as much just about mobility as, maybe not as much escapability as Bryce Young, but just open field mobility at least. I think Lock's got that. So good spot for him if that's where he goes. Phoebe says, and this will be a good Myers year. That's true. That's true. We are due to get the good Myers year this year. That probably should be factored in. Richard, can Penix take the week punishment the NFL dishes out? I think that's going to be the big question, Richard. And I don't think that there's an answer for it, being that Washington did such a good job of protecting Penix throughout his time and not allowing him to get beaten up. And so, that's why I say, Richard, the big, most important part of taking Penix is that you have to have the offensive line in place when you go get Penix. You can't go get Penix and then go get your line. Have your line in place because you've got to keep him protected. You've got to keep him maximally protected in order to get the most out of him. And if you set him up on the other side of the end of the scale in a situation, then it's setting him up to fail. It's setting him up to get bashed. It's setting him up to get beaten. But Richard, he wasn't hit through all of college the last couple of years, really. The couple of games you had him getting kind of beaten up a little bit, you felt like you were feeling a little bit of the effect of that. What we have that was the Arizona State game, I think, this past year, the Michigan game and the national title game where, he's in the medical tent in that game at one point getting beaten up a good amount. It's a valid question to ask. It's not one that I have a good answer for at this point, man. I think that's the one that's going to be the big risk that all NFL teams are looking at when they're considering him and being taken. Chris says don't want any quarterback in the top 20 picks this year. Chris's guy, I like the way you think, Chris, man. Smart way to go. Get the team right first. Chris says, Seattle want to trade for Caleb. Let's do it. Let's do it, but let's be realistic, right, Chris? Like, you guys don't need to grape us on this trade, okay? Let's make this a win-win for both parties, all right? We give you 2 firsts, we'll give you a third this year, and we'll give you a 2026 second round pick, okay? 3 years you keep getting picks on this one, okay? What do you say? Come on, what do you say? What do you say? Huey says, I'm still not a Lawrence believer. He'd never faced adversity and isn't that impressive to me now still. Fields has definite issues with accuracy and reads, but has the tools to overcome that. It's fair enough there, Huey. I do think that a lot of what Lawrence walked into was a lot of what Justin Fields was walking into Chicago, where I don't think that he had a lot as far as the stage set up for his success there. They had to get the team in place. I think the difference between him and Fields, Huey, is that he's faced that similar kind of situation and has found some success in there, has found some productivity in that operating environment, that tough working environment. But we'll see where it goes long term. Somebody's asked about the contracts. I'm not sure on the contracts on those guys for Clowney, Queen. Queen's $18 million a year on a 4-year deal. Clowney's harder to tell. He's coming off a career year. He's been a gun for hire on a yearly basis. And Geno Stone's never been signed to big money, and he's got some holes in his game. So he's a little bit tougher, Ethan, on that one. Robert says, is there anyone we can trade to Denver? Maybe so, man. Every year they've been giving us some juicy. Hell, they gave us that 3rd round pick for this year. So we got to get our yearly Denver swindle in, Robert. The yearly event of the Denver swindling needs to go down. Chris says for 16, next 3 firsts, or 1st, 2nd, and Metcalf. No, stop asking for Metcalf, Chris. Stop trying to take our good stuff. I'll give you value, but don't take our best stuff. No, don't take our best stuff. You go get your Bo Callahan. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, how does Rattler compare to Russ coming out? They've both started at 2 different college programs and have played a lot of college football. So they have a very rich history and a good understanding of how to play the position. They're both undersized guys. Rattler's a couple inches taller. They both have pretty lively arms. I think Russ probably had maybe a little bit of a stronger arm than Rattler. Certainly throws a better deep ball than Rattler coming out. Russ also had better mobility and escapability than Rattler. Rattler's like a 5 flat 40 kind of guy. Russ was like a 4-5 guy coming out. So a significant difference in their ability to escape and get away. Rattler had a pretty disappointing combine to me with where he measured out and speed stuff taken into account with him. You kind of go, But he's got a lot of people that have a little bit of a crush on him and love him a lot. And I'll tell you, he's got a very live arm, throws a great ball, very, very accurate in his ball placement. He took a beating out there this year at South Carolina, so it was not made easy for him to go out there and find success. And he might push himself in the 2nd round discussion because of the scarcity issue with quarterbacks in this draft. But you know, if we were to take him around in the 3rd round, it's not the worst place to go grab and take her. As far as where his talent level is and what he's done at a college level to get to where he's gotten. Chris says he take that offer. Okay, let's go, Chris. Let's make this happen. Let's draw it up. Drop the paperwork, man. I'll go get the whiskey and the glasses. US says, Seahawks don't take Penix, Raiders definitely will. Hell, I think they might even trade up past us to get him if it looks like he's fallen. I definitely think at this point Penix is going top 20, UE, and I think that there's a really good chance he goes inside our picks at 16 one way or the other. Maybe a trade up, maybe just team naturally grabs him, but I think we're going to get a run of QBs here a little bit in the top of the 1st round. Thank you, Taker, for the donation, man. U.S. Fields for a 4th round pick. I'll take that too. A 4th? Chris says no thanks. We've reached the end of Chris's willingness to be open to take a little bit less. The 4th rounder hit him a little bit sideways on that one. He was just, forget that Bomber. That's like saying, like, I like where Bomber's head's at, though. 4th rounder gets me, sounds a whole lot nicer than a 3rd rounder, you know? That hits the ears for Wilson just a lot better at that point. Alex says, wow, Russ is really going to the Steelers as a backup, laughing out loud. Oh, no, he's not going to back up Pickett. Pickett didn't play very well. Randolph did all right going in there, but no, he's going in and he'll start. I bet he starts. Jeff Mathis, what about taking Michael Pratt from Tulane? I got a 4th round grade on him, Jeff. I do like his live arm out there at Tulane. Strong, good accuracy. He's got a little bit of swagger in the pocket and his trust to throwing back there. You always like that a bit. But a 4th round guy, you know, there's some holes in there in his game. He's not a clean prospect in that respect, but in the 4th round to get him and got some upside would be really cheap. I could go with that. Chris Foster, I'd take Brian Thomas, wide receiver, if we got 16 from Seattle. That'd be good value on it. And I like Brian Thomas, Chris. I've got 4 blue chip prospect receivers in this draft. He's the 4th one. Run Dawes, I hate getting rid of Dissly. I wasn't a fan of it either, Run. I would have avoided it if possible, especially considering all of the other cuts and squeezing off of the cap that we did on the other ends of things. King Bomber says, last year we brought back Phil Haynes, Myers, Bellure, all before Dissly, or before free agency. We did, yeah. A little bit of doubling back down last year versus this year, huh? Definitely a new man running things here overall. A few more Seahawks B. Would you be pissed if we traded up for a quarterback? Kind of depends on the quarterback, Phoebe. If we're trading up for Caleb Williams, Drake May, or Jaden Daniels, I ain't getting mad at that. If we're trading up for Michael Penix, Bo Nix, or JJ McCarthy, I am going to have a hissy fit. I'm going to turn into a little 5-year-old on stream. Herbicide says, I've been saying for a while 5 quarterbacks will be going before we pick, and that was before JJ started climbing. Yep, me too, man. Me too as well. When you have a draft like this setting up for the first 3 picks to be taking quarterbacks, it's like, oof, here comes the run. And last time we had a bit of a seeing of this as well, right? Because when we had that Lawrence draft where it was Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, Fields up around 12, and then we had Mac Jones at like 16. So there's one right there that's very similar in the way that draft ran like that in that way. Very, very similar. Yeah, the JJ one would really make that's the toughest pick for me in the first round, Flag. There's not one more pick in the first round that would make me lose my mind than JJ McCarthy. I would absolutely just, my head would be spinning on my neck. Silverback Dilligif. This is Pickett going to win in camp like Russ did his rookie year. Haha, joking. Hey, maybe baby hands Pickett's finally turns on next year. It's possible. I think they're going to try to lean to Russ, but that'd be pretty tough on Russ to lose the starting job to baby hands Pickett. Russ has got 3 times the hand size of Pickett, for perspective. King says, yeah, I'll do a 4th. People will still find a way to complain. I 4th, you can get me talking on that. Team Bomber, sorry you didn't catch this before, but can you highlight the differences between Williams and Wilkins? Who do you think is a better fit with the money difference? Well, there's a distinct difference between, of course, a nose tackle and a 3 tech. They're asked to do just 2 different responsibilities. They're both defensive tackles, King Bomber, but it's 2 different responsibilities entirely. The one tech is there to take up space, take up double teams at the point of attack, give you a little bit of pass rush if they can give you that. Your 3 tech is your penetrator. That's your guy to create havoc, get in the backfield, cause problems. So 2 different players in that spot. Wilkins is probably a little more of a run stuffer than Williams. Williams may be more of a pass rusher than Wilkins, but both well-rounded players who are both very good defensive tackles in this sport. But Wilkins, pure nose tackle, pure big body up front. It's probably why they're having a hard time getting the value with him with Miami, because you're going, well, wait, we're going to spend $23 million for a nose tackle? But he's a good one. And Alex Smith, Russ was a steal at 75, man. One of John Schneider's best picks. One of his best ones. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Any interest in Mitch Morse from Buffalo? Absolutely. Mitch Morse, he's been a good player for a good amount of years in this sport. He'd be a nice center option for you. Gives you a little bit more of that certainty with the questions that you have with Oluwatimi down there and some of his green or lack of experience. But more good overall player. Maybe a little bit better, I think, against the pass than the run. If I remember correctly. Yeah. So a little bit of a better graded guy against the pass than the run. Only 1 sack given up last year on over 1,128 snaps. So he's very hard to get around up front. And that's with a guy like Josh Allen scrambling around all over hell like he is. So really good pass protector up front. I don't know how he fits exactly in the mobility side for the scheme requirements with that taker. That'd be my one question at hand with him, as I haven't done that deep dive on him quite yet to that mode. I don't know if Buffalo asks a lot of their guys on the offensive line to do a lot of moving and stuff. Chris Foster, who is Seattle's center? It's right now Oluwatimi, the Michigan center from last year. And JPJB would definitely be, Jackson Powers Johnson would be a definite option. Chris Foster at 16 for sure. Chat cooking tonight, you guys. We got well over 300 people in here, 11 o'clock at night. You guys are hyped up for free agency. I'd love to see it, man. Alex Smith, what about signing Justin Simmons? My understanding on Justin Simmons, Alex, I haven't done the deep dive on him either. I mean, you track as many guys as you kind of can through the league a little bit, but the general going consensus on this, that Justin Simmons has been a bit of a diminishing returns in recent years from the safety position, and that's a big part of him getting released here with Denver. He's not quite the player maybe he was even a couple of years ago. So I probably wouldn't be as much in on that one. King Bomber, do you think that the fact that we haven't had any contract extensions yet hints at the fact that we're not interested in any of our outgoing free agents except Williams? Yes. Because we've not even heard of rumors of them trying to work out a deal with Brooks or Parkinson. Yeah. 100% agree with that, King Bomber. King Bomber says, gotcha. I thought he was a 3-tech. Nah, more of a 1-tech guy. You can probably put him over there a little bit, but he's a space eater up front. He's a guy that can move a little bit. You can flex him a little bit, King. You know, you can do that with Leonard Williams too, where they can do a little 1-tech, 3-tech stuff a bit. But if you're talking about the majority of his snaps, it's going to be as a 1-tech. Flag, 2 top 10 picks, Lucky Bears. Hey, it was a great trade last year for them. Wonderful trade, man. They've set the stage. Now they just need to bring it home. Will Valdez says, Sean Payton thinks JJ is a top 3 quarterback in the draft, and based on recent history, that would be a Broncos thing to do. Boy, you talk about making the Broncos situation more depressing for Perna. JJ McCarthy, on top of the lack of money they have to spend and no first-round picks the last 3 years over. Then you're going to go take McCarthy when you finally get a first-round pick. Stowaway on. We need to keep Bobby. Yes, he's older and can run slower now, but I'm not sure McDonald will be able to make it happen with him. You can't say a great defensive coordinator won't be able to manage Pro Bowl middle linebacker. I wanted to see him back too, Stoyan. Sadly, I think that if this deal was going to get done, it needed to be done prior to free agency, and the indications seem to be right now that the Hawks are not looking to bring back Bobby Wagner at this point. So I'm with you, but it just doesn't seem to be where the indicators of the situation are going to right now. Val Ramos, Armstead to Seattle, only if Leonard Williams, Val doesn't sign. I think that's our fallback option. Just relax, Foster, and let it happen. Nothing ever goes good when you tell somebody to do that. I'm not in for something good when you tell me relax and let it happen. The next thing that occurs is not going to be a good thing for me. You're not going to make Chris Foster feel better about his situation with that one. Relax and let it happen. Oh, come on, Huey. Robert Curran, the cat, super chill. She is super chill, man. She's always here for me every show, too. She's my little sidekick. She knows there's some good salmon treats coming on the other end of this, too. No doubt about that. King Bomber, I'm very confident what John Schneider's done this offseason so far. You know, I think he's doing things correctly, smartly across the board, from how they hired the head coach to how they're managing the cap, to how they brought in the assistant coaches. Their process has been a pretty sound one, a deliberate one. And it feels like a well thought out one. Doesn't guarantee success, but it does feel like those are the kind of commonalities at play here a little bit. Ariel Aguilar. Hey, brother. Long time. Hey, long time no see, Ariel. How you doing? King says also I'd consider Eskridge to be a cut at this point because of the $400,000 pay cut, which is what you'd save getting his replacement. Yeah. Tucker says the trade the Bears made was good, but if they could do it again, they would just take CJ. Probably, maybe. Yeah, probably. It's a good point, Tucker. Chris says no way. Chris says, Wright, Stevenson, DJ Moore, first overall this year, way better than Stroud to me. Stroud on my crappy Bears offense with Getsy would have gotten stuck last year. Great points, Chris. Yeah, I think you bring up some good points. So situation matters. What you're bringing them into matters. Taker610 with a $2 donation. Thank you, Taker, for all your donos tonight, man. That's the third drop for you, brother. Appreciate it. Where could packaging our 2 third-rounders get us? Middle of the second. Not high second, middle second. That is high as you'll get. Maybe a middle second and a fifth. Kind of a counterback taker, like a kicker thrown in. But that's about as high as you'll get on that. And you probably could get that too, Taker. Probably a high likelihood if John wanted to make that trade, he'd find a taker, no pun intended. Thank you, brother. Appreciate the donation. Great question. King Bomber, what's your reaction if they signed Eric Kendricks, Devondre Campbell, Mitch Morse, and Rayshon Jenkins, all to 1-year deals? Cool. The 1-year deal, bargain basement shopper route, is a route that the Seahawks have gone down before, King Bomber. It's a route we're very familiar with. We had one offseason where we had $50 million, and they went down to that route. I bristled at it in the past, King, because when you did it in the past, you were in a go-for mode now. You were in your theoretical Super Bowl window, or at least that we thought we were. You're not in that mode now. So to take a 1-year deal with the hope that you preserve your 2025 cap situation, because if you go crazy in free agency and you sign a bunch of 3- and 4-year contracts, you are putting more of a glut on 2025. A spot where you're currently only sitting on the 24th amount most of cap space in the entire NFL as it currently stands. That being the case, it's very possible they go down to the 1-year deal route, the 1-year deal aisle, King, and I can't get mad at it. It makes sense. Well, yeah, Grenade, I'm looking forward to doing the Helldiver game here at some point. I get the time to do it, but I definitely want to check it out. Palestine, Hawks Nest and Pumpkin. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Give a little bit of love for you, man. Jason C. Bobby Wagner is going to be a free agent. He is. Val Ramos, did you expect Armstead to get cut? I didn't expect him to get cut because you guys aren't in a bad cap situation, Val. There was not a necessity to release him out because you're so pressed up against it. It does seem like the Niners are looking to make some kind of big swing move. And to get that done, especially with the Brandon Ayuk situation, they're going to maybe have to create a little bit more space to make that go. I think they probably are getting out ahead of this a year early rather than a year late, Ramos. Armstead coming off a solid year, but there's been some up and down play. There's been some injury history. He's played a lot of football at this point in time in his career. They maybe feel like we got the best of the years out of him at this point. And if that's the case, then you move on. And so I get where they're coming from with it. I think you guys are going to make another bigger move on the other side of this to counter it. Palestine says, hello to both of you. Much love from our cats to yours. Thank you, man. She gives you much love back too. Love back here. Phoebe, I don't think we're going to hear about the Leonard Williams thing tonight. It's possible, but I don't think it's probably coming down. Ethan, yeah, McCarthy, proven winner, run fast. No look passes on TikTok. He's got it all. He's got it all, I know. I just got a blind spot on this one, man. What am I do? Yeah, it's all those weird other attributes than actually playing quarterback. Everybody talks about with him. He's a winner. He leads off the field. Guys just gravitate towards him. Okay, but how does he throw a football? Stoyan, how much would a Justin Simmons contrast cost on free agency? I want to take the risk with an age. I want to take the risk with him at the age of 30. It is my favorite D player for the Broncos defense and got everyone but him. I don't know, Stoyan. The safety market's been reset and reset again this offseason. It's being devalued like crazy, and it's happening as a live exercise in front of us. So not sure what he gets. It's my understanding, Stoyan, and again, hard to do a deep dive on, there's 55 rosters and all of these NFL players. So I've got a good understanding of most players throughout the league, but to have a good, just like, here's where the guy currently is at, here's what he's doing, here's where he's at, the general understanding I have with Justin Simmons is that he's not at his best anymore, Stoyan. And when you do have a guy at 30 years old, he's probably not at his physical best anymore. I'm not sure what he'll cost, though. He would be a fit for the scheme because he's a split safety guy, but I just don't know what he'll cost. And so, yeah, got to call it, just don't. I don't think Justin Simmons is really an option here on that, but I don't know. The safety one's a hard one, Stoyan, because it's getting trimmed. Everything's getting trimmed. There's a haircut going across the board for the safety position in the NFL, and everybody's getting kind of cut. I don't know Drake Thomas, King Bomber. I don't know anything about Drake Thomas. Sorry, man. Green Foster, Latham at 16 for Seattle. I don't think so, Chris. We already got a right tackle. So I don't think that we're going to kick Lucas into guard. Palestine, I'd love to get Clowney here from the Ravens. If he wants to grab a couple other guys, I'm not against it. That'd be my main guy. We're going to go ahead and start to kind of put a button on this one too, guys. We're getting into 5 hours, and I'm starting to get a little bit hungry. And I've got a show tomorrow morning. We're going to be back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, buck crack of dawn. So we can't go super like 2 a.m. late tonight because I need to be back up for the start of free agency. Val Ramos says, "Yep, facts. Thank you, Val. The team will do something smart with money." It's more if I'm a Niner fan, it's more the Ayuk thing that's got me a little bit nervous than anything else. Not that it's going to go bad, just nervous. Robert Kern, are we going to fix the trenches? We have all the skill position players in offense already? Yeah, I agree, Robert. I don't think that they're going to look going too much with the running back, receiver. You do need tight ends. You're 0 tight ends right now. But yeah, I do think the interior of the offensive line, especially, they're going to lock in very heavily on that. Very heavily on that. Alex Smith, Justin Simmons is an all-pro safety. He's only 30. I'm going to miss Simmons. Well, he definitely was a great safety a couple of years ago for sure where he's at. I think he was still solid, looks like, by his rating last year. But again, a guy, I always have a hard time with the necessarily giving a certain take with a guy like this because I've seen some highlights out of him. I've seen him make some plays, but I haven't been tracking his career. It's AFC team, it's Broncos. There's not a lot of watching tape I do of the Broncos and what they do. So I don't know where he is at right now a little bit, but I do get a little nervous when you talk about paying safeties and when you're talking about a 30-year-old safety who's going to make some money. It does make me a little bit nervous. Chris Foster, Joe Alt is the best tackle in this draft, in my opinion, Chris. I think he's going to be a sure blue, great player. And if your Bears got him, you'd love him. Boy, him and Darnell Wright on the other side would be a hell of a tackle tandem. And it's, again, just to Alex, it comes back to a little bit for me with the safety position. I'm a big learn the lesson guy, right? And we just got done dipping $50 million into our safety position. And while we do have $50 million to spend right now, we've been dumping money into safety. And the league is telling you clearly right now, don't put money into the safety position. You're not getting your returns by doing that. I mean, it's universally being spoken at the top of the lungs across the board by NFL teams. And so if we're going to go pay a guy money at the safety position at this point, I think we got to be real certain about what we're getting and why we're spending that money and where are we getting the other fixes to the other positions we need. And it makes me a little bit hesitant to put a guy like Simmons at the forefront of that with some of the past history you have at paying the position and what goes down with that. You know, you're getting one less option there at middle linebacker now to bring in, say, Simmons. Is that the smart way to go? I don't know. I don't think it is. And I too tend to think at least he's going to get probably $7, $8, $9 million per year. And I don't think I want to spend that at a 30-year-old safety who's maybe starting to get on the downswing of things. Justin's been really good, but he's getting into his 30s. Guys don't get better as they get into their early 30s. You're starting to get less of what you got. It's a little bit of that thing where you're paying for an older guy and you're paying more for the past performance than you're paying for the future performance. It's like the Quandre Diggs thing a little bit, you know? Did Quandre become a bad player as he got into his early 30s? No, but you signed him on that last contract when he was 29 going into the 30 off of the broken foot and not as good as he was prior to the signing. You know, you're paying, that's the trap you got to worry about in football because it goes so fast, you know. Guys' careers go from, man, he's up here, he's awesome, he's this, to boom, and it drops quick, and you got to be ahead of that curve a little bit. Huey says, I agree with you on JJ, I just don't see it. Not in the first anyway, but honestly like him more than I liked Levis last year, but then don't make JJ a first-round pick. Yeah, I just don't want to make him the first-round pick on that. I just think I can't do it. And I'm down on him a little bit anyway. I don't think that ultimately he is as escapable or mobile as people think. I think he's being hyped up as a guy that, you know, my God, you'd think people would, I'm expecting the way that people talk about him to run a 4.5 40 and a 1.5 10-yard split on his pro day. And he's not going to come anywhere in the vicinity of those numbers. I also think that he has at best a league average arm in the NFL. And if I'm taking a guy in the first or the second round, I'm not drafting a guy with a league average NFL arm. I won't do it. Won't do it. Can't do it. But yeah, it happens with me every year, Huey. You know, there's always a guy every year. Yeah, I don't know too much with him. The Drake guys... those kind of one of those guys between Bomber where I'm like, I'm not doing a deep dive on Drake Foster. You know, it's like there's places I'll go on deep dive on in the NFL circles on things, and there's stuff like fifth linebacker, sixth linebacker on the roster. Like, no, I'm not going to do a 45-minute deep dive of tape on him to see what he is on. Like, no. But maybe he'll make the roster. He's the only guy standing right now, man. So we'll have to see. We will see. All right, let's put a button on this one, folks. We cross almost into 5 hours here. I think that's a good time on the stream tonight for us to put the button up on it. Herbicide Theo Johnson was very impressive and probably tested overall the best of any of the tight ends there at the combine. Jadavian Sanders, Huey, I think he's your number 2 tight end in this draft and firmly affixed in that spot. So love him. Good player. And King Bomber said, yeah, fair enough. He was a UDFA last year. I do kind of remember a little bit, King. It was the first look at him, he had some people were hyped up on him, but it's where it's like sometimes you can get lost a little bit on these like back end roster fodder players where you spend time trying to look at them and they're just going to be spinning, you know, through the season or barely make the roster. If they make the roster, you're not going to see them on the field. And I saw nothing with Drake that was like, oh, well, this guy's got upside to him where he'll be fitted in here long term. It's like, no, he's just a fodder, roster fodder guy, kind of where he's at, you know, where it sort of stands a little bit. So, Jason C, Nick Bellure released, man. They cut all the money out. A lot of money, $50 million in cap space now as we move into tomorrow. So here we go. We're ready to launch. We're ready to kick this off and see what happens. So I will be back tomorrow at 9:00 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That is the beginning of the tampering period in the NFL. That is when you can get out there and start to kick the tires and light the fires and negotiate with the players. And we will start to hear some news coming down here in NFL circles. And I will be breaking all of that down live as we go throughout the day tomorrow. We will be streaming probably pretty long and throughout the day. So strap on in tomorrow. We're going to lock it in. We're going to be covering the action as it comes down fast and furious. And our Hawks got $50 million burning a hole in the back of their pocket. They are going to do something. We are going to see some kind of signings coming down this week. So I will be here throughout the week covering it. We got multiple shoes lined on up. I appreciate everybody for the great chat and discussion here as always. You guys always bring that on your side of things. So thank you very much to all of you. Really appreciate it as well. All of the folks who donated to the chat. I do want to, of course, give a shout out and a thank you to the sponsor of this show. That is going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year. And they will right now, if you click the top of the link at the top of the description section below, or you use the code NEST when you go to Underdog Fantasy, they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. So $100 on me, to you, through the Underdog Fantasy app. You don't have to do anything, man. It's the free $100 on Hawks Nest through the Underdog. So great ongoing contest. Yes, football season's over with, but you got March Madness still cooking along here. We've got the NBA season. You got hockey. You got baseball. Do you want to do fantasy in any one of those sports? Do you want to do a daily fantasy in any one of those sports? Whatever kind of contest you want to get into, they got you. And they got some great prize packages always going on 24/7 throughout the year. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show. And throughout this year, as they have done over on that side of things, you can use my code right now, NEST, and get up to 100% of $100 matched on your first deposit. I appreciate you again, guys, so much for the great channel discussion as ever. It was lively as ever. You guys got me thinking, laughing, and considering a lot of different positions I even thought about coming into this stuff. So we'll get this cooked off tomorrow. We'll get this cooked up tomorrow. Join me at 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time here on the Hawks Nest. Hopefully, we will be watching a bunch of intricate, beautiful moves unfurling before us as we start to see this plan take firmer hold and come a little bit more into firmer view, maybe, perhaps. Appreciate you guys. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you very much for watching the show and all of the great discussion. As always, you guys are wonderful in every way in that. Every show, without a doubt, you guys bring it every single time, undoubtedly. I really appreciate that from the bottom of my heart to you guys. So back in less than 10 hours here, we will be back here and ready to go. I hope you guys are ready as well for that. But until that time, I shouldn't have to remind you, with $50 million on deck, with the reset button hit, with no bad money left on the books, no fat. We're lean and mean. We're 2% body fat right now. We're ready to go, okay? We're ready to go open it up on the open road. So let's get ready to cook here. Let's go ready to do some damage out here in free agency to set the stage for what will also be a wonderful draft. And who knows? Maybe even a season where we start to see a little bit of magic spark and come to life. My name is Brandon Kane. This is the Hawks Nest. Please, by God, do not you ever forget. Go Hawks.